Outside the border of the real, the monstrosities drew closer, as if warming themselves on the Kalpa's fires of destruction. The witness's eternally spinning beam had accelerated, and its huge mountain of solidified flesh, once human, now ageless and beyond pity, pushed in toward the defenders, anticipating another sacrifice. The tears had always attracted the strongest, most destructive intrusions. Now Genton wondered if one reason for this attention was floating beside him. He comprehended that since the creation of the tears, the Typhon had been probing the city as if with special knowledge, if such a thing could know or make plans. He looked to the east, away from the witness, for the last party of marchers, hoping they might leave before the final collapse, before the Typhon's triumph. The librarian had dallied for millions of years. Mind beyond measure. How could Genton criticize or even understand? But there had never been a plan that he could discern, certainly not one that could be explained to a mender or a breed. He was really no better than his charges, no better than this brash, creche-born youngster, who had persisted despite all the deceptions and intellectual barricades set in his path. Like menders, like Genton, breeds understood shame, as if their primordial stuff preserved a heritage of that ancient emotion lost to the great Eidolons. An Angelin approached, appearing at first as a tiny speck silvering outward from the center of the chamber, then suddenly nearby, a few feet away. As before, it was female in form, pale blue, and no taller than Genton's knee, but this time it seemed to prefer the appearance of walking, rather than drifting about or flying. It might be the same Angelin he had spoken with before, and it might not. Identity was of little importance to this class of servants. Genton nudged the breed. Jebrassy raised his head and blinked, looked around, but remained curled, as if savoring the last few moments of warmth and sanity. "All honor to the librarian," the Angelin sang, its voice like trickling water. "Is the experiment concluded?" "Yes," Genton replied. "You've brought the requested specimen from the tears?" "I have. Does the librarian request my presence?" Genton asked doubtfully. "You will accompany the young breed." Jebrassy pushed out his legs and slowly dropped to the bottom of the cloak, where he stood on his own, beneath the gaze of the tall one. He turned to stare in awe at the blue form a few feet beyond, radiating deep cold despite the cloak's protection. Jebrassy had moved well beyond confusion or fear. Anything could happen. He almost hoped it would, all of it, just to get it over with. Then he thought of Tiadba. He shuddered at the realization that he had just emerged from a dark sleep, but for how long? Where was she? Had she been sucked into the intrusion? Was she even alive? Jebrassy growled and shoved his hands against the shimmer. A small voice spoke in his ear like the high chirrup of a letter-bug. "Don't do that. It's cold out here, and the librarian wishes you comfort and health. Both of you will follow this silly blue form. It is my pleasure to escort you to the most wonderful place in all the Kalpa, possibly the most wonderful place left to humans in all the cosmos." Jebrassy looked up at the tall one, then back to the small blue figure, puzzled. They thought they were all humans, despite appearances. Was that the secret? He began to move his feet in a shuffle, and discovered that the shimmer followed him, and so walked at a normal pace, keeping up with the naked blue image. Genton stayed behind him. Not even the sweep of a knife-edged beam of gray light across the smooth roof of the chamber, like a threat of instant blindness, slowed their progress, though it made Jebrassy cringe. When they came to the center, a walk of what seemed only minutes, he looked back and studied the far curved rank of high windows, and suddenly understood where they were, remembering the stories in the books. "We're in Malregard, aren't we?" he asked Genton. "Some once called it that," Genton said. "We're both of us far above our neighborhoods, and rank, young breed, in the region of the great Eidolons. They neither think nor act as we do." "But we're all humans," Jebrassy said. The keeper touched his nose with amusement, a breed gesture. "Watch your step," the Angellan warned. "You should close your eyes. We're vectoring to the top of the tower. What's left of it, of course." "What broke the tower?" Jebrassy asked. Genton made a small, ambiguous sound. "You needn't concern yourself with the past. There's far too much of it. You should only look ahead. For once, the future is scaled to fit you." Jebrassy did not know whether to be insulted. Silvery curves danced around them, as if they were moving, yet he saw no change. And then they stood beneath a terrible sky, filled with hoops of flame and spinning worlds. Something looked down upon them, impossible to actually see or measure, and Jebrassy thrust his clenched fists to his eyes. He thought he was falling, that he was back with Tiadba flying over the tiers, and the warden had let him go. Voices sounded all around, saying nothing he could understand, and a deep booming buffeted his body. Jebrassy could not stand the thought of falling without seeing where he was going to hit. He had to know. He lowered his arms, but for a moment his eyes refused to open. He had seen too much already, something bright and multicolored, and from it great sweeps of silver, rising high into an arched grayness, grasping and moving brilliant red shapes, like farmers using tongs to swing bales of chaff. Above, below, he couldn't tell which, thousands of white figures were arrayed in positions of restful waiting, hands clasped behind their backs. Each had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a round white head. They had no faces, no features, nothing but smooth whiteness. He wasn't falling, he was floating, upside down, it seemed, over an immense tangle of causeways, along which the many white figures stood, in rows, or moved about in astonishingly different ways. Some of the figures walked, many drifted close to the roads, a few zipped up and over the whole expanse with dizzying speed, swooping soundlessly and shedding more of those beautiful silvery curves. Still others simply vanished, and the rest, tens of thousands, in long rows that stretched off into obscurity, awaited instructions like an enormous army of blanks. The Angellan came into view and gave Jebrassy a nudge. Even through the shimmer, its touch nearly iced his toes, but he came right again, with a slow rotation to face the rainbow brilliance and the tongs that reached up and out, grasping flame-colored luminosities and pulling them down. "The keeper has delivered a breed," the Angellan announced, its voice so sweet it made Jebrassy's ears hurt. And then another message, not from the tall one, nor from the blue form, and not so much a voice as a beam of words half seen in the shimmer that protected him. "Let the primordial find a place where he can heal. We will meet when he is whole again and calmer. I would not wish to dismay him. He is, after all, the most important citizen in the Kalpa." Jebrassy looked up at the tall one who stood by his side. So be it, Genton said. After 500,000 years, I have fulfilled my duty to the Eidolons. Chapter 57. Tiadba stood on the outskirts of the training camp, along the broad, flat outer reach of the channel, lost and melancholy. She could barely make out the distant shapes of the 3 table-like isles where she had spent her entire life. Blocks were stacked high on each table, like jumbled cards, softened and shaded by the mist that puffed from the channel floor. As the light over the blocks dimmed, drawing those far tiers into sleep, she turned toward the overarched blackness beyond which lay, so they had been told, the outer works of the Kalpa, and the reality generators that protected them from the chaos. Her body felt like a coiled whip about to be snapped. She was ready. Time was flowing too quickly. Not quickly enough. They were being trained. The march was on. Just when she thought she might be able to go on without Jebrassy, might be able to stop obsessing over the paths they would never follow together, she remembered the last sight of her young breed male, dangling from the grip of the brown warden, and grief flooded back. There had been an awful noise, breath-snatching flight, painted swirls of darkness, a terrifying, inchoate presence. Tiadba had withstood all of that. The wardens had dropped 9 breeds in the flood channel, so she assumed. She remembered nothing of those early moments. She did remember that they had crossed a wide plain under a darker portion of the seal, featureless but for drifts of rock dust. The short-channeled trees that clumped in the old mud had soon given way to an immense flatness, vanishing into shadow on each side. They were all close to panic, terror replacing bravado, even as they neared the end of this first stage of their journey and saw the huge arches that marked the outer channel bounds. Perhaps Jebrassy had been protected and survived as well. Perhaps he was lost somewhere nearby and would wander into the camp at any moment. But she wondered how she could still believe. She doubted he was still in the tears. Either way, he was not with her, and she longed for him. The breeds rescued from the intrusion were not entirely the mix Grain had been planning. Denboard, Mocked, Perf, and Tiadba were the only members of Grain's group that had made it to the channel. Nico, Shul, and Kren had helped Tiadba and Jebrassy search for loose books in the upper tiers, though they had found none of their own. Mash, the 4th searcher in the upper tiers, was sucked up in the intrusion, so Potton said. Tiadba had liked Mash. Others in Grain's group also vanished, and so the substitutes had become necessary, willing or no. The 2 other females, Herza and Frinna, were unknown to her, kept to themselves, and said little to anyone. Kren, the strongest, had known Jebrassy most of his life. He had trained to be a peed runner and repairer of meadow carts, when not fighting alongside Jebrassy in the little wars. "I'd have never joined a march, and they'd have never picked me, so it's even," Kren said in camp. "Going out there might be better than kicking peeds and mounting wheels, or it might not. They just better not get too swift with me, that's all I'm saying." They were the 5 tall ones who had guided them along the channel to this camp, and in particular the trainer, an experienced-looking mender named Potton. They were all learning more about tall ones than they had ever imagined possible. Tall ones were divided into 2 types, it seemed, shapers and menders. Shapers were rare and never seen. All the escorts were menders. Isola Nico for short, and Shul were shop breeds, loaders and stackers learning to run market stalls, common types, though Nico fancied himself an expert on hidden wisdom. Tiadba doubted Grain would have agreed. Denboard had been senior to her in Grain's group, but seemed unsure about that now since she carried the book bag, and Grain had not sent him on his own search. He was a slender, thoughtful type, just the opposite of Jebrassy. Their small camp had rudimentary facilities, 6 tents of translucent fabric open at both ends, and inside flat sleeping pads. One remained empty. 2 males each filled 3 tents, and Tiadba had a tent to herself. Frinna and Herza were pale, quiet types from the lower tiers on the second aisle, what Tiadba's mare and pair would have called cart glows, or worse, dims. Tiadba herself felt no discomfort at their stolid quiet, yet she was certain, again, that Grain would never have picked them. None of them had dreams or visitors. A few dozen yards beyond the tents stood a large round hut, silvery and hard, in which the trainers kept the tools and armor the marchers would use on their journey. Few provisions had been made for comfort or privacy, though fresh produce was delivered daily from the meadows. "Enjoy it while you can," Potton remarked. "Out there, no more eating or drinking. You certainly can't live off the land. Your armor will nourish you." 12 wakes and 12 sleeps passed, mostly in vigorous exercise for stamina and strength, and walking around the dust-drifted channel floor, barely better than sulking in their tents or fidgeting and scrapping. Potton seemed older than the other 4. Cran thought tall ones could look as old as they wished. Didn't they all live forever? Nico doubted that. Since none of the breeds felt brave enough to ask, Tiadba assumed that Potton was the oldest because he moved with deliberation, spoke clearly, and used breed terms all could understand, as if he had dealt with their kind many times before. Despite the late and forcible recruiting, only 3 voiced any inclination to leave. 1 came from Grain's group, Perf, a gangling, clumsy breed in middle youth who was miserable away from his niche and let everyone know it. During one sleep, Herza and Frinna tried to sneak off, but were retrieved. They did not try again. After that, Perf didn't even try. Chapter 58. The Broken Tower. A warm shadow drifted over Jebrassy as he lay in the small room, so very like his sponsor's niche in the tiers. He felt as if he were being weighed and measured, in ways he could not understand, but deep and fundamental. The exam was painless, but he did not like it. "What's happening?" he asked. No answer. Instead, the measurement seemed to change focus, moving up and out, and found him, his thinking self. "What are you doing?" The warm shadow expressed satisfaction. Then a voice sounded, so pleasant and familiar he was sure he'd heard it before, but couldn't remember who it might be. "Do you know what's happened to you?" "I've been brought to the Broken Tower." "Do you know why?" "We're too stupid and weak to be told such things." The voice became more immediate. "On the contrary, you've done well. You're probably the strongest creatures in the Kalpa. Certainly the most important, now that my work is almost done." "You're the librarian?" "Part of him. A part that has managed to keep some level of sanity over this half of eternity. Do you know about eidolons?" "No." "Well, no matter. The librarian has become a great eidolon, which means he can no longer understand what it means to be small and insignificant. So he sets apart a few of his many selves, called epitomes, and they fulfill that function. You're talking to one now." "You're not cold, like those blue things." "I am closer to the core of the librarian. What you tell and show me, the librarian knows immediately. I'd like to see you. Soon. But understand, anything you see will be an illusion. So even if you could see me, you wouldn't strike out, despite your clenched fists. Like hitting a shadow, it would bring you no satisfaction. Jebrassy tried to relax his hands. What's going to happen? In time, you will be set free to perform your duty. But for now, we need to understand what you have become. You ring like a bell, young breed, a bell that no one in this time has tolled. Your vibrations are important. But for the moment, only half of you is in my presence in any way I can measure. The other half has to become manifest. Events have to catch up. Until then, we will get acquainted, and I will teach you some useful things. Where is Tiadba? Is she here or somewhere else? It interests me that you already know the answer to those questions. She is not here in the tower. She was not taken back to the Tears. Where do you think she is? Jebrassy hated being played with, but he did know. She's in the flood channel with the others. The Marchers. I need to go to her. You would do her little good. As I said, events have to catch up. You must reach your full potential, young breed, and then you will be ready to join your friends. Chapter 59. The Flood Channel. Potton gathered the 9 breeds on the channel floor, beneath the looming double arch, and stood before them, solemnly gazing at each in turn. The trainer was at least a third again as tall as Kren, their largest. "You are chosen because your blood urges you outward," he began, his voice deep and sad. "But whatever your enthusiasm, you will need help in your travels and a tempering to your urges. You are inexperienced, no doubt brave, but for now, foolish." Perf squirmed on the sand as if afraid everyone would look at him. "Out there, no warden will carry you gently home if you get hurt. Out there, more than pain, worse than death. That is what the chaos promises. Beyond the border of the real lies the greatest challenge ever faced by human beings, and in that grouping I include even the great Eidolons on high. Damn their arrogance." Potton looked around as if this might shock them, but these breeds knew nothing of Eidolons, great or small. He waved his long-fingered hand, and Tiadba noticed that on the tip of his 6th finger he had 6 fingers, and an odd thumb, mounted in the center of his palm, there was a pink flower. Patient observation, as Potton spoke and waved this hand some more, rewarded her with the realization that this flower was in fact a cluster of 6 smaller fingers, perhaps used in delicate tasks, though Nico later suggested they helped the tall ones clean their ears. "No one can know what you will see and experience. While there are features that are relatively fixed and can be described, even partly explained, most of what is out there is great change, with no reason or law. Accept it. The danger is constant. Your training will never suffice. But it will have to do, for between the will of those who will things," he pointed over his head and back a bit, high above the 3 aisles, "and your own blood instinct planted in you and nurtured, bravery without sense," he took a deep breath, "you are going. You are traveling. You will march. You have no choice. We have no choice." Tiadba spoke aloud an odd word. "Amen." The others responded likewise, then looked at each other dismayed. "So, let me introduce you to the tools that might keep body and soul together out in the chaos." Potton sounded a humming, whistling note, and they stood. The escorts guided the breeds into the silvery dome shed. Glistening and strange, suits hung from the walls of the shed like the casings of farm peeds, though more colorful. Of a size and shape to fit each marcher, they were shades of orange, red, blue, green, and yellow, which seemed strange if one wished to hide from things that hunted. "These are the best that the shapers of the Kalpa have ever been able to manufacture. Here the generators of the city protect us, and in the chaos your armor will protect you, up to a point. Within these shells, the suits sustain the laws and principles that allow life, and they carry personalities as well, as one would expect from the shapers who made them."
"What are shapers?"
Nico asked. "Like me," Potton said, "only different. I've never seen one." He did not elaborate. The trainer introduced the breeds to their suits and suggested they try them on. Tiadba knew immediately which was hers. She stroked its outer shell, smooth, orange, and cool. The armor vibrated beneath her fingers and made a small, accepting noise. Grain had told them a little about such things, but she had not mentioned that the armor clambered over one's limbs and trunk with a life of its own. The suits practically put themselves on as the breeds danced and squirmed. Herza and Frenna tried to pull free and failed. Those who finished first expressed nervous amusement at the expressions of their fellows. The helmets fell limp over their shoulders like split hoods, until, at Potton's command, they rose up, stiffened, and sealed airtight. Yet from within, Tiadba felt no oppressive closeness. Her breath came easily, and the air seemed fresh. She felt only a slight itching at the joints, which she soon learned to ignore. "They become a second skin," Potton said, "only more subtle and talented. Your armor protects you from endless misery. It is an ancient crafting, still wonderful to my eyes, and yet it has limits. It senses any slip or slide of the rules, such as they are out there. Your armor will transform or translate sensora in the chaos so that you may see light and shadow, color and shape. It helps you stay rooted to something like a surface, or travel over something like a landscape, reliably enough to make progress in your journey, presumably to a destination where the chaos is held at bay. The chaos is not entirely without form or character. There is a kind of weather. Some places are more transformed than others, some almost untouched. While there may seem to be, for ages at a time, a thin coating of consistency in what we observe, in truth, the rules are ever-changing. Failure to learn and adapt quickly will have terrible consequences. And so, your armor will adapt and learn, and so will you." Two of the escorts carried out a flat egg mounted on a slim black tripod, a portable reality generator, able to place a suspension around their entire group for several wakes. "Within the Kalpa, the semblance of ancient reality is maintained by our generators. If your armor should weaken or fail, these smaller units may protect you, for a time." However, surrounded by such protection, they could not make progress toward their goal. Next, he introduced their weapons, never to be used recklessly or aggressively, which might attract unwanted attention. They consisted of curved, glowing blades called claves. The blades did not so much cut as accelerate change, Potton said. Claves goad the chaos, accelerate its own tendencies. The effects are unpredictable. What they strike may or may not disintegrate or cease to function. There are no other weapons, except your wits. Flight and hiding were always better choices, and so most of their training consisted of being taught how to be elusive, without any real clues as yet about what they would be eluding. Why do we not send you with vehicles, flying machines, spacecraft, transports through and over the ground? Potton asked. There's a law of size applicable to our generators, a scaling law. To protect more than a small group of breeds, our generators must become unwieldy. And for any generator of reasonable size, an object in the chaos may not move much faster than you can run, for that would exceed its ability to remap. As well, moving too quickly in too great a force attracts vortices of contradiction and failure that we call twistfolds and enigmacrons. These can be awful traps. They devour and incorporate whatever they capture, armored or not, bonding it with the chaos. You will no doubt encounter victims of such, recent and ancient. The victims of the Typhon fade slowly. Some of the monstrosities that once were human have been studied by Angelans, Chaos Watchers, in the Broken Tower since before I was made. And they're still out there. Your armor is particularly vulnerable in the zone of lies, just within the border of the real. These are the middle lands, where the defenders, the last rank of generators protecting the Kalpa, gradually ease their protection and then give way to the chaos. Crossing the middle lands must be done cautiously. Your armor must not become fully active. Competing fields generate unpredictable results. I will accompany you into the zone to monitor your progress. I have not lost a marcher yet, not at that stage. But many other trainers have seen their marchers snatched prematurely, caught up in an intrusion, or a twistfold. There are regions in the chaos which seem to possess a constancy, even across long ages. One of these is the necropolis, the remains of the Kalpa's 9 lost bions. The Typhon has drawn up these ruins and combined them with the perverted remains of other cities. Here the Typhon presents its warning of things to come, a cruel mockery of Earth's greatest citadels, which once spanned the globe. Now, their remains, or their essences, their imagos, have been gathered and rearranged within sight of the tower. Some of these ruins still seem inhabited, if that is the word, by hopeless phantoms. Those who once lived do not, yet persist and act, and that which never lived takes on unexpected life. Let me now describe areas of great danger and opportunity. One is a kind of road or highway across the chaos known as a trod. Trods appear and disappear, forming serpentine pathways or lanes through all regions.
What are they? Tiadba asked.
The trods serve as paths of conveyance. Even in the chaos, there are hierarchies of rule or misrule, power or weakness, grandeur or pity. The highest and most powerful figures or shapes, we dare not call them knowing or intelligent, use the trods to move about. Among them are the silent ones that have caused so much damage to our marchers, and which even in Sangmer's day were active and powerful.
What do they look like? Nico asked.
Potton shook his head. Many shapes, he said. Some in the tower monitor their comings and goings. Unfortunately, they tell us little down here.
The marchers stood beside the dome shed, grimacing and stretching and still getting used to their armor.
The old matter that makes you and fills the bulk of the earth was once sustained by the suspension that kept the Typhon at bay.
But when that pulled tight around the Kalpa and the reality generators became necessary, we had to abandon everything outside. Primordial mass in the chaos ages unpredictably, forming pockets of geological change and destruction, no longer limited by the simple rules of gravity, physics, nor even old space and time. The Typhon seems to relish that instability. Whatever amuses the Typhon stirs the chaos and torments old Earth.
"You keep talking about the Typhon as if it were alive," Nico said. "Is it really someone bigger and more powerful than the Eidolons? Whatever they are."
"I'm as ignorant as you," Potton answered after a short pause. "Some humans once regarded the unknown forces of nature as magnificent enemies or implacable gods. To me, the Typhon is not part of our nature, neither magnificent nor an enemy whom one might respect. It is a scourge and a disease. But you'll soon live it for yourselves, and whatever theory keeps you alive, that's the one you should hold and cherish." Mocked and Kren seemed intrigued, but this didn't satisfy Nico, the philosopher. Perf, Shul, and the other females looked lost or bored. Denboard and Tiadba just listened, and tried not to voice their opinions. Seeming to sense Tiadba's quiet skepticism, Potton knelt beside her on the sandy floor of the channel. His head still rose over her, even as she stood tall in her armor. "You have a question," he said.
"We're going where we have to go," Tiadba said. "But who made us that way?"
"Shapers, I suppose, following the orders of an Eidolon. I'd like to meet the old twitch someday and give him my opinion."
Potton wriggled his fingers and then touched his nose, breed-style.
"Ages ago, when I was younger, to salve my own guilt, I snubbed the laws of the city prince and sent outposters to study the chaos."
He stopped for a moment, his face crinkling, and Tiadba thought this was the first time she had seen such an expression on a tall one. She didn't know what it meant. Sadness? Wonder? Loss?
"They will not report back. Whoever leaves the Kalpa must never return, for reasons good enough and simple."
"But you keep sending us out there," Tiadba said.
"Higher minds than mine made these plans, and I suppose we're all committed, whatever the consequences. You feel your instincts, I do my duty." He stood. "If any of my outposters are still out there and still free, they might help. They might not. You have to exercise the same caution you would with anything else in the chaos."
Perf looked back at the tiers, lost in mist beyond the edge of the camp. Mocked put his hands together, murmuring a song of calming. Potton's face smoothed and took on a distant look.
"I do believe this, because I must. If any of you succeed, a greatness will be accomplished, something that may make all the long sacrifices of your kind worthwhile."
"The old peed kicker is resting."
Kren, stocky and quiet-footed, approached Tiadba. She turned and looked him over critically. She had been feeling miserable again. Not his fault, of course, but Kren and his friends were no substitute for her warrior, foolish as he might have been at times.
"We have a moment,"
he said gently, aware of her mood. Mocked and Perf joined him.
"Please read some more from the books,"
Perf said.
"Teach us."
Grain's shake-cloth and the old letter-bugs could not guide her now. She had to riddle the words on her own, but she had become better at that. What she read she tried to convey and explain to the others. She was sure this was what Grain had intended. Strange that she could no longer remember Grain's face, or the music of her gentle, insistent voice. Jebrassy she remembered clearly. Others gathered, Denboard, Nico, and Shul, carrying their mats. They had come to prefer sleeping in the open, under the dark arches, rather than inside the flimsy tents which flapped in the tween-light breezes and worried them. Tiadba sat and opened one of the books. The breed's favorite passages tended to be about Sangmer the pilgrim and Ishanaxad, the librarian's daughter, but the stories were seldom the same, a peculiarity that didn't matter much to her audience. Of necessity she skipped or paraphrased parts with which she had difficulty, and many of the words were still obscure, but reading them over and over again was like seeing them with more experienced eyes, and she took away more meaning each time. Other passages, spread throughout the text like chaff seeds in a cake, still stumped them. Some were lists of instructions, go here and do this, then that. Word maps, Tiadba called them, and sometimes she read these for their calming effect, just before the tall ones extinguished the lamps for sleep. This time she chose a more familiar text, while the breeds curled at her feet, staring out into the shadows. "The story I tell is simple," Tiadba began, and her eyes filled, remembering the times with Jebrassy, just a few wakes past. Once, half an eternity ago, the glorious new sun, so named, despite its having burned for 10 trillion years, was almost surrounded by the Typhon chaos. 5 worlds remained, and on Earth, 12 cities, homes to those gathered from around the cosmos after a long and wretched decline. Greatest and most ancient of these cities was the Kalpa, and wisest, for this city constantly made preparations against the time when the chaos would swallow even the new sun. Defeat was imminent, many thought. The greatest human of the age was a deva called Polybiblios. He had traveled to the final far end of the aging cosmos to live and study in the glow of the 60 suns of the Shen, a great civilization about to be absorbed by the chaos. The city princes of Earth promised a rich prize if someone would go to those last far places and persuade Polybiblios to return. For as absorbed as he was in his learning, and almost walled in by regions filled with traps and snares, he could not by himself make the journey back to Earth. The first to volunteer was the young mender named Sangmer, already renowned and beloved for his many exploits and rare courage. Sangmer gathered a crew and revived the Earth's last great galaxy ship. With his crew, selected for strength, courage, and wit, he journeyed along the single open course to that final far corner of the universe. In all their adventures, and many they were, strange and difficult, only 10 survived, including Sangmer, to return with Polybiblios. The chaos raged and consumed and did its deadly dazzle, and many times nearly took their vessel, for none is so persistent and perverse as the Typhon, some say, and others, none so unlikely and difficult to plan against. Sangmer also brought to Earth Polybiblios's mysterious adopted daughter, who most agree was less human than the Shen, though her form was very pleasing. She had taken the name Ishanaxad, born of all stories, and espoused the Deva gens of her father. Back on Earth, they were welcomed by the city princes, and there was great rejoicing, yet funeral rites occupied many families, who mourned their lost youths. Polybiblios began his work in the high tower over the first bion of the Kalpa, and using his Shen knowledge, soon helped design and forge the suspension that protected the new sun and kept the chaos at bay for a time. Sangmer did not sit idly, but continued with his restless ways, making other voyages and studying, measuring, and defying the chaos, all of which heightened his fame, though these journeys consumed many more sons and daughters of fine families.
So many youths perished that Sangmer the Pilgrim also became known as Killer of Dreams, a title he did not bear proudly, and so he promised to go into deep exile within the Cecils, and not to return until he had studied silence for an age. Ishanaxad emerged from among the curious that lined the ribbon road to witness his penitent journey, and stood before him where he bore up under the discs of memory of his 1,000 lost comrades, which nearly bent him double. None was so wonderfully fashioned as Ishanaxad, but that is not why, to this day, her images are forbidden or erased. None so beautiful in her father's eyes, nor in the eyes of the curious who watched her partake of Sangmer's burden and help carry the discs to the door of the Cecils, where silence is peace. Some say that it was in the Cecils that their lines first twined and grew together. Others say their love began on the journey back from the realm of the Shen. No one objected that a mender should take to wife Ishanaxad, for few dared displease Polybiblios, who had saved the last of humanity, and who sanctioned this union. Upon their emerging from silence, Polybiblios assigned them many great works to do, together and apart. So it was. So it will be. Tiadba closed the book, and the young breeds curled up tighter. Somehow the story had changed since the last time she read it. Details were different, or their ears had become more sophisticated.
"It's not a happy story, is it?"
Kren said.
"We're all gonna die out there,"
Nico asserted gloomily.
"I don't understand, but I still want to go. That's total frass."
Suddenly, through her exhaustion, Tiadba felt a sudden urge to speak of Jebrassy, to shout at them that he was not dead, and would somehow be joining them, and that his presence would make this march different from all the others. But she turned her eyes to one side and fell back a little, doubting her companions would believe or take comfort. "Let's sleep," she suggested. The young breeds blew out their cheeks and pulled up their sleep mats under the high, dark arches. Part 3. Terminus and Typhon. Chapter 60. Wallingford. At first, the squat, hard-packed old man in the tweed suit refused to tell Daniel his name. He could act aloof, then turn gruffly assertive, as if he had always lived alone but was used to being in charge. His accent was difficult to place, English, like Cockney, but Daniel was no expert. Together they had built up their courage and abandoned the house, leaving Whitlow on his chair, locked in jerky rigor. And now something like sunrise was spreading all around, a burning pewter light painted over the streets. The neighborhood to the north resembled a pasted-up collage, bands of light and shadow lying over dark, forbidding houses. The people left on the streets seemed intent on getting somewhere, but were being given a very brief time to do it, and worse, they were doing it over and over. A few seemed to vaguely recognize their plight, like insects caught in congealing resin, all except Daniel and the squat brute. And how long could their freedom last?
"A shifter who doesn't dream,"
the brute mused between rasping huffs. He struggled to keep up as they turned east on what had once been 45th toward the freeway. The air was gritty.
"I'd never have found you. Mr. Whitlow was primed, however. Even without the dreams, he could sense your stone. That was his specialty. Ironic he couldn't find shelter when she abandoned us."
The brute seemed pleased with himself.
"Me alone," he wheezed, "riding the last threads. pulling them down and sweeping along. And you, of course.
Terminus, Daniel said. The brute nodded, understood this word well enough.
Mr. Whitlow called it that, he said. Never knew what it meant. Where the railway stops, end of the line, don't know now. But whatever, I don't like it. It's sticky. It catches.
Daniel wrapped his fingers around the 2 boxes in his pocket, and blessed the little freedom the stones gave him, them. The brute was also contributing. Daniel could not say how. Both seemed aware that without the benefit of the other's presence, they would be as frustrated, as obviously doomed as the mired, wild-eyed figures they passed on the sidewalks and in the streets. Who's the chalk princess?
The highest of high in my line of work. But truthfully, don't know. Never met her. Dangerous, you know.
The moth?
Ah, the moth. So he was here. So many tiny thrones for the Queen's servants. Nunc dimittis, I say. I doubt he would have killed you, such a curiosity. He probably wanted to rip you about like a sheepdog.
Daniel grunted and turned his head forward. He didn't like looking back. The street behind was not the street they had just traveled. Time, he supposed, was bunching up like an accordion smashed into a wall. They came upon a rise overlooking where the freeway had once been. Now there was just a long, muddy ditch, flanked on both sides by empty houses. In this part of the neighborhood, the bunched accordion had brought along material things, houses and funny old cars, but nothing living.
No more people,
the brute observed. What's that mean?
You tell me, young master.
The freeway was obviously not available, and that meant they would have to take surface streets, such as they were. It would be a long, difficult walk. They looked into a car, but machinery was hopeless. It all seemed made of fused cinders. "What are you, my sidekick?" Daniel shot over his shoulder, flippancy hiding real fear. "My butler?"
"Your guide, young master, taking you back to where I've been already. It's south of here. A green warehouse. I walked around the building, knew they were inside, yet had nothing to offer, and could not hope to enter. After the storm, after the wreck, after the Queen fumbled like a frightened lover and dropped our prey, I knew I wouldn't be allowed inside, however desperate my situation. They'll welcome you, however. It's where you belong. Not that you're grateful." The brute's thick fingers clenched. "It's getting worse. I don't mind saying." Daniel held up his hand and looked out across a long, dark ditch at where the University of Washington had once been, and still was, after a fashion, its shrunken structures black and shiny like anthracite. Only a few buildings seemed relatively unaffected. The brute went on. "Libraries," he muttered. "Queen can't touch them. Not yet. But the books are scrambling. Soon they'll be wiped clean. No protection after that." The nearest houses were taking on a dull glimmer of translucence, as if carved from sand-blasted crystal. Others had been cut in half, showing jumbled interiors, but no occupants. Daniel said, "I think we're passing out of the zone where people can even exist." "I doubt I understand any of that, Professor." Just hearing each other's voices had suddenly become an odd comfort. "What can I offer? What do I do for us, you ask?" the brute said. "I'm a chancer. There are shifters, such as yourself, with their stones and all, and chancers. Chancers have a muse, Tyche. A modest sort of muse, but she's ours. Right now I'm dragging every bit of good fortune I can into our immediate vicinity. Bit of a knee-wobbler, actually,
He grinned like a hoary old chimp.
"Even with your stone, if you get too far ahead of me, I guarantee nothing. We need each other, Professor."
Daniel started moving south, if there were any points left on a compass now. "I'm not a professor," he said.
"You were, once,"
the squat man said.
"Part of my work was being a detective."
"What'll I call you then, Pinkerton?" The brute chuckled.
"Max will do, while we work out whether I want to stick here with you or just chuck it."
He laughed at this unaccustomed freedom. Daniel pointed southwest, into the muddle where the black sky lay heavy over land and city. "Do you see what I see over there?" The greasy darkness was less intense, and if he focused, he could make out an actinic paleness, less than half the width of his thumb.
"I was there earlier," the brute said. "That same blue glamour is how I found you."
"What causes it?"
"The stones, I'd say. The warehouse has 2 of them inside."
"Who's there?"
"Some women, 2 shifters, and a collector of sorts, though no longer a servant of our livid mistress. They are getting along better than us, certainly better than the other poor souls out here. Still, I wouldn't dare approach them, not without you."
"Why not?"
"I collected one of them, reeled him in like a trout, fair sport and square. Not welcome. Oh, Mr. Whitlow was your man. I feel no guilt about you," Max said. "But the game doesn't matter. We're abandoned."
He puffed his cheeks in amazement.
"Didn't think I'd ever escape. Thought that at the end of my service, the Queen had just flicked me off like cigar ash, right into the gutter."
He drew his face into a bereaved scowl.
"More lives in my bindle than I imagined. Still, over there, the warehouse, last chance. They could be your friends if you introduce yourself proper. They might even accept me in the bargain."
"What'll you do if we get there?"
"Make myself useful, as always."
"You'll tell them about me?"
"Oh, they need you, Professor. Some runners attract. Tough to keep them apart when their time has come. That's what Mr. Whitlow used to say." "Don't walk so. Have pity on an old man."
Daniel slowed. The pace was more than exhausting. He could feel something leak away when he pushed too hard. Opportunity, fate, perhaps his proximity to Max's hard-gathered luck. It seemed possible they did need each other. Of course, it was also possible that Max was making him think that.
"Such a sad town," Max observed. "Never thought I'd see such a thing. All trapped, doomed, ropes growing shorter."
He clucked his tongue, face flushed, short scraggly hair on end in the dryness, like an ugly Christmas gnome jolly with cold-blooded humor. Then,
"Can we get there from here? Such a distance. Bad air. Hard to—"
He fell back in a fit of coughing. Cold sweat on his brow, Daniel looked along the direction where the freeway had once been. They could not just walk south. Things were even more jumbled that way, like blocks of ice backed up in a freezing river. "This way," he said. They headed west, retracing their steps. The pewter glow came and disappeared again. What was left of their part of the big world, their small portion of space and time, was rapidly shaking itself to pieces. They came to a large, long bridge, still intact but wavering and ghostly in the gloom. They started to cross. Daniel looked over the side. Below, water had turned to rippling mist, gray-green and ominous.
This isn't the one with the troll underneath, is it?
Max asked. It is, Daniel said. The Fremont troll, made of concrete.
Don't be too sure, Max warned. I hate trolls. Always have.
Chapter 61. I am informed our two rivals have lately made an offer to enter into the lists with united forces, challenge us to a comparison of books, both as to weight and number. Where can they find scales of capacity enough for the first, or an arithmetician of capacity enough for the second? Jonathan Swift, Tale of a Tub. What are these things really? Miriam asked. Her hand hovered over the two gray boxes on the table. Everything seems to point to them. Everyone seems to want them, but I have no idea what they are or what they do.
It is not so much what they do as what they will do, given the opportunity, Bidewell said. Possibly the best story is how they come down to us. Yet even with that, there is no simple explanation.
Of course not, Agazutta said. Bidewell uncorked the second bottle of wine from Miriam's handbag. He did seem to enjoy wine. He poured the ladies' glasses, but Jack and Ginny demurred. Jack had never liked alcohol. Bidewell lifted a toast, and the ladies did the same.
To survival, against all odds.
To survival, Jack murmured, and raised his empty hand. We'd appreciate some certainty, Conan, Miriam said. Bidewell spun his glass, eyes on the swirling red liquid. For a moment Ginny's vision seemed to blur. She saw the glass and the red wine as a swoosh.
Every little thing makes its trace, Bidewell said. That much is intuitive. We can visualize everything leaving a trail. Sometimes we call them world lines, but world lines flow into other world lines, and some join to create an observer line, or fate. The fate of an observer spins together many lines that might otherwise never touch, and that creates difficulties, entanglements. More perplexing, not all world lines, or even fates, link back to the beginning, for creation does not always begin at the beginning. Creation is, or was, ongoing, and new things appear all the time, some of them implying long, ornate histories. These new creations and their histories need to be reconciled with what has come before, and so it is that mnemosyne becomes necessary. As soon as she came to be, a most remarkable event, but perhaps only an afterthought, who can say? She began her work. She found lost lines, entangled contradictions, and began reweaving them, reconciling them back to the beginning. She swept up and catalogued and put things back on the shelf, so to speak, a monumental task, which she no doubt has yet to finish, poor thing. The creation of new things always implies the destruction of the old. Not all things that are created remain in creation. Some are erased. And so, I believe that mnemosyne must be supplemented by another sister force. Let us call her Collie, though I've never met her, thank goodness. Collie disposes of things that have been left loose or cut away, and which mnemosyne cannot reconcile. Objects, people, fates. My head spins just thinking about it, Miriam said. Is Collie white as chalk? Ginny asked abruptly. Jack looked at her. Collie is often depicted as a shriveled old woman, her skin the color of plagues and death, black, Bidewell said, watching the pair closely. But in this role she might be pale, white as chalk. After all, she removes excess detail and color. She bleaches. I don't believe a word of it,
Farah said. Bidewell found this amusing.
I wish I had that luxury. But long ago I discovered I had a knack. I could slip free for a while of all the backward-sliding fates and world lines that were being reconciled. I could see, with a peculiar clarity, things that no longer were. When I was young, I learned to watch for the signs, learned to watch doomed people, places, and things as they faded, about to become inconsequential, and yet remember them in detail. I have sharp eyes and an ironclad memory.
Mind filled with useless junk,
Agazutta murmured, but her eyes were languid. She was enjoying the frisson of so many strange possibilities.
At first, in my youth, I was confrontational. I tried to trace lost and fading things back to the moment when they began to be erased, or forward to the moment of their creation. An impossible task, I discovered, though I came dangerously close once or twice. Soon I realized that the last remnants of things lost might be found in records, in the earth, in geological layers, for example, but also in lost animals, stray children, and scrolls, books, texts of all sorts. Mnemosyne values texts above all things, and saves their editing and reconciliation for the last, perhaps to be savoured. And so I began to find the books she or her dark sister had missed.
Chapter 62. Daniel had to rest. The walk through murk and confusion left him with no energy, no sense of purpose or progress, and no clear view of where they might be in the city's jumbled geography. He had the horrible feeling they were retracing steps they had already taken. He paused before a half-wrecked and leaning house, then pushed through a splintered gate to sit on a stone garden bench in a place that could no longer properly be called a garden. The plants had become sad, brown-edged things. But before dying, the last flowers had run riot, growing into cancerous clumps of wilted blossoms. Daniel's body was filled with a dull fire, which he could only guess might be chemistry struggling against shifts in physical constants. Soon enough he would simply cease to be, as a living human being at any rate. He could almost see himself clumping and growing out of any sensible pattern, multiplying beyond any possibility of life, like the flowers. They crumbled into powder in his hand. He had lost track of the faraway glow. Pewter brightness returned, replacing the bleak umber darkness. Jagged upheavals carved serrated shapes against the southern grayness, not mountains. He did not know what they might be. But worse than all that, he felt a chill and looked up. Max seemed to squeeze into his vicinity, more sound and shadow than material being. He too looked up, at a certain cool sensation on their skulls and the backs of their necks. The gnomish man's thin voice pushed through the freezing air. "Something's eating the moon." Whatever had smeared out the pallid stars and rucked up the voids between had left the moon untouched. Now the high ivory crescent was turning bloody red, like a half-plug stamped in heaven's flesh, and rising in the east, or rather blooming and bloating, since there was no apparent motion in that direction, a ring of fire arced almost from one quarter to the other. Within the ring swam a diseased, turbid blackness. Daniel's eyes stung as if brushed with nettles. The bloody moon shivered, then streamed across the sky like molten fire-lit silver. It spread and merged with the arc of lurid pulsing flame until nothing of it remained.
Everywhere we look, the gape swallows the world.
Max dropped next to Daniel on the stone bench, tried to swallow, and choked out,
"We're in her land. God help us."
The garden grew colder as the arc of flame and its dark heart expanded. "I've been here before," Daniel said. "I jumped right out of my skin to get away." Max spat and wiped his mouth. Daniel felt in his pocket for the boxes. "We can beat it. Work harder." He stood, grabbed Max's arm, and hoisted him to his feet. The air had cleared. In the deepening shade, tinted but unrelieved by the arc of fire, and squeezed up adjacent to the massive mounds of the two stadiums, steel and concrete walls, roofs and arches shriveling like the leaves in the garden. Daniel again saw the bluish glow. Faint as a firefly across a desert, he pointed. Max lifted his chin in acknowledgment and wiped his face again with a black-smeared kerchief. They stumbled on. Chapter 63. In the warmth from the iron stove, Farah and Ellen had begun to nod off, listening to Bidewell's steady, droning voice. Miriam and Agazutta remained alert, as did Jack and Ginny.
I collected books that reflected Mnemosyne's unfinished labor, mostly forgotten volumes, texts long unread, hidden away in libraries and often enough in old bookstores. When a book is read by many, those copies must be reconciled first. There are few surprises in bestsellers. I presumed that if I had become a fossil hunter or a geologist, I might have found similar curiosities, but I have always been a man of books.
"Why are observers special?" Ginny asked, diverting his slow, steady river of information back to what interested her most.
A simple world line, say an atom zipping and vibrating through the vacuum of space, needs accounting for only when it encounters something else. Observers have eyes, ears, noses, fingers. Our senses gather and bind far world lines in a most convoluted and inconvenient way, and of course we talk and tell stories and write books, conveying knowledge over great distances. We inherit some of our fates from our parents in a rather Mendelian fashion, but fates have less to do with our genes and more with where we will go, what we will see, hear, read, and learn. Always words and texts confound the issue. Texts are special. Any text, any language, in fact, language itself.
"I can understand that," Jack said. "When I feel into the future, I only know about things I'm going to experience. Then I try to shift away from the slipstream of negative emotions. I don't actually know what other people are doing or going to do, only how I'll feel, and a little of what I'll see, as if the emotions my future selves will experience are washing back along the world lines." Bidewell smiled his agreement. Ginny was concerned with more immediate problems. "How can history just come floating by?" she asked. "Wouldn't the pieces be too big? How can they slide around each other? If they're all strung out like beads, I just can't see it."
Excellent questions. A cleavage can occur along and across fates that have reached a blunt or frayed end, sometimes uniting fragments across great times and distances, a sliding around, as you phrase it. These rearrangements may be linked by the cords or strings on which your particular beads progress.
So everything piles up like a logjam.
It seems so. We have been protected by the texts, to a degree, but mostly we are sheltered by your sumrunners, kept in a kind of bubble,
at least until the rest of the broken world dissolves away. Then we may see horrors and wonders on an awful scale. Bidewell hunched his shoulders. All beyond my capacity to comprehend. I am humbled. For once, Agazutta said drowsily. Bidewell poured himself another glass of wine. It is the second sister who has gone quite mad. The bleacher, the eraser, cut loose from all future moorings, coerced or co-opted, enlisted in the hunt for all who bear these marvelous stones. We can hardly recognize her now. And she was grim enough before, but she always served. And now she works that all will serve her. Your Sunrunners have protected you against erasure, but they don't protect everyone. They do not protect all whom you know and love. I will hazard a guess that the two of you are orphans, and that neither of you has ever been able to find records of your birth, or of your mother and father whom you remember so clearly. That is what the Sunrunners do. You become difficult to trace, but in turn you are given the talent of fate-shifting. Finally, you dream. You reach out and connect with others who have been chosen, presumably far away, at the end of time, as we have heard. This much I've puzzled out, but of course many mysteries remain. He looked down into his glass, almost empty. Ginny sat in stunned silence, trying to remember her mother, her father. Her lip trembled at the thought that she was their last record. Everything else, gone. The second sister, Bidewell resumed. Across the warehouse space a shrill buzzer sounded. They all looked up. Bidewell's teeth clacked, a tight, hard clack, and Vessels strained at his temple. Jack stared. This was the first time he had ever seen the old man frightened. The dozing women opened their eyes. No one in the room moved. "The last people on Earth sat alone in a room," Miriam said dryly. "There was a knock on the door." Chapter 64. "Do not allow the ladies to see that we are nervous," Bidewell cautioned Jack, as they threaded the aisles between the high stacks of boxes. "This does not come as a complete surprise. After all, we have only 2 Sunrunners, and 3 is the minimum, I believe." Jack followed him through the outer door and onto the ramp. Except for Ellen's Toyota, the parking lot stood empty. Beyond the fence stretched a flocking of coal-dust shades, fragments and vapors, spreading like paint on wet paper toward what had once been the city of Seattle. All Jack could see clearly was a single sooty finger reaching through the fence to push the buzzer's button. Bidewell walked down the ramp. As he reached the gate, 2 shadows condensed from the mottled grayness. He stopped, hands folded, elbows out, reluctant to say or do anything. Jack descended to stand beside the old man. Both looked silently through the wire. A dirty white face, a man's face, older than Jack but not by more than a decade, came forward in the murk, eyes first, then nose, cheeks, lips. Soft, regular features, hardened by fear and exhaustion, eyes sharp and quick. "I see one," Bidewell said. "Who's the other? Come forward, both of you." A broad, shorter silhouette emerged and stood beside the first, an older man, heavy and strong, his gray tweed suit filthy. Jack snarled and drew back. He could almost smell the reek of desperate birds and frightened children. Bidewell squinted and said, "Mr. Glaucus? That is you, isn't it?"
"Let us in,"
the stocky one grunted.
"For old time's sake, mercy on us both. We need warmth and rest. Is it Bidewell, sir? Conan Arthur Bidewell, formerly of Manchester and Leeds, Paris and Trieste? For the sake of decency, of all the sorrow we've seen, let us in. We've just crossed hell, and I bring a man of value, along with news. Discouraging news, it may be said, but news nonetheless.
The younger man's lips twitched. He looked up and around, as if measuring the wire fence, the wall, the warehouse itself. His eyes bore into Jack's. "I'm Daniel," he said. "You have time here, real time, like a bubble. We could see it glowing from miles away. Cherenkov radiation, maybe." "Are you friends, or partners?" Bidewell asked, making no move to open the gate.
"Of convenience, perhaps neither," Glaucus said. "Please, Bidewell, it hurts to breathe. We've seen fates and places crammed like mince in a pie, worse at every turn. This is no longer your town, no longer our earth, I fear."
Daniel removed a grey box from his jacket pocket. He puzzled open the lid and showed Jack and Bidewell the dull wolf's eye gleam within. Bidewell's Adam's apple bobbed.
"Jack, go up the ramp, reach inside the door to the right, and push the button that opens the gate." His voice was brittle. "I fear our third has arrived." "May I come in as well?" Glaucus asked, retrieving with an effort his street urchin's simper. "I am of service. I have brought you what you need."
"Perhaps," Bidewell said. "How much longer we can extend hospitality, not to be known."
"Same old Bidewell," Glaucus enthused and clapped his hands. "We are grateful, sir. Many tales, a sharing of jinks and capers over all the sad lost centuries, jolly times, such as they must be."
"You know him?" Jack asked Bidewell, angry and suspicious. "I do," Bidewell said. He gathered up what spit he could and expelled it in a thin stream. Glaucus's eyes sunk inward like a shark's. His lips pressed together, and his cheeks grew red beneath the grit.
"Sir,"
he murmured. "Open the gate," Bidewell ordered. "We have no choice. The stones have gathered, bringing whom they will." 14 zeros. Chapter 65. The Broken Tower. The warm darkness around Jebrassy cleared in one direction, revealing a bright pathway edged in green. Down this walked a white figure, one of the librarian's many epitomes, faceless, but no longer frightening. The epitome waited patiently as Jebrassy dressed, then spoke in that familiar, elusive voice, the voice you've known forever yet can't quite remember. "We are going to the top," the epitome said. "You are recovered and almost ready."
"Has she left?" Jebrassy asked, dressing more quickly. "Has the march begun?"
The epitome gestured for Jebrassy to follow, and guided him back through places both dark and empty, bright and filled, all attended by many more white figures. Jebrassy had difficulty comprehending the architecture of the tower. When he looked up, he saw a roof of sorts, but he could make the roof seem to rise higher or lower, depending on how closely he walked the edge of the path and how he moved his eyes. Were those supporting arches high above, or free-floating shapes of no apparent use, perhaps decorations? Or was he experiencing a different kind of dream? The epitome preceded him for what felt like several thousand yards, a welcome hike after his fitful, fact-filled slumber. They approached a curved wall, high and lined with tall windows, much like the wall near which he had first met the Angellan. Now the epitome assumed a face. The face Jebrassy from now on would identify as the librarian, however incomplete that equation might be. The librarian seemed to exist all around, spread everywhere throughout the tower, distributed among all the white figures, directing the Angellans and probably others he had yet to meet. Were the white figures like remote arms and legs, and the Angellans more like servants? So much yet to learn. And frustration that he was still incapable of even asking the right questions. The librarian spoke, using the same voice as before, but rooted, somehow more real and immediate. "You've been patient, a quality I admire."
"Easy enough, I sleep most of the time."
"You have recovered admirably," the librarian said. "So much to heal. I once did myself an enormous injury, then slept, just to give myself the time to work out a problem never before solved."
"What problem was that?" Jebrassy asked, sure the answer would make no sense.
"How the universe will die, and what opportunities that death will present. I did not live in the Kalpa at the time, but far across the universe, where I was learning from other masters, not human but natural enough, though doomed. They refused transport back to the earth. The chaos ate them. And that's why we're here, young breed. Come closer and take a look at what lies outside our poor city."
Jebrassy drew himself up. All he had seen of the chaos so far was the strange gray beam that flashed through the high windows. She might be out there already. They stood beside each other, much of a height, just able to peer over the lower frame of the window.
"It's frightening, but it won't harm you. Not here," the librarian said. "It's changed over the last few wakes. More fundamental change than any of us have witnessed since it surrounded the Kalpa."
There was a horizon of sorts, like the far line of the channel beyond the tiers, but where the seal would have faded off into shadow, something else rose up. A sky. The sky made no sense. A tight, scrunched bundle of fabric, its wrinkles burning with a dim purple fire, dwindling here and there, but starting up elsewhere like dying embers. "It doesn't like being looked at," Jebrassy said.
"A fundamental truth. The chaos is not fond of observers."
Below the horizon and the wrinkled, burning sky, if he focused hard enough, Jebrassy could make out jumbles of shapes, what might have been far-away broken buildings, old cities, or perhaps just piles of stone and rubble. He had no scale for comparison. How big, how high, how many were these things, spread out so strangely? How far to the line between sky and ground? His eyes couldn't seem to focus. Details presented themselves, then flashed away, elusive as motes of dust. The librarian held his shoulder.
"This is what your female will soon be seeing."
"Then she hasn't left yet?"
"And you will join her. But first we must learn whether we have solved a great problem. Against this problem, I am and always have been as humble and troubled as one of your beasts of burden down in the basement tiers."
Jebrassy said, "You don't know how stupid Pedes could be." The librarian touched his finger to his nose.
"In my world, I can be just that stupid. Look. Ask. I will try to describe and explain."
"How big is it out there?"
"In the chaos, distance is difficult to measure or judge. That has been the chief obstacle to your pilgrims, how to get from where they think they are to where they think they want to be."
"It looks confused," Jebrassy said. "It isn't finished. Feels incomplete. Doesn't want to be seen undressed."
A fair assessment. Though we should not ascribe our own motives to the Typhon. They are not the same, if the Typhon can even be said to have motive. In the simplest terms, applicable to our experience within the Kalpa, we are looking out over 1,000 miles, horizon to horizon. Down there, look toward the closer regions just below. You can see a narrow gray circle stretching out to a broader black border. You might be able to make out a kind of maze and a low wall. Jebrassy followed the librarian's pointing finger and saw a gray curve surrounded by what might have been a black smudge of wall, 2 handspans out from the great rounded shiny shapes immediately below. The word came to him, bions. The tower rose from the middle bion, which looked damaged. The other 2 bions appeared to be in even worse condition. "I've seen this before," he murmured. "My visitor told me." His face wrinkled in frustration, but the librarian seemed to understand. "Go on." Jebrassy tried to finish his thought. "There's a shifting place. I think it's called the Zone of Lies." "Very dangerous," the librarian said. "Many breeds have had their journeys ended there before fairly begun. I believe the Menders have improved your education and training since those times." "You're talking about our lives," Jebrassy said. "No need to get testy. Tell me you aren't already attracted to what you see." "I am!" Jebrassy shouted, and tried to turn away but couldn't. He was fascinated. He yearned, said almost in a whimper, "I always have been." "I have my inclinations and you have yours. Right now we're working together, but when you go out there to join your mate as you have dreamed, you will carry to her information no one else possesses. Information that might help you both survive and succeed. And if you do not succeed, then my half an eternity of labor will pass away, without conclusion, without product, a failure. All that I am, then, rests on your small shoulders, young breed. The Typhon is absorbing the old universe from beginning to end. Our time and history are being broken up, dissolved. Look out the window. The chaos is just beyond the border of the real, waiting." Jebrassy forced himself to look over the curved, darkened, jumbled landscape. Outside the Zone of Lies, great, high shapes stood up against the chaos, difficult to make out, as if surrounded by fog. Defenders. Only 3 threads connect us to the broken past that will soon be upon us. Your female, who will soon travel into the chaos, you, and one other, a driven being, forced to abandon all principle, who cares little for any sort of existence, but who must return. Jebrassy frowned, trying to retrieve an elusive memory of hatred and pity. The epitome tapped the crystal window with a white finger. "The lives of you and your dream partners are strung like beads on the cosmos's remaining threads, heading for a collision. If all goes well, that collision will happen in Nataraja. That is where you will go, where all marchers have tried to go. There is no other destination. You must succeed where Sangmer failed." Jebrassy thought of the books and stories that Grain had guided them to. "You're the one who put the shelves in the tiers, aren't you?" he asked. "One of me," the epitome said. "Not very long ago." "How long?" Jebrassy asked, defiant. "What if I said 100 million wakes? Could you count them? Remember them all? Even begin to understand how long that is?"
Jebrassy tried to stare a challenge. Finally, he glanced aside.
"No," he said.
"We are adapted to our time as well as our space. Even this epitome can hardly conceive of 100 million wakes without external assistance. So, don't be embarrassed. And it was longer ago than that."
Chapter 66.
The border of the real. She was always going to do this. She would always be doing this.
Tiadba had wanted to join a march long before she met Jebrassy, long before Grain had instructed her to recruit the young breed warrior, long before she fell in love, and long before she lost her warrior. And here she was, wearing a suit of supple orange armor, feeling no fear, only that ache of grief and loneliness that would never go away, and the realization that this was what she had been made to do. To leave the tears, the city itself, and cross over the border of the real, beyond the reach of the Kalpa's great generators. To cross the chaos and see what lay on the other side. Paten took Tiadba and Kren aside and told them they were group leaders. "I'll go as far as I can with you, but I will not go beyond the zone of lies. I must return. Our final battle is upon us." Tiadba looked to Kren and saw that he was intent on the trainer's words. No sign remained of Jebrassy's buffoonish young friend. He, too, was always going to do this. She wondered, had all breeds been made this way? Assisted by the 4 escorts, the marchers prepared to roll out the small wheeled cart that carried their claves and 2 portable generators. Paten got to his feet and repeated what he had said earlier. So often it was almost soothing in its familiarity. "The beacon from the Kalpa is perpetual. From its pulse you will always know where lies the city. There are moments when the witness seems to interfere with the beacon, perhaps deliberately, but you will regain the signal if you persist. All your suits possess the means. There can be no communication sent to the city, ever. You must not alert the chaos to your presence. There are vigilants of all sizes and strengths, always changing but constant in their watchfulness. The chaos is hungry." Kren stood beside Tiadba and glanced at her through his golden-colored face-pane. "And now, the time has come to tell you your destination," Paten said. "It is the destination of all pilgrims since the time of Sangmer. The only other point on earth where sense may still rule, and where there may be help for the Kalpa. It is the rebel city called Nataraja. There, if all goes well, you will connect with whomever remains free of Typhonian rule. You will work with them and tell what you know, and follow their instructions. Believe me, young breeds, if I could go with you, I would." Tiadba brushed the leg pouch that contained her bag of books. Paten seemed nervous, even guilty. He was repeating his instructions. "No one knows what awaits you. Your armor has reactive protection. It can learn faster than you, and will do all in its power to adapt and to protect you against the Typhon's perversions. Your face panes will convert whatever passes for radiation into photons you can see, and that will do you no harm. Sometimes they may fail to find anything they know how to convert, and so you will see darkness, or approximations based on recent events. The closer you are as a team, the more your suits can communicate and coordinate. It is unwise to straggle or scatter too far. But distance out there is difficult to judge, even with the best equipment. Temptations may exist. The vigilants will try to get you to switch off your generators and strip away your armor. Should you find their temptation irresistible, you will no longer be a breed, but become part of the Typhon's misrule, an atrocity like those exhibited across so much of the chaos, and some who have failed, even the greatest, the bravest, are used by the Typhon against the Kalpa.
Potton struggled for words.
It is possible that the defenders will fail, and you will lose the beacon's guidance. The last option, then, is destruction. The armor will bestow this mercy.
Tiadba's suit no longer itched or chafed. She could not feel her skin. The furry bits that had bunched here and there and itched seemed to have been soothed. No doubt the armor was taking charge of all her sensations. Perhaps she would soon become just a suit, and not a living creature. What would Grain think, seeing them now? How could they have been better prepared, better educated?
"We need to get moving,"
Potton said, one hand touching his shoulder. The 4 escorts straightened and held out their staffs.
"We have a brief opening, and we must pass through the gate before it closes."
They began. The halves of the marchers' helmets swung from their neck-pieces with the rhythm of their steps. Their boots made soft, flat clicks. Together they sounded like farm peeds crawling over dry, hard dirt. They walked for long miles beneath the huge central arch, one side illuminated by the wake-light of the far seal, the other not. The quality of sound changed in a way difficult to describe. Tiadba had spent her entire life in the tiers, listening to the hive hum of voice and echo, all her fellow breeds speaking, moving, thinking. That now fell off into stony quiet, and a new quality replaced it. Destitute hollowness, bereft, lonely, yet somehow proud, and more ancient than any of them could conceive. The tiers had always stood apart within the Kalpa, lower than any other level, yet special, different. How many marchers had performed this journey already, as scared as they were, as lonely and far from all they had ever known?
"It's quiet,"
Kren said. Miles to go, hundreds, thousands, who could know? We're leaving the tiers behind forever. We're crossing into the chaos. Whether their eyes adjusted to the gloom or the air here was clearer, Tiadba could not say, but suddenly she could make out square, regular shapes lined up on each side of the arch, taller than the tallest of the blocks of tiers. "What are those?" she asked, keeping her voice soft. Out here she felt it might be even more important to show respect.
"The inner rank of reality generators,"
Potton said.
"They become active if the outer ranks fail."
The floor was uneven, broken by periodic ripples, as if it had buckled under awesome pressure. Here and there scars and parallel scuffs marred the otherwise smooth surface. Perhaps intrusions had slipped through this way, touched down, and burned. Ahead, Tiadba could just make out the far edge of the vault and something else. A slowly shimmering barrier. As minutes of walking passed into hours, the shimmer did not seem to get any closer. Still, her energy did not flag. The suit's effect was energizing, electric. Grain's words from the early meetings returned to her. You could walk for thousands of miles across the roughest, most forbidding terrain, yet you'll remain fit and strong. It will be the fulfillment of all you are, the adventure of a lifetime. I envy you. After dozens of miles and hours of marching, the dark vault overhead still seemed endless. Then, a change. The shimmer appeared distinctly closer. Despite her doubts, she could not help getting excited. The sky. Potton said to be ready for the sky.
"Helmets up! Seal them tight!"
the second escort ordered. Tiadba looked around, took a deep breath. The air, the last privileged air of the tiers, was already bitterly cold. Frost formed on her lower lip and around her nose. Then, as one, The halves of their helmets, which until now had lain on their shoulders like empty fruit skins, rose up and sealed with a hiss that made her ears pop. Her head grew warm, and her vision sharpened. The shimmer ahead acquired a life and sparkle she had not noticed before.
"Wonderful," Perf said. "My ears aren't cold."
Potton brought them to a halt. The escorts lined up behind them as if to block escape. They don't get it. Potton understands. These others don't, not at all. The marchers milled restlessly. They stood on the crest of a particularly high ripple in the Kalpa's outer foundations. Suddenly, the shimmer fell directly in front of them, then bulged inward as if to push them back. The escorts raised their staffs. Potton leaned forward. "Wait for it," the trainer said. "Don't walk into it. Let it find you." Kren glanced at Tiadba through his faceplate. What she could see of his face looked calm, resigned. "Wait for it," Potton cautioned again. The breeds cringed inside their armor, as if they might be snatched up and eaten. The shimmer did not move, but suddenly it was behind them. They had passed through without taking a step, and now saw more miles of uneven ground ahead, and beyond, a wall studded with huge shapes. The defenders. The final outer rank of reality generators. Beyond those tall, blurred shapes lay the Middle Lands, the zone of lies. Tiadba looked straight up. They were out from under the vault. The sky loomed. Open sky. She captured an impression of endlessly falling curtains, restless color she could not process or accept. No color at all, actually, and probably no motion. Her eyes suddenly lost focus. The sky worked them in ways they had never had to work before. "You don't want to see everything at once," Potton said. "Even through the faceplates. Look down. Shut your eyes if they hurt." Her eyes did hurt. They wanted to tumble in their sockets and face the back of her skull, but Tiadba did not look down, did not shut them. She had waited too long for this. She rotated on the pads of her boots and looked up along the great curved exterior bulk of the first bion, then left and right, trying to take in the other two huge dark shapes, both split and cracked, in partial ruins. The Kalpa, what was left of it. Something above slowly came into view, pushing up and away from behind the first bion, a curving ribbon of painful fire, red and purple at once, fencing in a black, consuming nothingness, empty of thought and life. Tiadba's mouth hung open, and her breath became ragged. It was instantly and obviously wrong, so strange as to push her beyond fright. "Is that the sun?" she asked. "Depends on what you mean by sun," Potton said. He had fixed his gaze on the ground. "It's certainly no longer the sun we made." Tiadba asked her second question on behalf of her visitor. "Where are the stars?" "Long gone," Potton answered. All their lives they had been protected by the warm, limiting light of the seal, hardly varying through its pleasant, soothing cycles of wake and sleep, but no more. What lay beyond the walls and above the city was majestic, but cruel, self-involved, producing not light but something that the transparent faces of their helmets had to translate for any sense to come of it. The chaos. "Wait for it," Potton warned again, studying the ground. Tiadba had no idea what they were waiting for now. How could it get any stranger, any more challenging? Something reached down, even though they were still within the border of the real, reached down and tried to casually flick them away, like brushing letterbugs off a table. 4 of the marchers screamed at once, then fell and rolled into a shadow valley between the foundation's ripples, trying to hide. Kren and Nico crumpled to their knees and clung, leaving Tiadba alone beside the trainer, the only one still looking up. The sky, what had once been the sky, seemed to know that it was being watched. It tried to reach into her eyes, plunge through her mind, subvert everything that defined her as a breed, as an observer, a thinker, a separate being. It refuses to be understood. It will certainly not be mastered. Tiadba slowly lowered her gaze to the uneven, fractured ground, then blinked, of her own will. Somehow she had fought off what lay above the Kalpa, fought it to a standoff. Paten looked upon this young female breed with new respect. He took some small satisfaction in their distress and professional interest in their slow recovery. "That's just the beginning," he said. "No way to prepare you. No way at all." They neared the outer rank of generators, high, narrow monuments sliding back and forth slowly along the perimeter, pale, shining, and indistinct, like towering glass giants surrounded by fog. Shapes buried inside these obelisks moved with slow deliberation, as if tracking outside forces. Between the generators lay a misty darkness broken by a maze of low walls, barely knee-high to a breed. Tiadba could not believe those walls would keep out anything that really wanted to get in. Paten and the escorts accompanied the 9 breeds over the last 5 miles to the inner wall. Distance still meant something here, 60 miles out from the training camp in the flood channel. They had learned to level their gaze upon the dark gray horizon and not look up unless they had to. "There used to be 7 Bions to the Kalpa, and 12 cities on the earth," Paten told them, his voice clear in their helmets. He walked ahead on the hard surface, crazed with cracks and crevices, his boots raising puffs from fine dust that had somehow streamed into tiny dunes. The dust lay over the ancient foundation like fine ash. Perhaps it was ash. The reality generators worked for millions of years to protect all the Bions. Then, war. The chaos took the spoils. Now there are only 3 Bions, and soon perhaps just 2 or 1. You might find the rest of that story in your books, young breeds. How the Ashurs and Devas and Eidolons fought among themselves, and the cities were sacrificed to their godlike stupidity. "What's a god?" Kren asked. Nico, Shul, and Denboard walked on Tiadba's left, Kren and Mocked on her right. Perf, as always, straggled behind with Frinna and Herza. Nobody answered. "Just thought a tall one might know," Kren murmured. Tiadba felt no hunger, no pain, hardly felt the exertion of walking for long miles over the ancient dead surface. She was beginning to feel beyond all real pain or care, all emotions except for curiosity, which never failed her. If Jebrassy were here, she knew he would be as curious as she, and as eager to see what lay beyond the border of the real. Their only hope for freedom, they had once believed, lay outside the Kalpa, far from the strife of history and tradition, the books, their trainer, the sky itself, such as it was. All told a different story. They were once again being used. As they had always suspected, they were just tools, means to an end. Still, Paten seemed concerned for their welfare. Now that the training was almost over, his gruffness had tempered to patient instruction about last-minute details. He repeated himself often, and this irritated Tiadba, but when she looked at the other breeds, she understood the necessity, especially for Herza and Frinna, who never asked questions. They needed the stories told over and over for a reason.
How could they possibly survive in the chaos?
The Middle Lands are most difficult, Potton said for the 100th time. The Zone of Lies is called that for a reason. Intrusions can happen at any moment. You must cross quickly. Should the chaos launch an assault through the sector you are crossing, the battle between the Kalpa's generators and the intrusion will create intense whirlpools of fractured time and space, almost invisible and deadly. Get caught in one, and you will never reach the border of the real. Your suits will not become fully active in this region. Listen to them. They will tell you when an intrusion and its effects are near, and whether your perceptions or your decisions are being clouded.
Their own spoken words reached each other directly, right in their ears. But the way the armor communicated was difficult to get used to. It only rarely used audible words. Much of the time they simply knew better. Tiadba was not sure whether she resented this subtlety. It could certainly prove useful beyond the gates and the border of the real, though Potton and the other escorts had warned them that the suits could not know everything.
Potton said, "Don't underestimate your instincts. You are observers, made of ancient matter, and observers are primary, even out in the chaos. The Typhon is envious of your senses. This is the first principle. Out there, to look, to perceive, is to be hated. Later, when you've acquired direct experience of the chaos, you will learn to rely more and more on your own judgment above all things. But at first, and certainly in the Zone of Lies, rely upon your suits."
"How can something inside the borders be worse than what's outside?"
Nico asked.
"Not worse, just treacherous," Kren said. "Like being bitten by a tame peed. You don't expect it."
"Oh," Nico said.
"A meadow peed bit me once, when I stepped on its tail," Shul said.
"Peeds are all tail," Perf said.
"This one was all bite. Nearly lost a toe. Still hurts when I walk a long ways."
Shul's skin shone pale behind his golden faceplate. Potton slowed enough that Tiadba could catch up with him, then tuned his voice to her helmet alone.
"Some marchers think they've been betrayed," he said. "They think the Kalpa sends them out into the chaos to die, or worse, for no reason. Doesn't matter what trainers tell them. Maybe it's the books they find back in the tiers. Bad start, that sort of thinking."
She didn't know how to respond, so she stared straight ahead.
"What's most startling to the trainers is that even when the marchers start off badly, if they make it across the Zone of Lies, they seem to do well, as far as they can be tracked from the broken tower. It's true, young breed. You were made for the chaos."
"But none come back," she said.
"Maybe they get where they're going, and it's better there, for breeds. If I could, I would join your march and go see. Do you believe me when I say that?"
He seemed to care about her answer. She did believe him, but did not want to give him the satisfaction of saying so. After all, his kind had let the cities die, let the chaos advance, let the intrusions in, and had taken Jebrassy from her. And she could not guess why. More miles passed, and they came to a row of square gray pillars, each about 100 feet tall and 10 feet thick. They stretched off in both directions as far as she could see, tens of miles. The marchers gathered around one pillar. Potton patted it.
"These mark the outer boundary of the old city, before the mass wars and the chaos, the mass wars and the chaos, the mass wars and the chaos, the mass wars and the chaos. Back then the Kalpa was huge, bigger than I can imagine. The Middle Lands lie 2 miles beyond these markers. I'll take you a few hundred yards into the zone, and then we must part company."
Potton stood for a moment, hand against a pillar. Then he straightened and walked on.
"He's afraid,"
Kren said as he drew near Tiadba. "He can hear you," she reminded him.
"I'm afraid,"
Kren said, and tipped his finger against his helmet as if to touch his nose.
But I'm excited too. What does that mean?
The others tipped their fingers to their faceplates, and Nico stretched out his arms, folding them like a warden's wings, and danced over the cracked, dusty plain. His boots, all their boots, were gray with the ashen dust.
"Maybe we're going ARP," Perf said. "That would explain a lot. We're not even there, and already we're broken."
Potton and the escorts may have been listening, but just kept walking, until the low black line they had seen for some while now grew into a glossy black wall, with a narrow gap cut through, barely wide enough for one breed.
"Do all marchers pass through there?"
Kren asked. "No," Potton said. "This gate opened a few minutes ago. The Kalpa has chosen the safest path, for now."
Somebody up in the tower is keeping track?
Perf asked. Tiadba felt a sudden urge to look over her shoulder. She knew, suddenly and completely, where Jebrassy was. He was in the tower. But he wasn't watching. No need to turn around. No need to look back at all. She was done with the city. She would never return. But she was not done with Jebrassy, nor he with her. He's coming. But by the time he arrives, you might not care. "Oh, shut up," she said under her breath.
"Sorry,"
Perf said. "Not talking to you." Potton turned sideways and squeezed through the gap. Tiadba went after him. All of the others followed, their armor brushing the exposed inner surface with an eerie, slick hum. When all were through, Potton gathered them once again into a tight group, and they stared out at the zone of lies, gray, jagged, broken. Indistinct shapes mounded low along the horizon. "You'll cross quickly. I'll go as far as I can, but then you're on your own. The next barrier is another low wall, about as high as your knee, marking the farthest reach of the Kalpa's generators. These are the border of the real. And just beyond, you'll see what looks like a great gate welcoming you, but don't go there. It's a trap. It rises wherever observers try to cross. A Typhonian welcome. If you pass through it, you're lost. It takes you straight to the Silent Ones." Tiadba saw Kren mouth "Silent Ones," his eyes wide. Tiadba looked up just long enough to see a sharp gray ribbon arc overhead, and realized the Witness was still rotating its searchlight beam across the Kalpa and around the chaos. With every sweep, the beam intersected the broken tower. The Witness was looking for someone, for Jebrassy, had always been searching for him. But why the Witness would care, could care, and why Jebrassy might be there rather than here, her unreliable inner voice could not inform her. And so she did not know, and refused to think about it any more. "Now follow! Run!" Potton said, and he loped off to provide an example. The 4 escorts stayed behind, kneeling with staffs held out in salute. The breeds did their best to keep up, but soon the trainer was far ahead. Tiadba could barely see him, clambering over broken rubble, then standing and looking back over their heads, raising his arms. He saw something, but Tiadba knew he shouldn't just stand there. A warning. Something dark covered the sky, and a sound like a hideous siren issued from the bions far behind them, pitched high and then low, like mournful keening and growling, a noise that raised the fur under her armor and set her teeth on edge. She ran faster and pushed up against Kren and Nico, both dashing for their lives, but not as fast as Herza and Frenna, stumbling up and over blocks of heaved stone and mounds of heaped black foundation and thick drifts of slow, sucking ash. The darkness dropped. For an instant, Tiadba wondered if the Kalpa wasn't giving them cover, blanking the awful sky, distracting whatever might want to find them and tempt them. But then she realized the darkness came from outside, not from within, rolling back toward the bions in slow, oily waves. An intrusion, like the one that separated us and scarred the tears, like the one that took Jebrassy's sponsors. We were warned. They were within a few dozen yards of Potton, still standing on a high block of gray stone with his arm outstretched, frantically waving them on.
"What's wrong with him?"
Kren shouted. "Don't stop," Tiadba yelled. "Keep running! Cross the zone!" The city fought back. A luminosity carved the landscape in simple, ragged patterns of black and white. No grays. The darkness spasmed. They dared not look up, but Tiadba glanced sideways at the block of stone, at Potton, and saw him caught in a burning coil of orange and empty black. She saw his armor break apart and blow away in rippling fragments. He shook free of the last scraps, then stood naked on the rock, and she saw, for an instant but she would never forget, the bare truth of a tall one. Too smooth, too naked, and much too vulnerable. And then he was gone. A cloud of sparkles rose from the block and flew off. She swallowed a moan and kept running, head down, eyes burning with shame and fear. It seemed just a few hard, thumping steps later they came to the low wall that Potton had described, the outer perimeter, the border of the real. They'd leaped over it with hardly a thought. Looming before them, where nothing had been before, they saw a magnificent arching gate, covered with monumental figures, all breeds, caught up in some beautiful golden substance, smiling and waving a frozen welcome, the gate stretching up and breaking through the flow of the warring darkness and the defending waves of luminosity from the Kalpa. All 9 marchers slunk around the foot of the arch, squeezing between broken, jagged rocks everywhere, big and small, and then, exhausted, they slid into a hollow and shoved up against each other, hugging and shivering. The siren's keen fell to a grumble, then stopped. Silence. Tiadba wept. Herza and Frinna muttered prayers. Shul and the other males lay still, but their eyes shifted to the broken shadows. The hollow was cramped, but seemed a fair refuge. At least it did not open like a mouth and eat them, which she could easily imagine, given all they had been taught. They had survived the zone of lies. Their armor was hiding them effectively enough, something that Potton's had failed to do. He'd been caught up in the city's defense against the intrusion, just as he warned them. Or so she surmised. He sacrificed himself. For us. This suddenly affected her deeply. Now, if they could believe their training, she could almost hear Potton's sonorous voice. They must not stay where they were. Yet they could not move. Paralysis gripped them as each tried to sort through what they had been taught, what their armor was saying to their bodies, conveying the depth of their peril. They couldn't hear a thing except their own breathing, and then Tiadba's soft, trembling words as she encouraged them to get up, to move.
"The tall one told us to stay low," Kren said. "Did he go back?"
"He's gone," Tiadba said. Now wasn't the time to tell them what she had seen. "We should stay here until he comes to get us," Perf said. "He won't come for us any more. We're on our own."
"Where exactly are we?"
Nico asked, trying to overcome sudden hiccups. He tugged against his friend's gripping hands and pushed up, trying to see out of the hollow. "We made it," Perf said, astonished. "We're still alive." "We can't stop," Tiadba said. "We should travel as far as we can before we rest." A pleasant, low tone, languid and musical, sounded in their ears. Herza and Frinna touched their helmets. "The beacon," Herza said. "We're on course." "Time to go," Frinna said, transformed, and mocked echoed her, their enthusiasm surging, paralysis broken, too quickly. "What if something's looking for us?" Perf asked.
"Something will always be looking for us,"
Kren said with a buzz of sarcasm.
Let's move like she says. We should take a peek first, of course. That's what I was trying to do, Nico said.
They could all feel it. They were in the chaos, in the wild at last, and to Tiadba, the sudden excitement and anticipation were almost as frightening as Potten's destruction. They were much too eager. But they knew that whatever came next, they were where they belonged. 10-0. Chapter 67. The Green Warehouse. Daniel and Glaucus stood silent and watchful by the warehouse door, too tired to speak. Bidewell had brought the new visitors inside, then left them with Jack and went off, he said, to make preparations.
Things will be getting worse sooner rather than later.
Glaucus dropped to the wooden bench beside the door, face swollen with fatigue, piggish eyes bleary, paying neither of the younger men a whit of attention, as if for now they were beneath notice. Daniel lowered his head and bent over, fighting nausea.
"I don't know you,"
Jack said to Daniel.
"I do know you,"
he blurted at the squat, gnomish man.
"If you try anything, I swear I'll kill you."
Glaucus stared up at Jack.
"Well spoken, young master," he said. "You should know that I killed the pair that hunted the young lady. We all have our mixes of good and bad."
"How did you get out of the van?" Jack asked. "Where's the fat woman?" Glaucus waggled his hand, demonstrating something flying off into the air. "I wouldn't worry about him," Daniel said, pushing up again. "What about you?" Jack asked. Glaucus smiled.
"So very tuned, so very sharp."
Jack worked to keep his temper. "I don't know why the old man let either of you in."
"You assume Bidewell's brought you here to protect you, to keep you safe from such as me. He hasn't told you his story, I take it?"
Glaucus asked. "You shouldn't talk when he's not here."
"Ah, we are in your charge,"
Glaucus mused, then dropped his gaze to the floor. "How many of us are here?" Daniel asked. "Shifters, I mean." "I'm thinking 3, me included." Jack shook his head, unwilling to give up information. "Where did you get that stone?" Daniel winced. "I don't remember." "Do you?" Jack glared. "From your family, right?" Daniel asked. "My family's gone. Not dead. Just gone. Forgotten. Even before this... what's happening outside."
"A bad place," Glaucus muttered. "And no escape?"
"That's what happens to us," Daniel said. "We get wiped out of the histories." Ginny had come through the aisles and stood in the shadows watching them.
"You're not in my dreams,"
she said to Daniel. She pointed to Glaucus. "Who's this?" "My hunter," Jack said. Bidewell returned with Agazutta and Miriam. The two women inspected the newcomers with expectation and dread. Ellen and Farah joined them, and Ellen took Ginny's arm. The circle stood in silence, except for Glaucus, whose breath came in labored, grinding snores, though he was not asleep.
"We have work," Bidewell said. "For the moment there needs to be a truce. Mr. Glaucus, are you fit?"
Glaucus pushed to his feet with a whistling sigh. He rubbed his nose vigorously.
"A dray horse most of my days."
"I remember you more as a bull
terrier, sent down rat holes,"
Bidewell said.
"Do you still offer a workman's reward for a workman's labour? Our labour? Our labour? Our labour? Remember you were fond of drink."
Bidewell turned to see that all the ladies had gathered and arranged themselves around Ginny, who stood trembling in their midst. Jack found it difficult to restrain himself. "Where's your fat partner?" he asked again. Glaucus smiled obsequiously.
"I will miss her."
Bidewell startled them by clapping his hands. "Enough! The outside will soon become more demanding," he said. "We have no choice but to place our strongest defences where they will do the most good." Glaucus tipped open a box flap and fingered the corner of a book.
"I do like a good read."
Bidewell flared.
"Caution, Mr. Glaucus. These are not mere children. Tease at your peril."
He motioned to the stacks. "We must move boxes and crates to the outer walls."
"Your servant, sir,"
Glaucus said, and inclined his head. Jack approached Bidewell as the others headed off through the stacks. Daniel tossed him an enigmatic, measuring glance. Ginny was quickly hustled away by the book club ladies and did not object. They were off to form their own work detail, Ellen explained. "I don't like any of this," Jack said to Bidewell when they were alone.
"Have you noticed we are not the ones making the arrangements?" Bidewell asked.
The cacophony outside, like boulders grinding in a giant mixer, had grown louder. Every few hours, following a sharp crackling and slam like falling masonry, deep bell tones would ring, vibrating curtains of dust from the rafters. Bidewell walked along the aisles through the warehouse, saw that his people were sleeping fitfully. He listened to the low voices of Glaucus and Ironmonk in the storage room where they had pitched their cots, set apart for now, and with good reason. Jack could hardly stand the sight of either. Bidewell mostly held back his own opinions. In truth, though, he was puzzled. There was something unusual about Glaucus, very different from his experience of other hunters and servants of the Chalk Princess. The voices of the two refugees softened and finally stopped, and Bidewell returned to his desk and the warmth of the iron stove wide awake. He truly slept perhaps once a month, to avoid the wretched things that passed for dreams. For Bidewell, a man who never forgot anything, who never shed his brushed connections with all possible histories, dreams were like sick spells, or fits of unproductive coughing. The past, all of his pasts, refused to be expelled. It was apparent that none of his assembled people, his chosen family, could understand why he had allowed Glaucus into the warehouse. Daniel Patrick Ironmonk was more of a conundrum, a fate-shifter, after all, with his own sum-runner, but still unlike Ginny or Jack. Bidewell felt the presence even before he saw the man, if man he still was. The hunter appeared a few steps away, wrapped in convenient shadows.
"Getting uglier,"
Glaucus said, his voice almost lost in a rumble that rose through the floor.
"Out there, I mean. You should get out and see. Quite an experience for such as us. Consequences and conclusions." "Make no accusations. You are barely tolerated," Bidewell said. "I was never a cager of birds. Yet I've completed your set, Conan. He might never have come here without my guidance. It seems you need him more than the reverse. No doubt. He has never been caught, never come close to being caught, and until now, never attracted the attention of her hunters. But it seems Mr. Ironmonk is made all the more crucial by his exceptions."
Glaucus found a chair, sat, and somehow managed to cross his short, thick legs. He had insubstantial feet, tiny for a man of such bulk, and the shoes he wore were narrow, with pointed toes abruptly squared. The effect was bitterly comic. Grossness combined with delicacy, like a Crookshank caricature.
"Wish I'd brought my tobacco. You wouldn't happen to—"
Bidewell shook his head. One didn't offer a personage such as Glaucus anything more than was necessary, and Bidewell hadn't smoked in more than 400 years. Jack did not sleep, could not find sleep.
Something inside kept trying to connect with something outside. He sat up on the edge of his cot, fists clenching the blankets, and thought of all the people stranded in Bidewell's insulated fortress. People, cats, and what else? What was Glaucus, really, or for that matter, Daniel? What am I? His muscles ached from moving so many boxes. He was not used to blunt, heavy labor. He stood, brushing down the rumples in his clothes. They all slept in their clothes. Asked himself when was the last time he had dreamed or been visited. A couple of weeks. Maybe that was done with. He listened to Ginny's soft, steady breathing on the opposite side of the wall of books. He peered around the crates, pulled aside the ragged sheet that served as a curtain. She had wrapped herself in one of Bidewell's old brown woolen blankets, army surplus probably. But which army? Which war? Knees curled up, back to him. Her shoulders quivered. She still dreamed. Then she became still. He stood in that makeshift entry, his expression snagging on successive thorny branches as it fell. Pain, exasperation, puzzlement, before it settled into a blank stare. So many expectations, so little understanding of now, next, never. Ginny opened her eyes, turned her head, and blinked. Her lips twitched. Jack backed away, bumping into a wall of boxes before he realized she was still asleep. Quietly, with great respect, he stooped over her, brought his head closer, turned one ear. Wherever she was, whatever she was experiencing, whatever she was saying, in a language that itched at the back of his head, she was not happy. He was powerless to help, here or there. "What's wrong?" he whispered. Her eyes looked beyond and through him, and her brows knit in supreme effort. Speaking English seemed difficult. "Following us." "Who?" "Echoes. I think they're dead. Walked right through him. He's gone." She squeezed her eyes and curled up tighter. Jack wiped tears from his cheeks. The rumbling had intensified, outside, under, around the warehouse. After a moment he returned to his own space and took a swig of water from the plastic bottle he kept in his backpack, lay down, drew up his legs, tried to will himself to sleep, to dream, to cross over, go to where Ginny was. Then, before he could grab hold and control himself, he willed another, very different sort of move, a shift. The effort rebounded from something incredibly hard and knocked him half off his cot. He felt as if he'd been slugged with a hammer. His muscles spasmed and he lay back, twitching and sweating. Stupid. Everything squashed, corroded, and trimmed down to, at most, 2 or 3 fates, rammed up against what Bidewell called the terminus. Jack knew that, but still, his fear and disappointment were intense. He was trapped along with everybody else. All the ones I've always left behind. Fear leading to jumping, leading to being forgotten. How in hell can I believe I deserve any better? He sat up on one elbow, rubbing his neck and ribs. At the very least, he had confirmed something important. Out beyond the walls of the warehouse, in the time-shivered, ash-fall gloom, Burke had become a helpless ghost. Needles lay over the soggy floor of their apartment like a pricking lawn of steel, and through the curtainless windows the city-etched horizon curled up like an old rug, crimped and threadbare. There were now 2 cities at the end of time. Seattle was the second. "Can't sleep?" Daniel stood in the opening to Jack's cubicle, arms folded. Jack turned and stared at the plumpish, pasty-faced man. He had a soft nose and soft green eyes. What looked out of those eyes did not match the face, a feral sharpness out of place in an habitual expression of contented curiosity.
"Feeling guilty that you survived, and they didn't?"
"No," Jack said. "Not exactly."
"Glaucus is talking to Bidewell. The girl's asleep. She doesn't look happy."
"Her name is Virginia." Jack swallowed his indignation that Daniel had looked into Ginny's cubicle. "You don't dream?"
"It's just black. Maybe I dream of a big, deep nothing. How about you?"
Something seemed very wrong with this man who stared out of another's eyes, but how could he know that? Jack wondered. Just because Daniel had arrived with Glaucus, more seabirds fleeing a storm. "Ginny and I dream about the same place," Jack said. "That's why we're here." Daniel made an agreeing noise that also indicated he didn't much care.
"We should spy on those two. Listen in, I mean. Then go up to the roof and see for ourselves. I found a ladder."
Jack considered, then pushed to his feet. "All right." He could play along, for now. As they walked through the labyrinth of crates toward the sliding steel door, Minimus fell in behind. Daniel looked down.
"Cats are natural shifters," he said. 9 lives, right? I studied them when I was a kid. They move fast, and they don't care what they leave behind. I don't think this one likes Glaucus."
Minimus sat. They paused to wait, but the cat blinked and slunk off through a gap. Daniel brushed his fingers along the boxes.
"I hate being surrounded by books. Give me 1 or 2, not thousands."
They came to the door. Daniel applied his ear to the cold metal. Jack did the same, though he did not like being led. 2 voices sounded faintly through the steel. The deeper voice, Glaucus, was saying,
"Combined, might do what 2 could not."
Bidewell cleared his throat.
"You've done me no favour, bringing the bad shepherd here."
Daniel curled his lip and smiled at Jack. Glaucus.
3 rooms, 3 shifters. As described long ago, my friend, the role I play is positive."
A non-committal noise from Bidewell, some words below their hearing, then Glaucus louder, setting the hook.
"I've always asked myself, what and why? What is it that produces these children, sweeps up memory in their wake? And why put them through such torment? We both torment them, Conan. You promise them answers we do not have."
"And you hook them and reel them in," Bidewell said.
"And should they escape on the bounce, they come to you."
"And if they don't escape, you deliver them to—" Daniel pushed back from the door with an expression of disgust.
"We can't trust either of them,"
he whispered. Jack held his finger to his lips, ear against the steel.
"Whitlow once told me about your years on the continent, long before my time," Glaucus said. "What larks, tramping around after mouse-nibbled manuscripts across the Alps and around old Italy, and no doubt seeking lost children." "Whitlow hunted, not me." "Well, no matter. He's out there stuttering to his doom in an old shipwreck of a house, beached and hove to. Best forgotten. Still, you rubbed shoulders with famous folk. Petrarch, past his days of young love, became devoted to the sport of resurrecting classics. You and Whitlow were with him when he died, weren't you? I sought not the lost genius of antiquity, but the marvels of impossibility."
Glaucus snorted 2 nose blows into his kerchief.
"Whitlow's stories fascinated me.
He raised his hand, snot rag draped from his palm, and poked a thick finger into the air.
Boccaccio, spinner of bawdy tales, redeemed himself searching for bits of Tully. A fine pair of noses for tales lost, or perverted.
You date yourself. Tully is now properly known as Cicero. Glaucus grinned.
I am surprised to find you confined to this box.
Bidewell got up to tend the stove.
Still fond of wine, Glaucus observed. Always have been. Mr. Whitlow.
Bidewell clanged shut the stove's iron gate. Glaucus thinned his lips. His hand started tapping one knee, and he looked up, pinched his nose, snuffed again, glanced sideways at Bidewell.
Whitlow set his trap for I, monk. The moth made an appearance. I have never had such tools at my disposal, always on the margins, forced to catch the wax dripping from all the sad, dim candles of our night, forced to trim their pitiful wicks. My partner.
His expression faded into gloom, and to revive his spirits he struck his knee with a fist.
Came close to the prize, I did, snagging Mr. Jack Romer, fine young shifter, painfully close. Ever and always flashes with a net.
Was your mistress too frightened to accept your gift? Glaucus changed the subject.
How solid is your fortress, Conan?
Firm foundations carefully laid.
I suspect you've prepared 3 clean, pure spaces. So much easier to find emptiness in this wilderness than on the old continent, where the very turf is thick with bones. How long vacant?
100 years, Bidewell said.
Is that sufficient? Mr. Whitlow once claimed.
Conclusions are upon us, Glaucus. Much depends on your employer. Will she gather courage in return, as a shrieking harpy, do you think? Glaucus scowled. Failed you, did she? Eater of eaters, hunter of the hunt. We called her the whirlwind's bride, and some named her whore of the south wind. Glaucus leaped up at another shuddering slap-clap from outside. The walls hummed. Bidewell poked a chunk of firewood into the stove. Notice a thickening of motion and thought? Glaucus lifted an eyebrow. We'll soon be caught between the adamantine walls of Alpha and Omega. It's not just Terminus your mistress was fleeing. There's little or nothing left between us and the beginning, or the end. All of history, eaten away. Skeins pinched to threads, stripped to fibers, compressed to points. I wonder what that will be like. He slowly squeezed his fingers down to nothing. A sudden brightness, I imagine, and great heaviness, as all remaining light and gravity bounce back and forth through a compressed pellicle of time, and the noise... shattering, old nemesis. Do you suspect, or do you know? Glaucus asked. Bidewell nodded at his books. I've absorbed bits and pieces of past and future, sorting and combining until they make an inevitable sense. Glaucus flexed his hands and clasped his knees, rocking.
Joints ache, he said. Cold, even in here.
We'd better go up while there's still something worth seeing, Daniel whispered and walked away. This time Jack followed, his face heating. The ladder was made of boards hammered onto the close-spaced studs on an outer wall. Jack looked up into the darkness and made out the outline of a hatch below the roof. Daniel was already halfway up. The hatch was not locked.
He shoved it open and clambered into a sloped shelter. A warped wooden door opened stiffly to an expanse of tar paper, sealed and repaired by stripes of uneven asphalt and crisscrossed by walkways of weathered shipping pallets. The roof sloped from a low peaked center, bordered by a knee-high wall cut through at intervals with rectangular drains. Over the wall, outside, all around, what was left of Seattle. Daniel stood silhouetted by the northern perspective, a lighter shadow against the rippling, ripping curtain. Jack joined him at the edge. Breaks in the curtain revealed a melange of buildings, industrial and domestic, houses, warehouses. To the west, a forest of masts, and in the streets, dirt, ballast cobbles, brick, asphalt, wood, and concrete sidewalks. People dressed in dated fashions had been caught mid-stride, where they juddered like broken clockworks, going nowhere with painful slowness. The torn curtain parted to reveal other streets, other buildings, a puzzle thrown together from ill-fitting pieces of time, poured from the box of the sky onto a half-seen landscape that surrounded the warehouse. The thick, chilled air was choked with grit. What sort of grit, Jack didn't want to know. Daniel coughed and waved his hand. "Everything left behind finds its place," he said. "Just like you and me. I'll bet if we had picture books, we'd recognize neighborhoods from before this warehouse was built. People, too." "What's happening?" "Who knows? But think it through." Daniel gave Jack a wry grin. "We're ants clinging to the last gobbets in the stew. Most of the chunks have already been chewed and swallowed. Most of our universe is gone. Otherwise, why that?" He pointed through a luminous rip in the curtain at an immense flaming arc, rimming a painfully black center. It stretched across almost 2/3 of the sky. "That's not our sun, and that is not our city. Not anymore." No zeros. Observers are like tiny muses. They process what they see, based on the logics they are given, but also on what they can assemble for themselves, what they think must be real, based on what they live and see and know, the truths they incorporate in their flesh. Every group of observers establishes a kind of local reality. It cannot deviate too far from consensus, from what the muses have ruled must be. But that flexibility allows the cosmos a latitude that makes it more robust than any rigid framework, because it welcomes observers, welcomes their input. And sometimes very clever observers can influence the muses and the cosmos as a whole, and so Mnemosyne reconciles, on a huge scale, those forward and backward pulses that we've already discussed. We are not so much made by a creator as deduced. In fact, all creation is collaboration between the great and the small, always interconnected and dependent upon each other. There are no lords, no kings, no eternal gods of all, but there are forces that work across time and fate. And finally, outside our conceit, there is justice. To be alive is to be blind. It is hard work to stay alive. And when our work is done and we are unburdened, we are rewarded with the joy of matter, about which only the wisest and the most foolish can know. The Chronicles of the Elders of Legado, a lost or spurious work of Spinoza. Chapter 68. The Chaos. Despite the efforts of their armor, light was a tricky commodity in the chaos.
Distances beyond a few yards tended to foreshorten or lengthen unpredictably. Nico in particular found this unnerving, and lost his balance more often than the others, until finally he lay down in a shallow dip and tried to be sick. The armor would not let him. Tiadba knelt beside him while Kren and the others circled the depression. All were woozy.
"If I could just throw up, I'd feel better,"
Nico said, wretched behind the golden transparency of his faceplate.
"That would be a mess in your helmet," Tiadba said.
"I could take off the helmet for a little bit."
"Too late for that," Denboard said, kneeling. "I'm not feeling so hot myself."
"Listen, I piss and shit inside here. Why can't I throw up?"
"Just don't think about it," Tiadba said. "And stop looking at the sky."
"I can't help it. It keeps changing. I look away, look back, and it's different. Except for that thing up there. Always burning, but not in the middle, like a big hole. If it's on fire, why doesn't it burn everywhere? What's it trying to be?"
His voice was getting shrill. The fearful excitement of a few hours earlier was turning into a sour anxiety next door to panic. Their suits could only give them so much support, and weren't designed to interfere with their emotions. Tiadba was beginning to think that Grain's enthusiasm for the luxurious comfort of their adventure might have been overstated. She swallowed frequently. Her face stung, her arms itched again, and her feet hurt, though they hadn't walked very far. She felt confined, trapped, lost, and it took real effort to keep from crying, or worse, screaming.
"You feel it! I know you do!"
Nico called out, and rolled over on his stomach, grabbing at the rock, but the rock in the dip was solid, smooth. Kren, Shul, and Mocht stepped down. Herza and Frinna flanked Nico, and nudged Nico, and nudged Nico, and nudged Nico, and nudged the reclining breed. They seemed well enough, though still quiet.
"We haven't even started yet,"
Kren said. Sad, Nico said,
"Don't make it worse."
"We could swap. I could roll around and act scared for a while, and you could stand up here and be brave and try to see where we're going." In their helmets, the beacon, a steady, low musical note, faded or increased in volume depending on whether they kept to their course. But there had already been 2 broken walls high enough and long enough to force them off the course, and then they trekked about in nervous arcs and circles until they heard the beacon again at maximum melody. They had encountered crumbling barricades in the rolling emptiness, casting odd double bluish shadows in the reddish flare of the ring-fire sun. Tiadba thought it best not to climb over and investigate, and the others agreed. Curiosity the first emotion to fade in that first mile. So they had walked around. Now she worried they were already losing their will to go on, swinging between extremes of exaltation and fear in so short a time, most unpleasant. And as yet they had met nothing particularly fearsome or frightening, just what they were trained to expect.
"I think I'm getting used to some of it,"
Mocht said, but didn't sound convinced.
"Really?" he added. "Come on, Nico. Let's keep moving."
"We'll go on a few more miles," Tiadba said. She began gulping painfully. "We're being poisoned." Yet she was sure nothing was getting in from outside the armor. Surely the tall ones would have equipped them better than that. But the chaos changes all the time. How could they know what kind of armor to make? She looked sharply at Kren. He wasn't feeling the same symptoms, nor were the others. Each was reacting in his own way. Nico rolled on his back, but kept his eyes closed.
"Why are we still stuck here if everything's so different? Why don't we just change the rules and lift up and float away?"
Tiadba suddenly felt a kind of love, and her eyes welled up. That was the sort of question Jebrassy would ask.
"It's called gravity," Kren said. "It's everywhere, even out here. Potton told us, remember?"
Yeah, and where is he now? Mocked asked darkly. I don't even know what gravity is. Gravity or light. Light is what lets us see, Shul said, echoing what they had been taught. He was certainly not the swiftest learner in the group, but what he learned stayed with him in perfect detail. Gravity is what glues us down. Aren't you getting bored down there? Denboard asked Nico. Kren and Mocked reached down to grab his hands and lift him up. He stood on wobbly legs, arms out to keep his balance. Let's go back. I think we could make it. Mocked climbed out of the dip. Tiadba, you're the leader. Make us go. Tiadba looked around, confused. She felt inside her for the visitor, any other voice giving advice other than her own, so confused, but the visitor was not saying anything, and she could no longer imagine what Jebrassy might tell her. Then she heard herself speaking, not good words, but words out of an angry little knot right in the center of her chest, above her stomach, below her lungs. She could feel the burning disappointment. I don't know what we thought it would be like. Want to turn around and go back? How many of you think the city's going to last much longer? Not me, Nico said. I saw that thing take MASH. I don't want to go back. Out here we can see them coming, Tiadba said. Back in the tiers, we die in our sleep. Or worse. Chapter 69. The Green Warehouse. The book group women sat in the chairs around the iron stove. They had been joined, with more than a degree of awkwardness, by Glaucus and Daniel. Glaucus accepted exile to the far corner, where he sat on a box like one of Oxford's stony gargoyles. Ginny stood apart from them all, and far from the room's southern door, her eyes downcast, steeled against another ordeal. Mnemosyne is special, and always difficult, Bidewell said. A certain mental preparation is required before you meet her. I hope you have had time to consider what we've discussed. Is she a person or a thing? Jack asked. Neither. How old is the universe, Jack? Billions of years, I guess. That's what I've been told. Agazutta had become subject to fits of shivering and whimpering, and now held her hand in front of her mouth. Miriam and Ellen stood on either side, firmly gripping her shoulders. And how old do you think it is? Bidewell asked. Well, I was born 24 years ago, Jack said with a wry face. That's how old it is for me. The beginning of a good answer, but we will not dive into solipsism. I wouldn't approve. More important, Mnemosyne would not approve. She responds best to a certain level of, how should we say, skepticism about the taught order of things. How old do you think these atoms and molecules that you eat and breathe, that make up your body and propel the currents of your mind, your observing wit? Same as the universe, Jack said with more certainty. A common error. Not all matter came into existence at the beginning. It is still being made, and will continue to be made for a very long time to come, if we did not face Terminus, of course. Of course, Miriam said, but that is beside my point. In certain parts of space and time, it is supposed that entire galaxies have appeared instantaneously, complete with hundreds of billions of stars burning, planets formed, civilizations alive and busy, yet their histories have not arrived with them. Reconciliation is thus made an epic task. Jack looked to see if Bidewell was joking. The highlights on the old man's lined face flickered in the warm firelight, but he showed no hint of humor. If anything, he seemed drowsy, wearily repeating an obvious and well-known truth. Appeared out of nothing? Jack asked. Ginny pulled up enough courage to say, That doesn't seem possible. Bidewell shrugged. True,
Spontaneous creation usually delivers smaller units, particles, atoms, molecules, and profusion. Virtual galaxies are difficult to conceive, I admit, but no less real. Once a particle or an object is created, it has always been here. It makes connections with all the particles with which it has interacted, and those connections, that connectedness, must be established, you might say, after the fact. Literally, Bidewell smiled, the books must be balanced.
What about us? Ginny asked with unexpected archness. Human beings, dogs, cats. I mean, who keeps track of all the people on the streets? She looked sharply at Daniel and then at Glaucus in the shadows. Bidewell lifted one shoulder. How could anyone tell if I just popped out of nowhere? Jack asked.
As a rule, we cannot, Bidewell said. Mnemosyne is the force that keeps it all from crashing into ruin and contradiction. She does her job, and she does it well.
Jack whistled. Some lady. Even this flippancy did not pique the old man.
You'll like her,
Bidewell said,
but she is no lady.
Sounds like a backward way of doing things, Ginny said.
Perhaps, but it results in a cosmos of infinite richness and complexity. For this reason, logically speaking, the universe has no true chronological beginning out of which all things flow. Every moment, until the end of creation, is a sort of beginning somewhere.
What's this I've heard about a big bang? Jack asked.
I'm not asking for belief. You'll see the truth soon enough. My words are preparation. Rays of light, you know, must be set in motion, already entangled, to complete the picture every observer sees, or will see from that point on, and before. The wave of reconciliation passes back in time, and then forward again, pulse after pulse, until the refinement is complete.
Sounds complicated, Jack said. Ginny looked at the tall shelves of books, the opened boxes and crates whose contents had been laid out on the big table in the center of the high-ceilinged library. You said some of the books you were looking for were odd, impossible because they have no history. That must mean they were never reconciled even before what's happening outside?
Good,
Bidewell said. And that means Mnemosyne, well, she's been distracted, or something is increasing her workload, or she's sick, maybe dying.
Better,
Bidewell said.
Books, galaxies. What else? Ginny asked. Jack suddenly remembered the giant earwig he thought he'd seen scuttling between the warehouses. Strange animals? Daniel looked both sly and sleepy. What makes you say that?
I've seen them, Jack said. One, anyway.
Oh, my, Bidewell said, folding his hands. Yes, those are indicators.
Dreams sometimes come out of nowhere, Ginny said. Are they indicators?
Mnemosyne can reconcile everything, everywhere, except in the heart and mind of an observer. That territory is forbidden to her. But observers die, and their memories die with them, except for the legends, the myths of beginning times, the way things were before creation grew huge and complicated. Those are passed along in speech and dreams, and linger despite Mnemosyne's hardest labors. For that reason, Mnemosyne rarely concerns herself with dreams.
When does she? Daniel asked.
When they come true, Bidewell said.
Chapter 70. The Chaos. What are those? Denboard asked. He knelt on the crest of a vast ripple in the sea of stone and looked down. The others joined him, in the trough of the frozen, rocky wave, for as far as they could see into the reddish, murky light, row upon row of cylindrical shapes lay in rough parallel beside their dark cradles, like the broken rungs of a toppled ladder.
"They don't look that big,"
Nico said.
Big enough,
Shul said. Perf assumed a teacher's tone. It's tough to judge size and distance, but if we went down there, I bet we'd be tiny. Tiadba tried to remember Sangmer's description from the stories she had been reading to the breeds, to distract them from the long march, the brief rests, the strain of keeping to the beacon's line. Whatever these were, they blocked the path the beacon had been drawing for them. They're boats, she concluded, like in the Novarkia. They don't have sails, Denboard observed. They wouldn't need them. They're space boats. They travel across space, or they did, back when there was space to cross. The others slowly understood her point.
Starboats, Perf said. Back when there were stars.
Until now the going had been steady, though strange, over a monotonous gray landscape, dotted with tiny pores that pinched out pulsing green globules as the breeds approached, then shrank back into the rock. All around the rock sweated, the rock oozed light. Tiadba looked both ways along the crest, then into the trough. No way to avoid crossing, she said.
"What if those things roll over on us?"
Shul asked. Denboard touched his finger to his faceplate. Quick and easy, he said.
"What if the silent ones are down there?"
Nobody's seen them, Nico said. Nobody knows where they are or what they look like. Maybe they're gone. And the armor hasn't said a peep. We must be doing something right.
At least we haven't stumbled over a trod. Perf over a trod. Perf over a trod. Perf over a trod, said.
I'd almost like to see that. Or a silent one, Denboard said. Just to know what they are, what to expect or avoid. As Nico had pointed out, their suits had mostly kept quiet. On just one occasion, Perf was warned not to kick at the glowing balls. Tiadba looked to the other side of the trough, the opposite crest, apparently 2 or 3 miles off. The clarity in the distance between the crests was increasing, something she'd noticed earlier, that the light could, at times, unpredictably grow stronger and more coherent, letting them see over a greater distance. Perversely, the lower they were, the farther they could see. Light in this part of the chaos, apparently, climbed around and over obstructions, then curved down to meet them, an effect among the most disturbing they had encountered since crossing the zone of lies. From the bottom of this valley, they might be able to see across the chaos for many hundreds or thousands of miles, if distance still held, still mattered out here. Nico moved up beside Tiadba, though they did not need to be close to hear each other.
"What'll we do?"
"Climb down and cross over," she said.
"Can we explore?"
Perf asked.
"I'd like to see inside a spaceboat."
Mocked had walked off to their left. Now he rejoined the group.
"They must be old," he said. "There are thousands of them."
"If the armor doesn't stop us, we'll look around," Tiadba said. They spread into an optimized arc to let their helmets see and process from a wider angle. Their view was now almost too crystalline. Beyond the trough, above the fallen ladder rungs of the spaceboats, Tiadba saw the outline of edifices at least as large as the bions they had left behind, stark and caved, edged with a greenish fire that flickered as if still burning. The others sucked in their breaths.
"What are those?"
Kren asked. "That's the necropolis, isn't it?" Denboard asked, ever the studious one. "But I don't see any dead walking."
"We're too far away,"
Kren said. Their armor responded.
There are many ancient cities, collected from many regions and histories. They should not be entered.
Denboard and Mocked looked at each other, then at Tiadba. The others simply stared across the valley at the jumbled ruins, lying out there for no one knew how long. How far humanity had been pushed back, how much had been destroyed, how little remained compared to the vastness of the past, how little there was left to lose.
Just us? Is it dangerous to cross? Tiadba asked.
This time the armor did not answer.
I guess not, she said.
Denboard added, echoing her own irritation. Kind of rude, isn't it?
They began their descent. The closer they got to the bottom, the hazier became the outlines of the spaceboats and their infrastructure, until they saw only a dancing puzzle of grays and browns cut through by dim arcs of green. However, the ruins of the cities beyond the next rise seemed to loom, and it was tempting to just stop, to halt their steady progress across the valley and contemplate dazzling visions of towers, domes, great rounded shells tens of miles wide, carved open to reveal uncounted interior levels, concavities filled with what must once have been herbs and neighborhoods, most collapsed and covered with irregular incrustations.
Not tidy, Denboard said.
Do not stop here,
their armor told them.
Move on.
What's wrong? Tiadba asked.
Unknown disturbances. We are being followed.
By what? She asked.
Echoes are possible.
Tiadba tried to reason through to what that could mean, based on what Paten had told them in training.
We're following ourselves? Unknown.
Chapter 71. The Broken Tower. Jebrassy looked up from the book he had been reading, stood away from his pretty golden desk, and saw the great door open. Here he could never tell what was an instructive illusion and what might be solid and real. Fear could not grip him, nor hunger, grief, or anticipation. He was comfortable in both mind and body. All was smoothed and welcome. Small challenges and large explorations, equally and curiously invigorating. He was happy. Sometimes the epitome of the librarian walked with him. Sometimes he explored alone, though he did not feel lonely. It was a new childhood, and it seemed to last a long, long time. He was learning much about the Kalpa and some of the simpler secrets of those who lived within the upper levels of the city. Mathematics, for example, never his strong suit, beyond the shopkeeper's necessities, trained into all breeds. But always this door had been shut, the great door, more like a wall, easily as tall as a block of tears, curved like a crest or shield, and covered with deeply engraved words, some of which he could read. He seemed to understand many more languages and signs now. Jebrassy stepped through the breed-sized gap in the door, expecting something marvelous. He was not disappointed. He looked up and up at walls of shelves rising overhead, and he leaned over the parapet on which he stood, dropping down for as far as he could see. All the shelves were packed tight with books, too many to count. Not uniformly bound, but a crescendo of colors leaping from the shelves, as if demanding to be inspected. Dark bindings neutral, untouched and unread, pale bindings touched once or twice, colored bindings, particularly blue and red, announcing greater degrees of interest. These colors attracted the attention of many figures, small and slender, but not breeds. More like the Angelans he had already met, but solid and dedicated. They flocked joyously up and down the spiral stairs, searching the shelves along all the levels.
"This must be a Babel," Jebrassy murmured to himself. "All of it packed inside a mini-cosm. A Shen invention no bigger than a pebble, and these people are out exploring." Up close, walking the parapet beside and around him, mostly ignoring his presence, their skin was smooth and eternally young, their faces serene or amused. Some glanced at their intruder with welcome but no speech. All here used signs, flashes of fingers and arms, changes of expression, to convey most of what they needed to say to one another. Within the Babel, all was quiet, until a useful text was found, and then, throughout the immense spaces, along the galleries and the radiant walls of shelves stretching off forever, great songs and shouts would ring out, and all gathered to celebrate. Platforms expanded into circuses, and the searchers, members of the team that had made the discovery, would stand surrounded by admiring crowds. The readable text would be announced, and its binding color-coded. The volume would then be catalogued, given a number, and that number would roll out like a dazzling silver ribbon across the plaza, only to be magically rewound and reduced to a folded paper octagon, soberly delivered to a shrouded, dark-robed figure that moved sometimes among the bright seekers. The songs would fade, plazas empty and shrink, spiral stairs grow and reconnect. All would return to what had been before. Jebrassy understood this much. To live in a Babel was to be endlessly fascinated by the slow, steady drama of prolonged search. Still, his fingers itched to walk with these happy figures in their knee-length robes, to lose himself in the blessed anonymity of the greatest quest of all, in the greatest library of all, the library that contained all possible stories, all histories, and all nonsense. A Babel, a name as old as life itself, out of the brightness, where all possible languages gathered. A place of confusion, seeking, and very rarely illumination. He tried to stop one of the searchers, clumsily signing a question, "How long?" But the seeker shrugged loose and went back to its search. So Jebrassy climbed a spiral stair, then hiked, for what could have been days or years, along a parapet. Every now and then he would stop and tug loose a volume, count through the 1,000 or more pages, and attempt to read, only to find the seemingly random text impenetrable. That did not disappoint him, not in the least. There was always the next volume. And so he would replace the book and move on. Lovely work, peaceful, fulfilling. But this existence was not for him. When he realized he did not know his way back, would never be able to find the great door, which in any case might have already closed behind him, somehow even that did not concern him. He pulled from his own robes a number folded in an octagon, and held the paper over the railing, then tricked it open, letting it unfold and uncoil, laughing as it dropped into the abyss between the walls of shelves. A searcher approached, queried with signs who had assigned him the task of seeking this specific volume. Jebrassy expressed some confusion. The searcher helped him read the first few digits printed on the long strip, then led him to that very volume, which had been discovered and catalogued quite early on. Jebrassy pulled down the book, opened the sturdy blue cover, and read. At that moment the dark figure approached and pulled back its hood, and Jebrassy saw that it was the librarian, the epitome he was most familiar with, at any rate. "It's all an illusion, isn't it?" Jebrassy asked. "I thought you'd appreciate the adventure," the epitome said. Jebrassy scowled at the approaching end of this blissful adventure. "Why did I find this particular book?" he asked. The epitome took the volume from his hands and seemed to weigh it. "A biography,"
he explained. Not all the text is accessible. Some is garbled. Perhaps there is another volume that completes it, somewhere.
He waved at the endless shelves.
But no matter. This volume for you is you for now until we find the others, and thus holds great interest.
Is it my story? Jebrassy asked.
Not precisely, and not completely.
Then Jebrassy understood. It's his story, too, he said. The one I'm entangled with.
I wondered how easily you might find it,
the epitome said, and waved a hand at the immensity.
You have excellent instincts.
How does anybody find anything here? Jebrassy asked. I mean, is this really all compressed into something the size of a pebble? A small place to hold so much.
True. All these seekers, their greatest joy is to perform their task over and over, across lengths of their own special chronology, so vast even my full self can hardly imagine them. But all this, within the pebble, as you say, is not infinite. It is limited, like the Babel itself.
There's a number called pi, Jebrassy said, proud of this knowledge. It begins 3.1415, and so on, forever. It isn't represented in here, is it?
Nothing infinite can be represented completely in here. There are segments of pi, of course, printed in a great many of these books. I suppose you could find them all, arrange them end to beginning, and then keep carrying some of the volumes to a place in the line, push them in, over and over again. But that would take you forever, longer even than time within the pebble. No. Pi is not contained here, nor any other infinite number or constant, not in infinitely long stories, which have been assumed to exist somewhere.
The epitome again showed breed amusement, finger to nose.
A story in need of an infinite editor, no? But all the equations that can produce pi exist here, and if you desired, you could take one such equation, or all of them, and generate that number to whatever length, without further benefit of what is printed in these books. And that is both the glory and the sadness of this Babel. It is unfinished. The stories it contains are not alive. They do not reverberate with the unpredictability, the infinity, the repetition of a true existence. Even in its immensity, a Babel is only a seed, a map. As a master lost in the mists of the brightness once said, the map is not the territory.
Jebrassy thought this over. Slowly his face lit up. The epitome appreciated his reaction and took a book from the shelf, hefting it.
Actually, we do not generate such large volumes all at once. That would be wasteful. We generate much shorter strings of symbols, optimal lengths, and then we whirl them through analyzers that search for grammatical connections using simple rules. That helps us assemble and spin out longer texts and all their variants. Only then do we chart and catalog them. Suggestive texts, texts with extended meaning, have a way of becoming compressible, you know. They can be encoded and reduced without loss. More random or meaningless texts cannot be so reduced. Thus, from my exterior perspective, the Babel within the pebble shows regions of density, and we seek them, though finding is just the beginning. Pi, for example, is completely random. I proved that myself some ages ago, and cannot be compressed, but only collapsed into an equation. And an equation is like a factory. Interestingly, pi at the circumference of minicosm is very simple, just 2. Can you tell me why?
Jebrassy blinked. He had not studied these matters yet. The epitome went on without pause.
And of course there is symmetry. Many kinds of symmetry. For example, half the library is a mirror of the other half. The same texts, but reversed. We can eliminate those. There are many, many other techniques, some quite simple, others extremely difficult, devised over half an eternity, some by me, most by others, whose identities have long since been forgotten.
So much has been forgotten,
Jebrassy said.
Why? If you can make Babels, can't real histories be preserved for all to find?
The epitome was pleased by this question.
Perhaps. Though we should not underestimate that task. Knowing everything, everywhere, is impossibly difficult. But the Shen did not reveal their techniques until long after the cities of Earth had found their records burdensome. Beneath the Kalpa, the ground-up libraries of Earth's history supply the foundations for the bions that remain. Memories and records crushed and buried, no better than ancient bedrock. The only way to access parts of that past, tragically, is to watch it be digested by the typhon, cut into pieces, and drift back toward our final moments, guided by the entangling associations between you and your visitors, our dreamers.
How sad,
Jebrassy said.
But that means the typhon serves a purpose?
I see you would make an excellent searcher,
the epitome said.
But you would not be happy. Indeed, I'm no longer happy here. Something is missing.
Life?
Surprise. Unpredictability. The territory. All is laid out in these shelves, waiting to be discovered, but fixed. When the seed is planted and these texts become part of a new cosmos, everything will change. The nonsense will become as valuable as the stories. For a multiverse builds itself mostly out of unreadable nonsense, and none can ever know for sure which text is truly useless.
Jebrassy opened his book to read, but the letters began to blur. The epitome cautioned.
Not yet, young breed. There is a true indicator, an unfailing marker of the real.
All was beginning to swirl and blur, but the epitome's words stayed clear in his mind as he was swept back down the spiral stairs as if by a great but gentle wind. Along the shelves, down and sideways and down again, back to the great door, swinging shut just after he squeezed through. The epitome's voice followed him to the small golden desk.
When you open a book within a Babel, the text is pristine, pure, black marks on white paper. Nothing will mar the texts or interrupt your concentration, but out there, in what is left of the old universe and what will become the new, in the territory to come, you will open a book, you will read a page, and a living thing, tiny, surprising, and perverse, will crawl across that page, that story, startling you, until you recognize it and smile. It is alive, a mere bogle, a bug. But it is thinking, living in its own way, and most pointedly, it is not reading. It is not part of the library. It walks over the text, unexpected and vital.
"Until I slam the book," Jebrassy said.
Ah, but you won't. This creature is the ultimate symbol of she who reconciles, who allows memory and thus time to spin out. A friend of the mother of the muses, Mnemosyne, and the first sign of a new cosmos. True creation unfolding, that which lives and walks over the words, that is quickened by the spider between the lines.
Chapter 72. The Chaos. There was no way to tell how far they had walked, but they could no longer see the Kalpa. The 3 Bions and the broken tower had vanished, not visible even when they descended into the stony trough. The return path would have to be different, if they could ever return, or would ever want to. The gray knife-edged beam swung overhead, causing a tingle in Tiadba's scalp. Potton had said it had come from the witness, something or someone to be avoided if at all possible. The starboats, the hundreds and perhaps thousands of hulks they saw from the opposite crest, had also vanished. All they found once they reached the bottom of the trough were broken, jagged rows of blackened shards, outlines of oblong hulls almost obscured by drifts of gray and black gravel. So much for exploring and satisfying their curiosity. They rested in the trough, setting up a reality generator and producing a bubble of warmth and protection while they unzipped their hoods, removed their armor, scratched where necessary, and tried to feel normal. Frinna and Herza played a small game of leap-check, scooping hollows in the drift and arranging circles of alternate gray and black pebbles. Within the bubble of the small generator, their view of the surrounding landscape took a disturbing lurch. The broken cities on the other side of the trough swam like reflections in water. Only when they put on their armor and helmets again and shut down the generator did the huge hemispheric shells and their exposed levels return with any clarity. Tiadba took some encouragement that the light-oozing pores had become fewer and many steps between. They did not have to deal with so many of the globules. "I don't understand any of this," Denboard complained as they resumed their march. "We follow the beacon," Kren said, pretending stoicism. Tiadba had noticed him rubbing his feet and grumbling quietly during their rest under the bubble. "Where are those echoes?" Nico asked. His quiet had been almost unbroken, perhaps to hide disappointment at not being able to see the starboats up close. "We were promised dangerous echoes, right? And we'd learn something new." No one responded to his poor jest. They walked over the top of the rise and turned to see behind them that the trough had inverted to become a high ridge, a long continuous hill, and that the line of huge starboats had returned, cradles and all. Furthermore, looking ahead, the broken cities were gone, replaced by a glittering orchard of small trees, dotted over low black hills. "Too much," Denboard muttered. The marchers formed a line a few dozen steps from the first of the trees to consider their options. "It doesn't look dangerous," Shul said, squirming within his armor. He apparently hadn't found all the places that needed scratching. "Is it dangerous?" Tiadba asked her suit. Sometimes the armor responded to a direct question, if it had an answer. This time, when she thought she saw small things moving between the trees, there came no reply for some uncomfortable moments. "Evolution is occurring here," her helmet finally said. "This should be reported." "Good luck," Shul said.
Doesn't it know we can't do that?
What's evolution?
Frinna and Herza asked simultaneously. Adjustments that promote survival in changing conditions. Sometimes the adjustments stabilize the conditions. Mocked snorted.
What's that mean when it's lying down?
Shul asked. There could be opportunity here. Conditions of reality and stability are being maintained without machines or tools. These could either interfere with armor and generators or strengthen them.
That's definitive,
Shul said, and added his own snort. Turn around, Tiadba's armor said. They all swiveled and saw figures some way off, armored marchers very like themselves, 30 or 40, coming down the ridge but leaning forward as if to climb, not descend. They approached, came within an apparent 100 steps or so.
More marchers from the city,
Kren said happily, and began to jog toward them. Tiadba grabbed his arm. Prepare to flee, their armor advised. The danger behind you is greater than the danger ahead. Echoes? Tiadba asked. These are echoes, the armor affirmed. The other marchers, whatever sort of marchers they might be, moved with slow, weary steps, yet seemed to make good progress toward them. Kren moaned. They saw quite clearly now that the armor worn by these breeds was falling apart. The helmets lay in shreds over slumped shoulders. The faces of the echoes were wizened, dark, sunken eyes exhausted and desperate, unfocused. They seemed to be blind. And they were getting nowhere, repeating endless motions. Echoing. Set up the generator, focus the bubble in tight, and huddle, Tiadba said, realizing that the armor was not speaking, but she was receiving instructions nonetheless, quick images in her mind. Her companions quickly did as instructed, and came together within the small, shimmering hemisphere like newly delivered creche mates, as close as they could fit, clasping hands, arms, legs, staring outward. The blind echoes passed around the bubble, then veered into the thin forest of low trees, where they met the glowing branches, only to pop like soap bubbles, leaving behind drifting plasticky skins that hung from the branches, that hung from the branches, that hung from the branches, that hung from the branch, then turned to dust and drifted away.
Where's Perf?
Shul asked. They felt around their group, and Tiadba forced up through the clinging mass to look around. She had not seen him. They shouted and called, but dared not break the hemisphere. Then Tiadba saw him, 10 steps away, leaning into a cluster of blind marchers, waving his arms slowly as if swimming through thick liquid, trying to stay upright. The cracked and broken armor of these gray forms, decayed as it was, clung to his suit wherever they brushed him, changing it from vivid red to dead gray, and then peeling it back like the skin of a ripe fruit, spinning him about as each shred was tugged loose. The breeds inside the bubble watched helplessly, frozen with terror, as Perf twisted and danced, and finally stood naked on the black pebbled surface. More of the weary gray echoes passed both around and through him, sanding away his integrity, until he became a translucent mannequin, shimmering and wobbling as if made of gelatin. And then he simply powdered. His dust flew up, vanishing into the purplish-black tatters of the sky.
"More coming!"
Kren shouted, pointing to the ridge crest. Thousands of false marchers, dead marchers, echoes, whatever they might be, had gathered and were now moving in hopeless tides to join in the apparent destruction against the forest of glowing trees.
"They're the ones who didn't make it this far," Nico said. "Why do they want to kill us?"
"Pull in tighter," Tiadba cried, seeing the image very clearly in her mind and feeling her muscles respond, feeling them all respond simultaneously, protected and controlled by their suits. The hemisphere shrank and became silvery, sucking down around their forms, ringing against their suits. Tiadba felt herself shoved against the pole that supported the generator, saw sky, horizon, everything tilt and whirl.
No pretense at visual approximation through their faceplates now, all energy devoted to simple survival. For the first time they came close to seeing the chaos as it actually was. An impossibility, of course. It hurt so badly they could neither move nor make a sound. The armor replaced these incomprehensible perceptions with wandering blankets of color. Or at least Tiadba thought it might be the armor. There was no way of knowing. Hardly any way to think. Something, a scrap of concern, seemed to come from her visitor. In the wandering, comfortable sea of colors, she could feel her other, peering in, as it were, saying, "Before you freeze and die, you feel warm." Chapter 73. The Green Warehouse. Glaucus buttonholed Daniel as Bidewell escorted Jack and Ginny to the southern door.
"He has tricks. You were listening when we spoke. You heard him."
Daniel smiled. "You're warning me?"
"He wants something. He'll deliver you over just as I would."
"Or will," Daniel said. "What happens if the Chalk Princess shows up right now?"
"Lost in the greyness, like Whitlow, like the moth. But not for long. I see it now,"
Glaucus said, and jerked his eyes around nervously.
"I can almost sense their return. This is becoming their country again. I need a partner," he added,
more nervous still that Daniel seemed unafraid.
"We both need partners when our mistress does return. Alone, we'd be unbalanced, unprotected."
"You're the hunter, I'm the prey," Daniel said, lowering his head to Glaucus's upturned face, wincing at a musty reek barely masked by the scent of anise. "Remember that."
"I've let birds go in my time," Glaucus said, wiping his mouth. "I've done good deeds in my time, I have."
Daniel shook his head, then turned back to the door. Glaucus called after him,
"I'm not the only hunter. And she is not the only danger."
Daniel joined the three at the door. "I hope your Mr. Bidewell knows what he's talking about." Bidewell watched them together, resigned.
"I'm sure Mr. Ironmonk knows of these matters at a practical level."
He pulled a ring of keys from his apron pocket. A black iron lock hung from the door's steel hasp. As the ladies waited some distance back, and Glaucus moved closer, hands stretched out to the warmth of the small stove, Bidewell lifted the ring and jingled 3 keys.
"These are my instructions. Follow them precisely. Jack, go to the far wall and open the door on the left, not the middle or the right. Ginny, you enter after Jack and open the door on the right, not the middle door and not Jack's door. Leave those be. Jack left, Ginny right. Daniel—"
"Middle door, gotcha."
"The room should be comfortable. Neither warm nor cold. A small window, just enough light to see. No one has been inside for 100 years. No observer has witnessed anything therein, except for an old chair, and, I imagine, some dust. Your rooms are empty and clean."
Jack looked at Ginny. An odd girl. She returned his look with wide, blank eyes, as if she did not recognize him, as if they had never met, and she wanted nothing from him. She was lost in the moment, it seemed, deeper than he was. Daniel's look said, "We're all crazy, let's humor the old man."
"Your time with Mnemosyne will be difficult to judge, but from our perspective out here we go by quickly. A few minutes at most. For you, years may seem to pass."
Bidewell took a big brass key, green with age, and opened the lock.
As the book group ladies watched from their far pool of warmth and security, surrounded by high shelves and ladders, the highest shelves lost in the receding gloom above the stove and the green-shaded lamps on the desk, Bidewell opened the wooden door. It creaked, and bits of paint flaked from the top of the jamb. Cold air slid past Jack's feet like the ghost of an impatient dog. "You first, young Jack." He felt the pressure of the eyes fixed on his back, and with a shudder he passed through. "Bonne chance," Glaucus murmured, as Bidewell closed the door behind him. The high, long room beyond the door was dark but for a window-fed shaft of purplish sky-glow that crossed from his left above his head and painted a pale square on the far wall. The between space was high and narrow and empty, the old boards ancient and gray. Squinting, Jack could just make out the rectangles of 3 doors on the opposite wall. His eyes adjusted. The sounds outside seemed to fall from the sky, softened, less important. Jack walked across and to his left and stood in that corner, considering the way the high walls and beamed ceiling in the long room joined. Normally he could reach out and grab world lines the way Tarzan grabbed vines, great clumps of them, but all the possible paths had been cut away or converged to, I enter, I do not enter. An angular choice. He had reached his 0 point, the 0 moment. He took a step away from the safety of the corner, laughed to himself, uncertain, but the laugh died, and he almost stopped breathing. The between room was empty, but he was not alone. Something waited for a choice to be made. Waited, measuring the beats of his heart with infinite patience, and yet— "What do you want me to do?" Jack whispered. 3 doors, 6 decisions. But still, only 2 fates. Not really an answer, and it didn't make sense. What each of them did seemed disconnected, did not add up. Still, he took the 2 steps necessary to stand before his door. The knob was crusted with verdigris. He inserted his key. Old brass, hard to turn. He gripped it tight, twisted from his shoulder, and after several attempts something let loose. The old mechanism broke free, and his door opened with just a small scrape. Remarkable that there had been so little change all these years. He could barely hear the dead or dying city outside, could almost believe he was on a ship, sailing over a far, soft ocean, listening to a radio playing in someone else's cabin, tuned to an obscure indie station. He managed to grin. KRAK, Ragnarok AM. Peace welled up, and all his guilt, indecision, worries, and fears vanished, leaving behind just Jeremy Romer. No need even for the pretense of Jack. Jeremy, the name his mother had given him. The room behind the door was narrow, long, and high. Bidewell had divided this end of the warehouse into 3 equal rectangles. High in the wall at the far end, a single window let in wisps of uneasy light. The way the light fell contradicted the angle of the source in the between room. Jack approached the plain white chair, thick daubed paint on its flat seat and back cracked with age. He turned around, looked up, then slowly sat, folded his arms, raised his eyebrows at the high corners. After a while he yawned. The sound of his ears hummed with the pressure of the yawn, and his jaw popped, obscuring a sound, a voice deep in his head. "Your first memory?" Jeremy jerked, wondering if he'd dozed off, but he was still alone, the door shut tight. He jerked again at the sensation of fingers brushing down his arms. Then he pressed back in the chair.
He could feel it beginning. His self was breaking up like a crust of ice, and memories gushed through like water. Jeremy's father was driving them from Milwaukee, in search of a new place to live, 6 months after his mother died, 3 months after a brief, and, as it turned out, final gig at Chuck's Comedy Margin, 1 month after Jeremy had broken his leg trying to juggle while riding a unicycle. He had been 15. "You ever hear of the Bleak Warden?" his father asked. "What's that, a band?" Jeremy asked. "Nope." The land unrolled outside the windows, flat desert and low brown desert towns, sunsets tan and pink, afternoon sky dazzling with thunderheads, and between the storms, sheep-like clouds grazing on endless blue fields. Broke my leg? In the empty room, his leg suddenly ached. He reached down to rub it. Bidewell opened the door for the second time, and Ginny entered. If he spoke, she did not hear him. The high hallway beyond stretched across the width of the warehouse. The air smelled cool and stuffy. She glanced at the leftmost door, Jack's door, shut, quiet. Whatever was happening there, it wasn't noisy. Bidewell closed the door behind her. With a short breath, almost a hiccup, she walked slowly to the right, inserted and turned the key, and grasped the knob, but hesitated before entering her room. Odd that she accepted that possessive without argument. No one else had been through this door for 100 years. What waited inside must be hers. Outside, the low, hollow destruction continued to grind time and the earth like wheat beneath a stone mill, and she did not care. In this room, she thought, it might soon be over. What she knew, the nightmare that her other knew, could not be reconciled, not even by a master muse or whatever Mnemosyne was supposed to be, god, goddess, demiurge, housewife of the Creator, sweeper-up of unresolved messes, kind-hearted sister to the awful chalk princess, who was white but should have been black, Kali, Kala, Sanskrit for time, both bleacher and blackener. Ginny had read some of the books Bidewell chose for her, pulled from a bookcase labeled Nunc, Nunquam, Greek and Hindu mythology mostly, but none of their tales quite seemed to match what Bidewell was describing. Old time is at an end, or soon will be. New memories must be made. New time will be forged. Who will fire the forge? Memory begins and ends with time. These words or impressions, less than words but more deeply felt, suddenly made Ginny angry. Bidewell made her angry. Jack and Daniel made her angry. None of them fit into any sort of life she had ever wanted. She wanted out. She had to leave. She wanted to jump between the lines, cut them all loose, let them float away. Instead of turning to run, however, she again grasped the knob to her door, forced it around. It stuck. She grimaced. And then the door opened, and she looked across the length of the room beyond, perpendicular to the hallway, stretching to the back of the warehouse. A window mounted high in the rear wall showed a curling, flaring lick from the broken sun that had eaten the dying moon. In the middle of the room stood the old white chair, as Bidewell had promised. The paint on its seat and back had cracked after a century of quietly heating and cooling. Ginny swallowed and said, "I'm here." She stood beside her chair, laying one hand on the curved back. Then she realized she had not closed the door and turned to go back, but the door had never been opened. A shade made way, removed itself from the chair. Trick of the eyes. She was the shade. She sat. Bidewell opened the door. "Hurry," he told Daniel. Around them the entire warehouse rattled with the stuttering havoc outside. Daniel felt supremely confident. Never more so. He could beat this. He could even beat Terminus. Someone would get through, otherwise why would they all be gathered here? What would the point be of this rigmarole? There were the two young people, younger than Fred, and in a pinch there was always Glaucus, ageless in his way and no doubt a tough subject, but Daniel knew instinctively he could not transfer to Bidewell, whatever happened. He did not want to be stuck in the warehouse, and Bidewell would not leave this place, and likely would not survive its destruction. Nor could Daniel choose any of the older ladies. With a twinge he had seen one of their little green books poking from a handbag, the spine marked 1298. The woman in the doctor's coat sandgloss seemed to take a clinical interest in him. The others simply ignored him. He could almost smell their suspicion. In their way, they were stronger and perhaps more armored even than Glaucus. Not for him. Glaucus sat on a low bench, watching this little drama with a fixed smile.
"Go on," he said. "There's nothing for you out here."
How right he was. Once the door was closed, Bidewell and Glaucus and the ladies might fade away completely. The whole warehouse might just lift up like a burning feather. Anything could happen, but he would survive. Daniel walked through. Bidewell closed the outer door. The inner left-hand door and the door on the right were both shut and quiet. He could picture Ginny and Jack sitting in those two rooms, bored, waiting for enough time to pass so Bidewell would call them out and apologize. The old man clearly had no idea what was going on. The warehouse hummed like a sympathetic string. It wanted to join in the vast crumbling. It wanted to die. Daniel went to the middle door, turned the key, and grasped the knob. He made sure to latch the door behind him. Nobody would sneak in. He had to observe the forms. In the long room beyond, he sat in the white chair, hunched forward, and waited. Afraid. The old Dodge was coming up on low hills, and soon there would be mountains, but Jeremy did not know where they were and did not much care. He lay squished into the corner of the back seat, cast, stretched almost full length across the old car. He was in a lousy mood. Not so much a mood as an unyielding concrete tunnel with no end, no exit. Ryan, his father, was dying. And that meant he would finally have no one. Nothing but his rudimentary skills, mediocre patter, and the poor, blunt magics Ryan had managed to teach him.
"I had a dream about this bleak warden. It's a kind of flying robot," Ryan said. "It comes when you're dead, takes you away. Kind of like a garbage man, I guess."
"Comes for you, not for me," Jeremy said, and then wished he could take it back. Ryan grinned like a raccoon.
"Right. There was this place in my dream. A kind of big cavern with a bright sky, filled with different people. Small ears, bushy fur instead of hair. I only remember a little. I've been there a couple of times. That's what they call death. The people in the dream, they call it the bleak warden. Pretty scary. Except in this place, it never takes the living. And nobody is ever sick. They fight, but they don't kill each other. They never steal. They raise kids, but they don't have them. Kids are delivered like packages, like storks, leaving you under a cabbage leaf. Weird, huh?"
Jeremy sat up in the back seat, rearranged his cast, nudged by a phantom memory. Tried to remember where he really was. Could not grasp it. His father continued, "They hold festivals and
what they call little wars, where tough guys get the crap kicked out of their system. Interesting, huh?
Dreams are showstoppers, Dad. You told me that.
Well, this one is actually exciting. I keep wondering what will happen the next time I dream, and it's consistent, except last night, in the motel in Moscow. It changed. I was in a different part of the same place. Some of the people were taller. They were handing out these suits, red and yellow and green, like soft armor, to the smaller ones, self-contained, like spacesuits. Except not only do they give you air and heat, but this is tough to describe. They keep body and soul together.
Ryan's voice became reverent, as if he totally believed, was totally reliving that moment. You were having a nightmare, Jeremy said. You woke me up.
You whacked me in bed with your plaster club, Ryan said, glancing over the seat. Humor me, Jeremy. This is a long trip. Now of all times.
That hurt so much Jeremy thought it was unfair. I'm listening, aren't I?
We're not going to have too many of these days, you know. So I thought I'd impart a little of what it means to be your dad. A little fatherly wisdom, however cracked.
Jeremy did not know whether his father was feeling self-pity or expelling a lousy joke. Ryan always called telling a bad joke expelling, like coughing out a piece of food or a gob of phlegm stuck in the windpipe.
You try to tell a joke and it makes you choke. But stop, don't expel it. Wrong joke or wrong crowd.
Impart away, Jeremy said, preparing to suffer in relative silence, because Ryan was dying. He was pretty sure of that, though of course nobody would tell him anything right up front.
All right, Ryan thought for a moment, frowning in concentration. These suits, keep them alive and together, in a dark, nasty land where there are no rules. But the people with little ears, me, my friends, we're going out there, into the weirdness, and these superior people, the tall fellas, are suiting us up. They won't go themselves. Maybe they can't, but we can, the little ones. Weird, huh?
Totally, Jeremy said. I never have dreams like that.
When things change, dreams change. I used to have normal dreams. What do you dream about?
Roads, toads, and roads. Jeremy had worked out a pretty funny routine about toads crossing a road, grim and hilarious. I want to dream about Mom.
Right.
Ryan drove for a while without saying anything. My father is fat. He wants to be a comedian. That's what he had told Miriam Sangloss in the clinic. Jeremy's father had thin red hair and a round red face and the body of a carny roustabout. Big muscles, big bones, boiled freckle skin, Mom had called it, that memorable time when she painted Ryan up in flower and beast tattoos for a street parade in Waukegan. She was acting in a film then, a real paying job, and they stayed over for a few weeks after the end of the shoot, doing local theater and, of course, that parade, which had been fun. Jeremy had been 11. On his fingers, he counted the days after the parade, the days before she died. 4. The Dodge had taken Ryan and Jeremy through Montana and Idaho and into Oregon. They had stopped off in Eugene, where Ryan had worked a small circus whose owner was once Mom's boyfriend. Ryan and the circus owner spent one night drinking and crying on each other's shoulders. Very weird, Jeremy had thought. They left Eugene for Spokane, crossing the eastern high desert. Their last trip.
We all lose our mothers, Ryan said on that trip. Every mother since the beginning of time has died. Memory is the mother of us all, Jeremy.
And now, Nunc. He was sitting in the chair. Everything signifies, nothing is of itself. You call yourself Jack because it is a safe name. So many are named Jack you can hide. But it is a strong name, universal. The odd thing, as if there had ever been just one singular odd thing in his life, was that sitting in this room he had no difficulty believing that road trip with his father was his very first memory, his first experience of being alive. What went before, his mother's death, the beginning of the trip, breaking his leg, was like the sound of the dying city outside this high, empty room, there, but unconvincing. There is a number, assigned to volumes arranged on a non-existent shelf in a time far away from now, all waiting to be reconciled, waiting for choices to be made. Where do you really come from, Jeremy? Who is your real mother? And why does she seek you? Ginny closed her eyes. She was back in Milwaukee, then in Philadelphia. She was back with her parents. They rarely stayed in one place more than a few months. And when they moved on, they arranged things so they left behind no impression. Nobody remembered them. They could have circled back through the same towns, moved back into the same houses a few years later, and would have been greeted as newcomers. But they never did. "We don't leave footprints," her mother had told Ginny as a child. Ginny remembered her attempts to make friends, meet boys, but then, inevitably, exhausted, discouraged, her family stayed too long in one town, and the whole memory thing doubled back on them. Her mother wandered off, or just vanished, as if erased from a giant blackboard. A few weeks later, her father vanished as well. Maybe they were taken by collectors, like the man with the coin or Glaucus. Maybe her parents sacrificed themselves to protect her. She would never know. Her entire family might as well have never lived. There was no proof they had lived, other than the library stone. Alone, carrying the sum runner, her dreams began, and she learned she could shift. She had come so very far. Her entire life became a long, bad dream, both of her lives, here and there. It was curiosity about there that landed her in her present trouble. A few weeks after her father's departure, Ginny boarded a greyhound and stared out a smudged window at rolling, wet miles of fields and hills. In Philadelphia, she lived on the streets for a few months. Street people forgot things under the best of circumstances. She decided that wasn't what she needed. She soon hitchhiked to Baltimore, where she peeled a tab off a flyer on a bulletin board, and that same night carried her backpack into an old two-bedroom row house occupied by goths and ravers, determined to settle in, stay a while, leave behind some footprints. For the first time since her parents had vanished, she felt comfortable, at home for a while. Then she left the house in Baltimore and called the number in the newspaper ad. Ginny looked up at the blank wall, the peeling paint, the shadows moving slowly over the overlapping slats of wood. Is this what you choose? Is there a better past for you? "Who are you?" she cried. No answer. Foolish question. She already knew the answer, though it did not make much sense. "What am I, then? I really don't remember anything before I called that number. Is that it? Who were my parents? I couldn't just pop up out of nowhere, out of nothing, could I?" A polite waiting. "All right," Ginny said, angrily determined to test the limits. "You asked for it, here it is. I come from a country called Thule. It's a big island, northwest of Ireland. The last contact with the outside world was World War II.
The Germans occupied my island, but we pushed them out before the war ended. There were huge stone castles built on the crests of high hills and in the mountains. My parents worked in the royal palace on the southern coast, and I had the run of the hill castles where the prince and princess were hidden, moving to a new castle every day. Everyone was afraid, but not my family. My brothers and I had 3 brothers. We used to ride gliders off the cliffs, and I broke my arm. Someone laughed, behind her, around her, delighted with her presumption. Her arm suddenly ached, and with this pain all the memories flooded back. Broad fields below the stone castles, brown and purple with sweet prickle thatch, the taste of comb-laden honey of Thrace in the fresh spring air, her father's concern as the palace physician set her arm without anesthetic, wrapped it in a poultice of lard and chalice herb, then in a temporary wax-soaked cast stiffened with clean white pine slats. She had been named after the Virgin Queen, who once offered the hand of alliance to Thule to seek their aid in fighting off Spain. That alliance had soured in the days of James I. Ginny grinned. Free to choose. She could actually feel that lovely, brightly plumed tale of history and memory stretching behind her, a thrashing, vibrant past filling out and coming alive, smells and colors and tastes struggling to be made and fixed in place. It was real, not just her imagination. "Oh, my God," she said, and her voice echoed from the walls. "It is true, isn't it?" She felt a lightness and liberty she had never known before. It made her giddy. She was shifting fates in reverse. And then a gentle remonstrance enveloped her. "Wonderful it is, a beautiful stretch, but too far from where we are now. It cannot be reconciled. Not yet. After." That beautiful history faded as quickly as it had come. But the taste of honey of Thrace lingered on her tongue like a reward for her audacity. "You're real, aren't you?" she whispered. "You're real, and you're beautiful, but you're sick. You're dying because the universe is sick and dying, right?" No answer. "But is it true? Can I have another past? A better, happier past?" No answer needed. Ginny felt for the box in her pocket. "When was I really born?" she asked, suddenly catching on. "I've been here a long time," Daniel said to the looming silence. "Thousands of years. Millions. I don't remember all of it, of course, but that's what I've figured out. And I'm talking here just to pass the time, because this is all crap. In fact, I only remember a little bit about what happened before I took over Charles Granger. That's the problem. The things I've had to do to escape the bad places, the dying places, one big leap at a time. And now there's only one path, one escape." He sliced the air with his hand, then jabbed. "Go straight through Terminus, come out the other side, whatever that's like. So, who's going through, and who's going to get stuck here? Maybe you don't know, because that's not your job. But if anybody's going through, I'm your ticket. Hitch a ride." The silence seemed to become deeper. "Are you the Chalk Princess?" Daniel felt acutely uncomfortable. There was something in the room. It just wasn't responding. So sad. He just couldn't remember something important. Something essential. "I mean, this is my audition, isn't it? The others, they say they dream about another city. I don't. So why were those monsters so interested in me? The moth, Whitlow, Glaucus, whatever he is. What have I got to give them? The stone? I don't even remember how it came to be mine. I think I killed somebody to get it. That's how it always comes to be mine. Somebody has to die." He had stopped breathing for a moment, so he took a short breath. All he would allow himself, even if his head was starting to swim. I'm a madness that moves from man to man. I've betrayed and lied and ruined and been ruined, but I've always escaped. What does that make me? He closed his eyes. Suddenly his head hurt with so much longing and need.
We're not going to find each other any time soon, are we? Daniel whispered to the stillness.
Paramedics were called to the motel after Jeremy found his father, sprawled on the floor of the bathroom. Something small had burst in Ryan's head, paralyzing him and slurring his speech. Ryan never again mentioned the bleak warden. In the hospital room, the last thing he told Jeremy was, "Save your mother. Always remember." No explanation. Jack was making his choice. Stubborn, as always. He'd loved his parents, had wanted to be very like his father. 3 days later, another stroke killed Ryan. His father was gone. It was one thing to gull the shills, fool the audience, entertain them with the brightness of the game. It was another to build his life on a firm, wonderful foundation of memories, both good and bad. Life solid, painful, but real. Jeremy had his cast removed just in time for the funeral. Magicians, comedians, buskers, and actors came from all over Washington and parts of Oregon and Idaho. He had never realized his father was so loved, which only showed how little he knew about anything important. Before vacating the room in the Motel 6, he opened his father's trunk. Inside he found a stack of paperback books, mostly Clive Barker and Jack Kerouac. That was when he decided his new name would be Jack. 3 changes of clothes and 5 changes of underwear, none of which fit him. And the gray box, wrapped in a velvet bag. He opened the box and found a twisted stone, burned-looking but for a small embedded red eye that seemed to shine even in the dark. The sometime stone, the Some Runner. Ryan had never told him where he'd found it. Perhaps it had belonged to Mother. Jack's luck changed. It did not get better exactly, not in the larger scale of things, but it changed.
I'd like to have been a little girl with friends and a good school, good teachers, normal little girl. I'd like to grow up normal and fall in love without dreams. Are Jack and I supposed to be in love? Because it doesn't seem to be happening. Not yet.
Outside, the sky grew brighter. Yellow and green light flickered through the high window, but Jack could not tell if dawn was coming. It didn't matter. No more dawns, probably. He did not need to get up and move around. He was comfortable for the moment. How long should I wait? Now the window spread a diffuse silver glow on the wall opposite. Still nothing. Then, what is your other first memory? Jeremy was stunned by how quickly he came up with his reply. Something's carrying me. I'm young. I don't know too many words. A door opens, but it's an odd sort of door. It melts aside. And then, there's my mother and father, but that's not what they're called. Still, they're like my parents. They love me. They take care of me. They're going to be taken away from me. He made a bitter face, crossed his legs, and tried to lean back, but the chair creaked, so he bit at his index finger. What he had just said made no sense, but it felt right, felt real. That's what you asked for, my other first memory. I remember being young, and yet here, now, I don't remember being young. I'm less real here than in my dreams. That's not right. This is whacked. Take my word for it, this is triple whacked.
Jeremy looked around, suddenly very frightened, more frightened than he'd been in the sack in the back of the van, or sprawled out, bruised and wet on the transformed street, his hands sluiced by the storm's cold runoff.
You're supposed to be Mnemosyne, right?
A breeze blew through the room, cool but not unfriendly, pulling at his shirt, flicking his pant legs, playful, sad. He blinked and shifted on the chair, then just listened. A quiet, rushing hiss came from outside, more like falling sand than wind, and nothing else. Falling sand, or endless, quick, tiny waves on a beach. The room was dark. No dawn through the high window. Jeremy, no, he was Jack again. Had no idea how much time had passed. He looked over his shoulder. Hello? The lone high window was more pit than window. He couldn't even see the frame or much of the wall. The room seemed much colder. Everything I know is wrong. Jack smiled, crossed his arms. I get it. I'm ready. He would not just get up and leave the room. That would show them he was a coward, that he couldn't take their stupid test, which didn't mean anything anyway. Hours later, I'd jump away from bad things. Everybody would have. Everybody would have. Everybody would have. Everybody they could. Whom do you protect? And whom do you leave behind? Where do you go when you jump? Into another you? How many of you are there? Jack broke into a sweat. I don't know. He wiped his forehead, then his cheeks. Someone somewhere had to be talking quietly through a hole or a speaker. Time to get real. He was willing to give up the illusion that he could jump, that had always seemed crazy, as well as the memory of the dark, crumbling world and what lay beyond the membrane. Give it all up, no problem. Forget about Glaucus and the huge woman and the wasps. Fine by him. Forget about the frozen, stuttering city outside the warehouse and the ladies and even Ellen and Dr. Sangloss and Bidewell. He'd dump it all. Well, maybe not Ginny. But just don't ask those questions. Because he had wondered about the answers for years. How many selves had he betrayed? Just by avoiding their pain. By jumping to better, safer lines. I can't be all of us at once. He tried to laugh. My head will explode. Maybe he was remembering the wrong things. Maybe he had never escaped from the back of the van. Everything between now and then could be a lie, an illusion. Glaucus was torturing him. They were holding him here by spinning out their wasp-winged fates. Maybe that was the rushing sound, and this tall, narrow room was surrounded by wasps, blacking out the lone window. Who could possibly know? Jack tried to laugh again, but only made a sound like crackling paper. But admitting that Glaucus was real was admitting as well that Jeremy Romer, Jack Romer, was special. Had special talents, dreamed special dreams. Glaucus was no more a sufficient explanation of where he was, of what he was being asked to do, than Bidewell or Mnemosyne, whatever she or it might be. Maybe they were all the same. Madness needed no sequence, no rules. They had not remembered him at the busker jam. Not even Joe Jim had remembered Jack at first. That blank look. And then the click of memory. You reconciled me, didn't you? Jack was really sweating. When was I made? Really? What is your earliest memory? The waterfront, cranes looming, the last light of day falling like burning gold between the gray warehouses, not much different from Bidewell's warehouse, though not as old. He saw a bumpy asphalt road, overlying bricks and patched with gravel and concrete, broken up by bands of light. Light, shadow, warming and cooling his face as he rode on his bike.
and still, in his pocket, next to the stone, Jack pulled out the origami puzzle, let his fingers work around the edges, poke through a cupped fold, pull at a tab he had not noticed before. The sometime stone had arrived first, a long, long time before. The stone tied up past and future, called forth protectors, invoked his card number, the number that Glaucus had asked for, probably written on the inside of the puzzle he had not yet learned how to unfold. Jack was just a book on a shelf in a library. I'm with him. In the dreams. I'm with the librarian. He has my catalog number. All the numbers, to all the volumes, in a library that goes on forever. The librarian started this. He's the author of my being. No surprise. He opened the puzzle cleanly, without a single tear. One problem. As the puzzle kept unfolding, the number rolled across the floor and curled up the walls, surrounding him with ratcheting digits longer than time. Jack laughed out loud. I was on the bike, right? That's my real first memory, the first time I appeared. That's why everyone has such a hard time remembering any of us. We're new. And you're still filling in the gaps. Between those who reconcile and those who see and judge, there is only love. Without you, the muses would not be necessary. And after you give up seeing, there is the joy of matter. But now that fades to nothing. Jack wiped his eyes, stared down at the bead of moisture on his fingers. He did not know what the tears meant. A loss greater than death. The joy of what? The greatest secret of all. And he would soon forget he had ever heard of it. Daniel sat in the chair until the silence seemed to swallow him. And still he felt nothing, heard nothing. He stood and walked around, rubbing his hands, and for a moment a bit of Fred came to him. A chain of thoughts about mathematics and physics. Sum of all possible paths is the most efficient, the most probable path. Use the entire cosmos to generate all possible strings in a matrix of permutated texts. A universal library will help generate the most probable path. It's obvious. Daniel smiled grimly. Good for you. You're still figuring things out. But none of it makes sense to me. This least of all. Fred's thoughts bleached away. I'm Daniel, he shouted to the high ceiling. I've protected these stones since the beginning of time, across all the worlds. You must know me. Silence. I had a family. I had a brother. Lots of brothers. I remember them, some of them. I think one was named John or Sean. I didn't just jump up out of nowhere. I can tell you about what's coming. There's worse coming. If you're even here. But you're not here. Are you? Falling dust outside, everywhere. He slumped in the chair. The others would probably lie and say they'd had a nice chat with whomever, whatever, all a sham. Bidewell was pulling a hoax to get control of their stones. Maybe the old man had locked them in and was going to let them starve. He murmured to the still, cool air, I know who I am, even if you don't. But now he wasn't at all sure. Something changed in the corners. Daniel stiffened and sat up straight, peering bright-eyed into the shadows. Remember. Very far, farther than anyone, from the outer reaches, hidden from all searchers, until you were brought to the main cord. Remember. His eyelids fluttered, his eyes closed, and he clenched his teeth. He saw a place, a huge construction made of something like stone, sitting in a crater
on a vast, smooth plain, silent for millions of years, if time had any meaning there. He saw himself moving from room to room, without actually walking, first as a child, then as an adolescent, feeling so very lonely and empty. His growth not continuous, but accomplished by fading at one age, reappearing elsewhere, older and more complete. And outside the house, lining the far worn hills, huge beings without face or feature, held captive, never moving, waiting to be summoned. The Vale of Dead Gods. Daniel was being forced to remember the impossible. He had been recreated and then stashed so far from any main sequence of reality that his earliest memories were an agony. He had passed through so much destruction to get here, but it was his origin that pained him the most. 2 stones. Why? The room changed again, and the confrontation he had dreaded, believed impossible, came and went. So quickly he had to reach back with sharp discipline to even recover it. Daniel was freezing. What he did not want to remember, what fogged his will, his intent, rose for an instant into memory and dictated his responses. "You know me." "Yes," he said, "but not as I am." "No." "I am changing." "Yes." "I am lost." "You're dying, but we'll meet again. We meet on the shore of a silver sea. That's all I remember." The cold reached down into his bones. Daniel sat in a chair, too cold even to shiver. On the wooden floor before him lay a small, round piece of glass, first green, then blue, foggy with age, as if it had lain on a beach, rounded by an endless surge of sand and water. Maybe it wasn't glass. He couldn't tell what it was, really. He reached down and held it for a moment, turning it in his fingers, then slipped it in his pocket beside the puzzle boxes. Daniel looked around the silent, empty room. "Goodbye," he said. Bidewell walked along the high, narrow hallway and opened the doors one by one, and out came Ginny first, more at peace than he had seen her before. Next came Jack, thoughtful, but with a new light in his eyes. Bidewell hesitated before the open middle door, then walked to Daniel's chair, where he reached out to shake the man's hunched shoulders. Daniel stirred and opened his eyes. They were sharp as knives, the wrong eyes for that face. "I fell asleep," he confessed, then stretched. The third shepherd was still an enigma. "We'll convene in a while," Bidewell said. "Pretty interesting. A question," Daniel began, but Bidewell raised his hand. "No need. It's all private." Bidewell nodded 3 times, eyes flicking at 3 different random points in the high room, before passing through the door. The moment is over, Bidewell thought, for which I have prepared for 1,000 years. Chapter 74. The Chaos. They had no choice. Another wave of dark marchers, dead, dying, or echoing timelessly, swarmed down from the ridge. "They are too many and too strong," their armor told them. "The generator will not protect you." Tiadba pulled up the device. The field dropped back into the ovoid, which sparked and hissed before falling dark. "Into the trees!" she shouted. "They're not trees," Denboard protested. "They'll kill us. You heard the armor." But there was no choice. Tiadba pushed her group forward. Denboard took the generator, slung it over his shoulder, and booted the cart aside, then pulled his clave from his belt. The first time they had tried to use this weapon, Tiadba did the same. The mottled, black, notched blades fanned out, spun, and almost vanished. 2 walls of force flashed outward, defined by the angles of the blades, translucent one moment, but where they coincided, silvering like a mirror. In the mirror, which curved and whipped, the ground behind seemed to clear, and the dark marchers fell back, fell away. "We can kill them!" Denboard shouted, triumphant. He continued to wave his blade. Its field whipped around upon them. Their suits fluoresced a pale green at the near miss.
"Keep that away from us!"
Mocked shouted. The breeds instinctively pushed toward the shimmering trees. There were simply too many echoes rising and spilling over the ridge, thousands of years of lost marchers massing against those still alive. The more the claves cut, the more there were. Tiadba had sudden doubts their weapons were that effective. She saw that the claves fended off the dark marchers only temporarily. They broke apart, vanished, then seemed to rise again from the black ground. Kren was the first to push between the trees, the pearl-colored balls of light on the branches popping and snapping as he brushed them. Yet the trees did not chew up their armor. In fact, wrapped branches and trunks around them, causing great fear, until they saw the branches close up behind, projecting a curtain of glinting drops as delicate as dew. The dark marchers did not follow. This was completely unlike the generator's bubble shield, but apparently more effective. Tiadba, Kren, and Denboard led the others deeper into the forest until they reached a clearing. Tiadba tumbled over Kren, when he stopped and mocked over them. As they untangled, the others dropped to their knees, murmuring prayers, weeping, then collapsing on the soft gray surface, while all around the trees rose twice as tall as their heads, slender fronds growing up and over, forming a bower and giving them cover as they caught their breath. Tiadba rolled on her back, still expecting to die, or worse. All her marcher training and instincts seemed unreliable, blacked out by fear that reached deep into the old matter that made her. What had they gotten themselves into? How many more terrors would they face, much worse than this? Were they even safe here, with cover and apparent protection, the chaos held back, frustrated? Mocked, wept for perf.
"You went just like the tall one. Just sparked away."
"He was slow," Denboard said. Mocked took offense and moved on him with fists clenched, but Herza and Frinna held him back, and together they all collapsed to the ground once more, coughing out little howls of misery. Tiadba sat apart, too exhausted to join in. Nico recovered first, and looked around through his faceplate, unable to believe they weren't still being followed. "What is this place?" Tiadba asked the armor. No answer.
"The armor doesn't want to help us,"
Mocked said.
"It's useless."
"Maybe it can't talk about what it doesn't know," Shul said.
"The armor didn't save Perf. It didn't tell him what to do."
"Everything out here changes," Nico said. "The trainer said—"
"Then why let it speak at all?"
Mocked shouted.
"What use is it to any of us?"
He kicked and thumped his arms and hands on the gray ground, a Kresh-born gesture of anger and irritation that they understood too well. Denboard crawled over and flopped down beside Tiadba. "I don't know whether we're safe or just in the belly of something different." Tiadba felt the gray surface and noticed that her armored fingers did not produce the faint glow of adjustment they had observed in the chaos. "The suits aren't working very hard," she said. "Maybe there's a generator nearby." "I don't see anything," Nico said. "Just the purple and those branches. I don't like the way they glow." Shul joined them and lay on his back. They all seemed to want to stay low and not touch the branches, growing ever thicker. One positive, they could no longer see the burning crescent. "Nobody said this would be easy," Denboard offered, his voice quavering, not at all convinced a show of bravery was appropriate, certainly not false bravery. Mocked stared at them all with large, round eyes. Herza and Frinna sat beside each other, clutching hands. They all sucked in their breaths. Silence, no more words, seemed best. Tiadba examined her gloved fingers, felt the suit drying and soothing her twitching, itching skin, the most comfortable clothing she had ever worn. The armor was still working, then. Slowly she let her fear burn itself out, leaving only a hollow grief, and, like mocked, disappointment. If the others looked up to her as some sort of example, a leader... After a while the branches stopped growing, and everything became still. "If we're in a belly, there's nothing we can do about it," Tiadba said. "Better here than out there." "We can't stay here forever," Denboard said.
"We know that," Mocked said. "Just shut up and let us be sad."
"Maybe this is a mourning place," Nico said, ever the philosophical one. Tiadba looked left, to the edge of the clearing just a few yards away, between the smooth brown trunks that had so quickly branched out. The glowing tips gave off a dim yellow light. She wasn't sure they would be able to escape through that thicket. No shadows, no motion, no threat, and no promise. Then she thought she must be dreaming. The branches parted. The glowing tips formed an arch, and through them stepped a tall one, wearing nothing but a kind of curtis, smudged, torn, mended with what might have been lengths of twig. The tall one approached close enough in the dim light that they could see him clearly. All of them stared in astonishment. "What is this?" Tiadba whispered, but again the suit had no answer. He looked a great deal like their trainer, Potton. But then, to breeds, tall ones tended to resemble one another. He approached and knelt, his dirty face impassive, eyes examining but incurious, as if he was not surprised to find them in this place, but felt no immediate concern over their intentions. "What is this?" Tiadba asked, louder. "Where are we?" The tall one shook his head. Then he spoke. Their helmets suddenly split and fell around their shoulders, making Denboard cry out and cover his eyes and mouth, until he realized he was not dying. The breeds gasped. The air was thin, but sweet enough. The tall one said, "They recognize me and they follow my orders. Poor things." He stroked Tiadba's shoulder. Not her, but the armor she wore. "Out of date. Obsolete, actually. Breaking down under the stress." Kren said, "One of us has already died." They stood, and their heads were of a height with the tall one's shoulders. "I am Potton," he said.
"Potton is dead,"
Mocked said. "There will always be Pottons," the tall one said. "Where did he die?"
"In the zone of lies,"
Nico said. They all nodded agreement. The tall one nodded. "A grand object lesson, don't you think? I made many copies, and broke many rules to help the marchers. If breeds reach my cache, they deserve rest, instruction, better forecasts of chaos weather, knowledge not available in the Kalpa, and we should refresh and upgrade your armor, don't you think?"
"That would be good,"
Mocked said.
"But I don't believe you. Not one bit. Potton told us not to trust things like you."
He spoke reasonably, without anger, but his face was tense. The tall one reached up, touched his own nose, and made the sound Potton had made when amused, a rumbling, crackling exhalation, somewhat upsetting to a breed. "Good instincts," he said. "But if I were a monster, even your poor old damaged armor would have warned you. How are things back in the city? We can't see it from here, of course." "Bad," Tiadba said. "Very bad." Well, it had to be. The Typhon grows restless, ever stronger, and wants to have done with us. Any more breeds coming after you?
We don't know, she said. Maybe not.
Then all the more reason to get this thing done, Potton said. These shrubs will only last a short while. I trained them myself, grew them from old ground. They're primordial matter, just like you. And me. Good thing you broke through. If you had gone around, you would have crossed a trod, and the Silent Ones have been busy of late. Follow me. He got to his feet, towering over them, and held out his arms. Congratulations, one and all. You've made it this far.
Chapter 75. The Green Warehouse. Throughout the warehouse, the book group women were arranging their own cots in preparation for the night that was not even remotely a night. For though dark had fallen, and Ginny could see 2 stars gleaming through the skylight, they were the same 2 stars. The earth was not moving. Sun and moon had not changed their positions in the sky. Ginny reluctantly arranged the blankets on her cot and sat, surrounded by her pitiful cubicle of stacked boxes, exhausted, ready for sleep, but she knew what would happen if she laid down and closed her eyes. She dreaded this part of the dream, the separation. Though Jack was asleep just a few yards away, she could hear him faintly snoring. The journey through the... She couldn't remember what it was. Great gray walls and dusty floors. If only I could put it all in sequence. Minimus crept through a crack between the boxes and leaped onto the cot. Ginny let the cat lie across her lap, purring contentment and watching her with the royal concern only a cat can show, aloof, alert, curious only out of politeness. With Minimus she felt safer, but the cat could not go with her into the dark behind her eyelids, the unwanted world that opened just a crack and rustle beyond. Finally she could stay awake no longer. She heard the cat jump down, but did not care. She was so tired of trying to understand and take control of her life. And so, for a few unclocked moments, a brief interlude in a slice of world bereft of real time, she gave up, gave in. She let the out-of-sequence existence she so dreaded wash over her, fill her up. Every time she closed her eyes, any time she had to rest, to sleep, until her 2 lives were combined and reconciled, this would be her sacrifice, her misery. Yes, I've dreamed those things before. Move on. Take me out into the chaos. Send me to the false city. Abandon me. Get it over with. The women gathered around the stove. None could sleep. How long do we have? Agazutta asked Bidewell. She had recovered her dignity, but there were dark circles under her eyes, and her red hair was in complete disarray. Bidewell handed them all cups of chamomile tea. Miriam came last into the darkened, stove-lit room, having checked on Jack and Ginny, and, she murmured to Ellen, having made sure that Daniel and Glaucus were in their closet. Bidewell held his answer until all the women had gathered. Most sat on the old wooden chairs. Agazutta remained standing. Farah lay back on the overstuffed chair, languid as always, but her eyes flicked at every noise, and her hands clutched the padded chair arms.
"Not long,"
Bidewell said.
"I haven't told the children. From this point, things will decay rapidly. I have deeply valued your company."
"But not our judgment," Farah said with a sniff. "Letting those bastards in. Why?" Bidewell stared up at the high rafters and shook his head.
"The stones choose."
"How do you know Glaucus?" Agazutta asked. Bidewell made a disgusted grimace.
"Him I could have predicted."
"If he's a hunter, why let him in?"
No answer I give will ever suffice. But the some runners pick their companions.
More like create them, right? Ellen asked, her hands making small, lost movements to her cheek, her chin. They all jumped at another sharp crack and grind from outside the walls.
Not to be known,
Agazutta said wearily. Bidewell looked down, and there were tears on his cracked, rugged cheeks, which shocked them all.
I know this much. The shepherds, as confirmed by Mnemosyne, are by text, out of text. Text is central. The some runners have mazed their courses throughout all the world lines, travelling all possible avenues, even the most unlikely. And now they have arrived, summed, come to our attention, and out of themselves, vaster than anything we can imagine, they have made guardians, even Daniel, though that is not certain.
A false one, perhaps? Miriam said.
We do not know that,
Bidewell said,
though his proximity to Glaucus, worrying, certainly. For centuries there have been rumours of a bad shepherd, but I have never met him, or her.
What's a bad shepherd? Agazutta asked, combing her fingers through her hair.
A traveller working his way forward through other shepherds, using them, bringing more than just a stone, bringing something else, for his own motives.
Sounds charming. Ferris charming. Ferris charming. Ferris charming, said. Bidewell held his hands over the iron stove, then examined his fingers.
As always, I apologize for my ignorance, ladies, he murmured. But as you say, our time is limited. I sense restlessness. I can assure you the opportunities outside are very limited.
They've made up their minds, Ellen said.
Who is going?
Agazutta raised her hand.
Children, grown and moved out, France, Japan, far away. But maybe they've left messages for me at home. Maybe there's still a way to speak to them. I have to try.
Miriam raised hers. I need to get back to the clinic, if it's still there. My patients must be scared out of their wits. My staff. They've been with me for years. Farah stood and stretched. I'm alone, she said, but I'll go with Agazutta and Miriam just to watch out for them. I'll stay, Ellen said, whether I'm needed here or not. No one out there needs me.
Not even us? Agazutta said. Is this the end of the witches of Eastlake?
It's been good, Ellen said. You are all the best friends, the finest adventurers one could hope for.
Well, it ain't over.
Until I sing, Farah said. The women exchanged hugs. More tears were shed. Then they took up their bags and purses, and Bidewell escorted them to the northern door.
You have your books?
He asked.
Do not lose them. Keep them close at all times.
They gave him wry looks. Slender tomes, Agazutta said. What does 1298 mean? Farah asked.
They are your stories, dear ladies, Bidewell said, penned long ago in Latin by your obedient servant, copying from even older texts, scrolls that were burned at Herculaneum. So long as you keep your stories near, you will be afforded some protection. I do not suggest reading ahead or skipping to the end. Not yet.
Will we get out of this alive? Farah asked. Bidewell lightly snorted, but gave no answer. Miriam opened the door to the outside. The air over the city had cleared a little. Oh, look, she said with a sigh. It isn't raining.
What will happen to the rest of you?
Agazutta asked, taking Bidewell by the elbow as they walked down the ramp side by side.
"That is well known," Bidewell said. "I am marked. I have been in the fray too long to go unnoticed, and so I fear all our fates hinge on the outcome, and before that arrives we must enter a kind of storage, along with this city, all cities, all histories, all times. The world out here is not the only record, and not the final version in the edit."
Agazetta shook her head in wistful irritation. "I've never understood you, or why we did all this."
"I'm a seductive fellow,"
Bidewell said. "That you are," Miriam said, and kissed his cheek. The gate was opened, and 3 of the witches of Eastlake departed into the grayness, holding bags or purses and their books before them. They left their youngest, Ellen, standing beside the ancient man with wet cheeks, who looked even older now. "We should go back in," Ellen said, peering after the figures. They were limned by barely visible halos, and the flickering of the sky, the leaning and grinding of the walls, slowed as they departed.
"It will not long matter where any of us stands,"
Bidewell said. Ellen grasped his face and looked straight into his eyes. "You didn't tell them. You think things have gone wrong."
"In the short run, now equal to any long run, we are all together. There are only 2 fates, 2 paths remaining. We shall all be moved along one path or the other, to be reconciled and ordered in our conclusions by Mnemosyne, or played with by the Chalk Princess, as she sees fit. And it is our visiting children who will steer us, ultimately."
He pulled himself straight, and waved his hands at the curtain of gloom where the women had passed.
"I wish them well," he said. "It is cold out here."
He closed the door, but did not shoot the bolt home.
"We have been dealt all our cards."
Chapter 76. The Chaos. The branches swung aside as this Potton, he had no other name, led them deeper into the trees. Tiadba knew they would never be able to find their way out. The branches had parted reluctantly, and then tried to enclose them, perhaps as defense. And the armor no longer responded to her commands to close up and form a seal. Obviously, the tall one was in charge, and seemed to know what he was doing. Mocked wore a steady scowl, and Denboard had frozen his face in a look of insolence, though he said nothing. They had already been through too much. "Did you try out your claves?" Potton asked. "How effective were they?" The tall one spun about, arms extended, and the tips of the branches overhead brightened almost into wake-light. "We tried them," Denboard said. "They were hard to manage, but some of the old marchers fell back. The dead ones, I mean, whatever they were. They fell apart." "Echoes, no doubt. They're thick around here." "Were they dead?" Tiadba asked. "Perhaps not dead, but most unfortunate. They might have been versions of you who made wrong choices and got trapped, their fates snared and looped by the Typhon. The Typhon uses whatever it captures or finds. Not a pleasant end. No end at all from what I've seen over the past few tens of thousands of wakes. I work out here, save what I learn, and pass it along to such as get this far." "How many breeds have survived?" Denboard asked. Nico lifted his hands in a counting prayer. "I'm not sure. 100. Fewer." Potton touched the ground, and a box rose up, about the size of a clothes box. Walking around it, he scratched his palms, spoke a few soft words, jerked his head. The box responded, and its sides fell open. Within, thin branches spun and grew with dizzying speed, throwing sharp little sparks.
They were miniature versions of the trees that surrounded and covered them.
Take off your suits. Lay them out on the ground. Once they air out, we'll throw them in here.
He pointed at the spinning mass in the box.
Your armor will be remade and improved. New knowledge, better guidance. And then you'll go. I'll be breaking this camp and fleeing myself. The trot is close, and I don't want to be caught by a silent one. Besides, we're all much too near the witness.
How was that possible? Tiadba asked. We were let out into the chaos far from there.
Distance, angle, the metric, all changing, I'm afraid. And it isn't getting any easier to plan and prepare for.
He gestured with his hands, flower finger prominent, and one by one, reluctantly, they peeled off their suits, all but mocked, and laid them on the ground. Hirza and Frenna stayed close to the box, as if comforted by its apparently benign mystery. Shul joined them. Potton gathered the suits and flung them into the spinning branches, where they sizzled and vanished. He waited for Mocked to make up his mind. "Tall magic," Denboard said, with a wink and a nod, and then touched his nose. He still did not believe, but what else could they do? The protection was obvious, if temporary. "Just do it," Tiadba instructed Mocked. He glared at her, but finally handed his suit to this Potton, who dropped it into the silvery tangle. The breeds lay mostly naked around the box and took turns telling of the last large intrusion, the damage to the Kalpa, their training, the end of the first Potton, the starboats in the valley that went away, the shattered ghosts of cities, the strange way light moved out here. And the echoes. "No doubt Perf is with them now," Mocked said, and Nico knelt and tented his hands, a prayer of supplication, though to what out here no one could say. Potton listened intently, though Tiadba suspected he had heard such tales before. "You've done well, against all odds, young breeds," he said. "Good to know we can still shape such as you. But the city is ignorant about much of the chaos, always has been. I can't go back, nor can I communicate what I know, because the city must not take such a chance. We might be products of the Typhon, after all, made to misinform." "That's what the trainer told us," Mocked said, and looked miserable. "Might be," Potton emphasized. "Use your instincts. They are so much better tuned than those of any Mender or Eidolon. Closer to the primordial earth, closer to the truth. Am I of the chaos?" "No," Denboard finally said, and Tiadba agreed. The others kept silent. "Well, some believe, some are suspicious. All good. None of you can be right all the time. Here is what I can tell you. The Trods shift and grow. There are any number of them out there, pulling in tighter, most of them pointing to a great crater, cut through by a veil that extends almost halfway around what remains of the earth. I've seen a few strange things gather and grow out there. I don't know what they are, or what they might do. The chaos lets them accumulate for now. I've heard Eidolons call them turvies, singular turvy. The Angelans in the Broken Tower can sometimes see that far, tricks of chaos light being in their favor. They surround your goal, not a Raja." "Does it still exist?" Nico asked. "Let's hope," Potton said. "If it doesn't, then all our efforts have been wasted. The great Eidolons, in their wisdom, exiled important persons to that rebel city, and with them, I hear, they carried important tools." "What?" Nico asked, eyes bright. "Only they would know. The librarian's tale. Have you been told that one, young breeds?" "No," they said. "Not all of it," Nico added. Tiadba lifted the books, which she had kept strapped within the leg pouch of her armor. "Maybe we don't need to know,"
she said. Several times Potton had glanced at the books with something like hunger. "I doubt that your ignorance would help anyone," he said. "It's part of the great story, the greatest story of all. But you, young breed, your name is Tiadba, is it not?" She had not told him. Perhaps he'd learned it from her armor. "Yes," she said. "Read for us, why don't you? We have time, and I haven't heard a marcher's story in ever so long." She opened her book, and found a passage by Sangmer that described his crew and their journey in the starboat across the last winding reaches of space and time. The first of Ishanaxad. Even surrounded by the beauty of the Shen necklace worlds and the clever arts gathered in past times from all the living galaxies, my crew could only feel pity at what we had seen, and dread at the thought of traveling back through those ruined spaces. Whatever we brought back with us, whomever we transported, the return journey would be even more difficult. While Polybiblios made his preparations, shedding his Shen selves and returning to Deva unity, I walked along the grainy margins of the basin wherein the Shen had stored their discoveries. Here, glistening like a soft jade ocean beneath the banded glow of the greatest ring star, lay the pooled fate logs of Shen travels during the brightness, before the end of creation. Their information long since scrambled and irretrievable, but still beautiful. I sought quiet, a lonely kind of peace, but better than contemplating our almost certain oblivion in the chaos. My crew was amusing itself by visiting the shrines of Shen accomplishment, erected by human students from worlds long since eaten by the chaos. The Shen acknowledged no gifts, accepted no reverence, not even to the extent of refusing or demolishing these tributes. Abandoned in scenic disrepair, the monuments rose or fell at the shivery whim of this huge pseudo-planet. The Shen had been the first to map the 500 living galaxies, the first to link the ancient barren whorls of dying suns into ring stars, the first to do so many things. And here was that dead, glistening sea of exploration and knowledge, lapping on a beach of whispering grains, a mockery of all who have ever sought glory. With only my dark thoughts as company, I stripped my garments and walked out onto the vectors, feeling them coil like jelly crystal, cool and silver around my ankles, seeking the glow of my order, but unable to share or partake. They fell back with lost whispers, a muddle just on the edge of sense, as if they might still be capable of retelling lost tales. Melancholy to match my own, and no one else's, I thought, until I saw what at first I took to be a small young female, walking toward me from a mile or so farther along the strand. This was an impossibility, a human-seeming figure on a world where only my crew claimed humanity. My crew, humble menders all, and, of course, the Deva Polybiblios. The girl could have been a young mender, but none of my kind had been born and raised in such a way through incarnate infancy and youth for tens of trillions of years. As she grew close, I waded to the shore, then knelt on the margin to caress the tiny rounded bits washed up there, glowing with a soft green radiance. I watched this girl-child from the corner of my eye, helpless, feeling that a truly irreversible moment approached. But there could be no retreat. "Are you the pilgrim?" the child asked when her voice could be heard above the whispers. "Some call me that. Who were you?" I thought she might be a ghost of vector history, brought back by some contribution I had made to the bright, roiled sea.
a bit of shed skin, tricked up by forces far beyond mender understanding. I am, not were. I have no finished name. The Shen have bequeathed me to a human I will call Father. He has gathered my parts in this sea, like these pieces on the shore, and helped shape them into what you see now. Are you human? I asked. Mostly, she said. My father pledges me to gens simia through Deva lineage. Close as she was, her features had not yet settled. She showed many graceful possibilities, yet seemed neither hurried nor embarrassed by this multiplicity. How are we to be introduced? I have a Shen name, but that is little better than none. What else are you besides human? I asked, trying not to sound rude. I'm not sure. Polybiblios assures me I contain elements of the forces that once helped shape and resolve creation. The Shen found them, collected them, and deposited them in this sea, for Father to rediscover and shape. How he could fit such large ideas into this small form, I don't know. Can you see them? I don't see anyone or anything clearly. She assumed a determined face, and her outline sharpened, but then she grew larger, too large, rising above the vector sea many times my height. I looked up, charmed by this metric naivete. It must feel important to be a vessel of creation's glory, I said, shading my eyes against the brilliant light of the ring star. Most of the time I can't feel it, she admitted, but sometimes I lose control and try to fix things, or bring logic to correct. As I mature, I'll control myself and take reliably solid form like you, I think. Your form is pleasing. That's what Polybiblios tells me. Are you a reward, then? A gift from Shen masters to Deva student? My father does seem to bear me great affection. She had fallen in altitude and was now just a little taller than me, and already appeared more mature. I think he wants to study what I will become. She dipped her toe into the vector sea, and rose-red waves spread outward, as if by herself she could revive all that had ever been lost. If I stay here, the Shen can't or won't give me what I need. I will become another abandoned memory like this sea, and then what's left will perish when the Shen succumb to the chaos. My melancholy evaporated. She breathed out newness, freshness, radiated a potential for joy unlike anything I had ever experienced. This glamour had its own adaptive properties, no doubt, but what could she ever be to a mender? She drew close and extended a star-bright hand. Polybiblios says, the captain of the twist-fold ship must extend an invitation to join the voyage back to Earth. He tells me there are dangers. It is your decision, pilgrim. I could feel the ancient forces like a fire heating my eyes and skin. What had once been abstruse history and theory, a lost muse, condensed and scattered at the end of the brightness, stood before me, real and vivid, though transparent. You're still a kind of ghost, I said. You probably won't take up much space, or consume many units of support. I don't eat at all, yet. But I will. I might eat you, pilgrim. She seemed very mature now, with eyes bold and deep and golden. Perhaps I will learn my true name on your ship. Perhaps you will help my father find it for me. I was already more than half in love. Exhausted, mind spinning with things she could not possibly understand, Tiadba glanced around the circle of marchers. All looked puzzled,
struggling with mysteries and words far beyond their experience. The Potton made a low, grumbling noise, then shook his great head. "It's a very old tale," he said. "Not sure I believe any of it."
"That's the way it reads," Tiadba said, defensive.
"Oh, I don't doubt that," the Potton said. "So many marchers. So many tales. I've often wondered how the Eidolons came to be the way they are, and how Ashonixod came to be what she is, but those are other stories, and maybe I still don't know the truth of it."
"It makes a sort of sense," Nico said valiantly. "We'll have to read the books later, see if the stories change." "I don't know that the stories change," Tiadba said, not for the first time. "Maybe my understanding changes."
"Time to teach us all to read the old letters," Denboard insisted.
"We'd like that," Herza and Frinna said to Tiadba's surprise.
"Fat chance,"
Mocked said, and yawned. "If there's time," the Potton said. "The armor will be ready soon."
Something like a drowse, but far from sleep, came over Tiadba for the first time since they had left the training camp to cross the border of the real. She could not be certain she was having a dream, or finding a strange kind of memory. She thought she was in a large room, surrounded by shelves of books, 2 or 3 times taller than the shelves in the upper tiers. She saw 4 women, large women by her standards, but how was she to judge? She was small, they were large. They moved around her, talking among themselves, deeply concerned. She broke her trance with a gasp and looked up to see the Potton pulling pieces of armor from the spinning branches at the center of the bower and assembling their new suits. He placed them in standing positions, knitting limbs to trunks, using a small sphere gripped by his flower finger. He was blowing air through his lips with a musical succession of notes, not what Tiadba would call a tune. Observed, he finished what he was doing and winked at her, then touched his nose. But he looked worried, if she was any judge of the expressions assumed by tall ones. As the others gathered beside the reassembled suits, Potton, so like his namesake she decided she could not detect any difference, other than the smudges and ragged apparel, walked around the circle and passed his hands up and down, making each suit glow. "They're finished," he announced. "Fresher? More informed, as promised? Now put them on quickly, there's no time. The trot is shifting, and we will soon find ourselves right in the middle." The marchers quickly donned their new suits, moving about to try the fit. They felt little difference at first. Tiadba's seemed slightly stiffer, that was all. The Potton confined the spinning branches. The box reduced itself until he could pick it up, and he slung it in a piece of fabric that hung from his shoulder. "You don't wear a suit," Tiadba said. He waved one hand. "The bower is my armor. Watch yourselves, it's about to collapse, and I will vanish with it. Stand aside. We will not encounter each other again, I hope. If we do, we will all have failed. Your armor will be more responsive and informative and even stronger, but remember, there is worse to come. Above all, believe I am real. Don't think I was never here." The bower burned away, exposing the rucked-up sky and the long red-purple arc of fire. Tiadba's helmet rose around her head, and the faceplate colored, tinting the scene orange, as all about them the branches broke into violet flame, too bright to look upon. They stood on rolling black ground, and she heard the others stifle cries of dismay. They were back in the chaos. For a moment Tiadba thought she saw a tall, slender figure move rapidly away, a flash of white limbs, a nimbus of glowing, spinning branches surrounding a tall one. A lone mender. "Marchers on alert," their armor warned. "Listen for your beacon." She heard it now. A steady musical pulse, stronger as she faced in one direction, weaker in all the others. And she recognized the armor's new voice. Armor's new voice. Armor's new voice. Armor's new voice. It was Potton's.
Denboard and Kren approached her, and then the others. They formed a circle, facing outward, and realized each could see what the others were seeing, allowing better judgment of their surroundings. Many eyes combined at once. A strange sensation.
"Did the tall one squeeze himself into all our suits, or did he just pick up and leave?"
Mocked asked.
"Let's hope he was real," Nico said, "and we're not laid out on this black stuff naked, dinner for monsters."
"Follow your beacons," the armor insisted. "Much distance to cover, and quickly. All this region is uneasy. Silent ones always seek what defies the Typhon."
"March,"
Tiadba said, and with greater confidence and greater alertness, they followed the pulsing tones, forming a wavering line that soon drew straight, Tiadba in front, Kren taking up the rear. All of them could see what she saw ahead, around, a low green light that flickered and rose in spikes, as if to touch the sky. Their steps slowed, and they felt oddly heavy. From their right something loomed and passed too quickly to see, something huge, broad and flat, flying past on high, slender pillars that pulled up the ground ahead and behind, and then it was gone.
"It had a face,"
Kren said.
"A human face. Bigger than a meadow."
"Move quickly," the armor instructed. "Distance will close in, light will move in unfamiliar ways, and things will seem to burn. Above all, follow the beacon." Off to the left, Tiadba saw a swinging gray sword of light, brighter than before, the glowing beam sent out from the witness.
"We're right under it," Nico said. "How did we get so close? Wasn't it on the other side?"
"We should set up the generator and wait for it to go away,"
Mocked said. "No," the armor insisted. "You are being hunted. There is no shelter here. There is only escape." Chapter 77. The Green Warehouse. Jack knelt beside Ginny's bed and put his hand on her arm. She had been sleeping for hours, even after the pewter light of whatever passed for dawn touched the windows beneath the warehouse roof. At his touch, she shifted on the cot, then opened her eyes and looked beyond him. The peace after her time in the room had passed. The gnawing worry and fear were back, especially in sleep. She was sleeping so much now. Jack, on the other hand, was mostly wide awake. His dreams since being in the empty room had been brief and uneventful.
"They're huge," she murmured. "They're like stingrays, but they have faces on one side. Arms and legs make dimples in the road as they skim along, like water striders on a pond. They shoot by too fast to see unless they see you first, and if they catch you, it's over."
Jack wiped a tear from his cheeks, feeling emotions that were not his own. Not yet. "Where are you?" he asked.
"We're miles from the city. I don't know how far. It's always night out here, always dark. The sun doesn't cast any light. It's just a glimmer on the edge. We don't even have real shadows. The armor says the chaos here is thin. Some of the old rules still survive. We can even take off our helmets and breathe the air, but it freezes your lungs if you suck it in. Fur on the nose. Good thing."
She looked around, as if trying to locate his face, seeing neither the warehouse nor Jack.
"Is anything coming?"
"I don't know," he said, his face contorted. "You're way ahead of me."
"The beacon still sings in our helmets. So beautiful. That's the only thing that guides us. Distance is tricky, but we keep walking. I think it knows we're here. It just doesn't care. It's stuffed full. It's eaten almost everything, but we're giving it indigestion. It's won, but it's keeping an eye on us. A big, big eye. The witness is always there. God, I hope we don't get too near it.
What's that? Jack asked.
No words for it. The other city isn't the same. There's something awful in its place. I know that, but I can't tell her. Jack, she doesn't know.
Jack laid his head on Ginny's chest, put his hand over her eyes. That searching, distant gaze.
I'll be there,
he whispered.
Too late, she said. They've found us.
She fell back on the cot. Jack stroked her forehead, then stood. He couldn't bear watching her suffer and being so powerless. He bumped the boxes on his way out of the cubicle. Bidwell was sitting in a chair near the stove, reading a slender green book. The old man's face looked ethereal, as if it might turn to mist or glass. Ellen stepped out of the main warehouse, carrying a knitted bag with the outline of her own small book, waiting one corner. "Where are the others?" Jack asked.
"There's nothing they can do here," Bidwell said. "They're trying to reach their loved ones."
"I thought they were alone," Jack said.
"Only you are ever truly alone," Bidwell said, with a strange twist of envy. "Our time is almost over for this cycle. Yours is just beginning."
Ellen looked at Jack, at once hopeful and stricken. He saw that both of them had been crying and felt uncomfortable, so he moved on and found Daniel sitting under the almost bare shelves in the annex room, paging through a large, thick book. Daniel looked as exhausted as Jack felt. Somehow that made him more sympathetic. Daniel put the book aside as Jack approached. "I heard the door open," he said. "3 of the women took off," Jack said. He examined Daniel's expression, looking for any sign of strangeness, but could not find anything to dislike or even be suspicious of. That was Glaucus's doing, he suspected. He recognized the symptoms. More subtle, but still the same. Why would Glaucus protect Daniel? Shaping him as a new partner, perhaps? "I don't hear much outside," Daniel said. "And there's certainly nothing new in here. Let's go topside for another look." For the moment, the curtains and wrinkles above the city had parted, leaving an inky blackness and a sky full of stars, but something was very wrong. The stars, like the moon, had smeared, twisted, wrapped themselves in rainbow-colored rings, and were growing dimmer. One by one, they were winking out like spent fireflies. "They're being eaten," Jack said. "The moon, the stars." "You got that right," Daniel said. "But we have to think it through. What's being eaten? When is it being eaten? I can believe the moon being sucked up by whatever that is, that ugly sun arc thing. We'd see that almost right away, but the stars are too distant. Unless—" He wiped his forehead. "Unless the past was chewed up first. That would mean everything behind us has already been eaten, space and time. Those stars are already gone. The last wave of their light is bouncing off the terminus, and now it's fading. We're like the core of an apple, the seeds, being saved for last." "Seeds," Jack said. "That's what Bidwell calls the stones." "None of what he says makes sense, Jack." Jack persisted. "Still, things are reaching back from somewhere." Daniel thought this through. Brow wrinkled, plump cheeks growing pale. He gave Jack a pinched look. Part disbelief, part envy. "Okay, magic boy. You know something. It's obvious. We're being messed with. Someone sent the stones back, like Bidwell says." "Like he hints," Daniel corrected. "And the thing that controls the hunters, the chalk princess, Glaucus's livid mistress, that could be from the future, too." "But
What's messing with us is no longer in the future. We're being shoved up against the future. What's left of it. Right? With you so far? Daniel said, intrigued that Jack was suddenly engaging in theory. So, we're just getting the last ripples of after effect. Whatever's gonna happen, has happened here. Except for the warehouse. And us. Because of the stones, or Bidewell's weird library? They both stared at the fragmented city, beyond shock, even beyond wonder, and then stared at each other, expressing their only remaining surprise that they were still alive, still thinking, still speaking. Maybe both, Jack said. We're saved for the moment, but that moment is going to be awfully short, and then we're going to have to do something. What? Daniel asked. Jack shook his head. The cityscape around the warehouse had congealed into a bleakness of broken buildings, sluggish flows of muddy water, torn, ragged clouds barely obscuring the battered sky. The last limb of the hideous arc of fire dropped below the horizon, and the clouds glowed blood-red, then dimmed to somber brown, their undersides fitfully illuminated by curling wisps of orange and green. The whole city is a grab bag of past and present, Daniel said. If you're right, it could mean this chalk princess is still out there, waiting for things to settle before she comes and gets us. Glaucus has a weird confidence. He's protecting you, Jack said. Is he? How strange. I don't need protecting. He poked and rubbed one temple with a thumb. I don't see any sign of the women who left. Your friends. Glaucus made sure Daniel and Jack were out of the way, then approached Ginny's cubicle. With bat-like acuity, he could hear her moving about from across the warehouse. Ginny blinked and looked confused as he drew back the flimsy curtain. I don't want you near me, she warned, her tongue thickened by the long, hard sleep. I'll call for help.
Abject apologies for my crude appearance and manners,
Glaucus said. He glanced up.
The young men are on the roof, satisfying curiosity. They seem to be learning to trust each other.
Jack knows better, Ginny said, still blinking. Whether from nerves or irritation, she couldn't tell. Everything felt gritty. Everything seemed to be running down, even her brain.
Perhaps. At any rate, I am no threat,
Glaucus said softly.
In fact, I eliminated the ones who came here to hunt you. The man with his coin, the woman with her flames and smoke, a dreadful pair. I have my allegiances, of course, and they may not match yours. But with no leadership, I am no more a threat than one of these warehouse cats. You are not my mouse. Whom would I deliver you to, and why?
Please go away, Ginny said.
Not before I salve my conscience. You have misplaced your trust, and now I fear the worst. Bidewell has hidden himself for many decades, but we, my kind, hunters all, knew him long before that. He was legendary among us.
He's been kind to me.
We do have that ability, to be charming when we wish, despite all other appearances. Can you feel that between us, even now?
He looked down, raised his hand to his forehead as if ashamed.
Pardon, it's an instinct, misplaced, no doubt. I will withdraw it immediately.
He shut down the treacle ambience. Ginny stepped back, even more confused.
I will come no closer, and I would leave soon, but I must tell you, in the spirit of an honourable hunt, which must soon resume, Bidewell brought you all here, for the same reason here, for the same reason here, for the same reason here, for the same I attached myself to the one who calls himself Daniel, a strange fellow. Don't you feel it? Not what he seems, very ancient, we call his like bad shepherds. But no matter, whoever possesses a stone exudes an atmosphere of protection, and provides others a pass to the next level of this astonishing endgame. As do you, young Virginia. Here's the pattern, the picture of our next few blinks of time. I will complete my part in the game, and Bidewell will complete his. He will deliver you to his mistress, and I will deliver Daniel and Jack to mine.
"I don't believe anything you say," Ginny murmured. But her eyes indicated otherwise. She had never been good at trust.
"Pardon me for speaking truth,"
Glaucus said.
"But even among my kind, there are rules."
Glaucus backed out and let the curtain fall, then returned to the storage room, his face stony and gray. Chapter 78. The Chaos. Under the witness's eternal gaze, the Silent Ones had almost skimmed down upon the breeds when the entire land seemed to erupt with geysers and fountains of sooty darkness. The huge, flattened faces, with their darting, ever-searching eyes, reminiscent of tall ones, breeds, and other varieties unknown to the marchers, had suddenly pulled away, leaving Tiadba and her companions spilled on the black ground, waiting for doom delayed. Tiadba withdrew her arm from her faceplate and saw that Kren and Shul were already up on their knees. Herza and Frinna had risen as well. Still vibrating with shock, Tiadba managed to push into a crouch and listened to the shrieks and wails shooting skyward from all around. The compressed ruins of a dead city had either risen around the witness or been pushed into place like a pile broomed up for burning. "Where are we?" she asked. "Has the chaos shrunk?" Kren and Mocht crawled beside her. Nico had found another wall with better footholds. "There has been movement," the armor's voice announced to all. "Distances have been reduced." By now the marchers had found vantages to all sides, less interested in the city than in what had happened to the Silent Ones, and where the witness was now situated, almost on top of them. Tiadba studied the witness with a frown. The huge, distorted head, as tall as 3 or 4 blocks stacked on top of each other, had been erected on a massive scaffold of old buildings. Its expression seemed frozen in weary despair. Perhaps that half-melted visage revealed its emotions over times longer than the life of a breed. With everything shifting and changing, perhaps the chaos would accelerate, and she could actually see the agony come and go across those ruptured brows, accentuating the rotation of that huge protruding eye, dull green glimmers winking within its dark pit of a pupil. The sweep of the beam had been interrupted, but now the glimmers were focusing, reforming, and the beam lanced out again over the chaos, returning to its slow, inevitable rotation. Kren and Shul pulled Tiadba to her feet. None of them had been hurt, yet. They were left untouched, in the very shadow of the witness, wrapped around by labyrinths of broken walls and toppled structures, spirals, towers, ornamental facades. The walls had grown up in no time, while the sky had turned a sickly metallic gray, and something like wind had rushed over the chaos, carrying fanned-out clots of black dust. And now the fountains, shooting into the sky, suddenly joined into spinning funnels
then curved over and swooped toward the distorted horizon. "Here!" Hirza and Frinna called. Tiadba pushed Kren back and climbed the opposite angled wall to see. They all watched as the Silent Ones maneuvered on their tracks, hunkering, collapsing their stilts to avoid the funnels, now like thick fingers, with the marchers in the middle of a giant palm. A kind of living smoke, shot through with gray and silver, rose all around, and the chaos erupted once more. This time bolts of red light rose up and spread against the wrinkled sky. "More intrusions," the armor explained. "I see that," Tiadba said, and then reached to make sure she still carried the bag in her pouch with her books. Their books. How could Jebrassy ever find them, ever make his way through this?
"Where's the beacon?" Nico asked. "I don't hear anything."
If they lost the beacon, then it did not matter whether they were alive or dead.
"It's stopping,"
Kren called. The fountains fell short. The geysers sputtered. The continuous bedlam of screams and whoops dropped in pitch and intensity to low rumbles. "We have to move across the trod," Tiadba said.
"There's something out there on the other side,"
Nico said, pointing. Their suit faces magnified what he had spotted and showed them a different kind of ruin, blocky cubes and rectangular structures laid out in a grid and topped by a lighter swirl of sky. Tiadba closed her eyes and tried to remember what her visitor would have called them. Streets. Roads. "I know a place like this," she said.
"We'll have to make it fast,"
Nico advised, and Kren agreed. They pushed over the rubble and ran over the dimpled trod, its pale surface spongy, then mucky, like a fallow swale. Behind them, the nearest Silent One began to rise up on its thin legs, the mouth in the flat, massive face twisting as if in pain. "Faster!" the potent voice commanded, and they pushed, tugged, braced against the suck, and crossed the trod to step out on glazed black crust, dust beneath, and then a road, made of square red stones, covered with black ice, but hard. They could run. They could flee as the Silent Ones pulled up their stilt legs and began to reach out with fluorescing grapples. But the marchers were now out of reach. They walked in silence, moving what might have been miles through the ruins. The small generator had been sucked down into the rubble on the other side of the trod, pinned between collapsing walls. They had only one clave left between them. And Tiadba had her books.
"Is this place new or old?"
Kren asked. "Very old, I think," Tiadba said, as they increased their distance from both the witness and the trod. "What kind of place is it?" Hirza asked. Usually she was the least curious, less even than Frinna, and never asked questions. "I think it's called a town," Tiadba said. "Like a block, but laid out flat instead of stacked."
"Some of the buildings look like they might have been taller,"
Kren said.
"Maybe something mowed them down."
Twisting curls of feeble blue light arced from the chaos into the flat cityscape, dancing down the roads and caressing the shattered walls. Nico asked what the loops were. "Entangled matter," Potten's voice responded. "These are ring fates, interactions between particles that are the same, once separated by time and fate, but no more." Ring fates. Tiadba shuddered. She had not heard that phrase before, not even from her visitor, but it sounded important, even crucial.
"Are they dangerous?"
Kren asked. "Unknown," the armor replied. "They cannot be avoided. You are made from primordial mass. There may be more entangled recognitions between matter from the past,
now joined to itself in the present. They tried to focus on the words they almost understood. Tiadba thought that her and Jebrassy's visitors might have spoken to them out of just such a past. Did that mean they were connected, made in part, at least, of the same matter? She told the others that they needed to find something like shelter and stay alert. The chaos had been crunched, compressed. That seemed to be the simplest way of expressing what they had experienced, and perhaps that meant this past had caught up with them, colliding and merging with everything around the Kalpa. "What's next?" Herza asked, her second question of the journey. Chapter 79. The Green Warehouse. Jack leaned over the edge of the roof, looking for people, and finding a few still out in the open, but he could not recognize any of the book group witches, and no one else out there moved. They had become obsidian sculptures, locked in attitudes of walking, running, or just standing, arms held up as if beseeching someone, something, anything. "Are they all like that?" Jack asked. Daniel had no answer, but felt a twinge, an unwelcome jab of concern. He could see through many of the buildings, as if their reality had been frozen mid-collision. Some of these were slowly fading, crumbling, turning to more black dust. He rubbed his temples vigorously, then bent over, fighting off a headache. "I'm not smart anymore, Jack. This has squeezed me flat. Every secret, every bit of knowledge, it's right before our eyes, and we don't know what it means," he said. "I used to be an arrogant bastard, from what I remember, which isn't much. Maybe I belong with Glaucus, and you should stay away from both of us. I'm sorry I brought him here with me." Jack could say nothing in response. Their past was gone, literally gone, deleted, absorbed, powdered away. What could they be responsible for now? What sort of freedom of action or choice could they possibly have? Ginny took just enough time to pluck her stone out of its box, throw the box between some heavy crates, and pull a bundle of clothes and a can of beans, all she thought they could spare, from under the bed. Enough was more than enough. She couldn't sit still another second, couldn't waste any more time waiting for the others to finish their enigmatic preparations. She had slept through the departure of the three witches. She did not see Ellen in the stacks or near the outer door. She did not want to see Jack or Daniel, and she certainly did not want to encounter Glaucus again. Or Bidewell. She was going to do what she always did best. Turn left, move on, make the wrong decision. Leaving the security of Bidewell's warehouse, if it was secure, which she had always doubted, seemed foolish. But now, more than ever, she couldn't stand the thought of falling asleep again and dreaming of her lost other. She worked her way through the stacked boxes, smelling their dry mustiness, feeling the strange new cold that wafted through the lofty old building, winding like an invisible vapor down the aisles and between the rooms, chilling the steel doors like frozen hands reaching in, searching. The stone felt warm and heavy in her pocket. All the lightness after her hours in the empty room, the time spent with Mnemosyne, had collapsed under the weight of troubled sleep, and now she felt only leaden desperation. She pushed open the outer door, cringing at the squeal it made, and pulled the mechanical lever that released the gate lock now that the city's electricity was gone. The cold on the ramp was stranger and more intense than in the warehouse, and the brown, dusty darkness beyond the gate more forbidding than she had imagined while making her preparations. But this was the way it had to be. Separation. Escape. In the hopes of a new uniting. When they were ready. When they were mature. Whatever they could have time to grow into. With damp fingers, she rolled the stone in her jacket pocket, The jacket that Bidewell had given her, a heavy woolen British Air Force coat, 60 years old or more, and used her other hand to pull the wire gate inward. 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 The last scatter of writhing clouds were lit with arcs of pale green and yellow flame that flickered and passed overhead, like the northern lights, she thought, but more intense, and not at all lovely. Above the clouds, the sky had become a vault of nothing. She should not look up, she decided. Yet, looking at the streets outside, the shaved, dissected, rearranged buildings covered with crawling black ice, the few people left behind by Terminus petrified, contorted, filled with that same waxy, crawling ice, awful. So she kept her eyes on her feet and walked as quickly as the thickening air allowed. She seemed to fill a kind of bubble, an unseen, protected volume that pushed ahead and around her. The bubble might be an effect of the stone, but she couldn't know for sure. It was like a pocket of air dragged below the surface of a pond by a diving beetle. It might give out at any moment, and the waxy dark ice would fill her veins, and then something else would peer out through her blind eyes. She looked back, a bad idea, but she couldn't help herself. The gray air behind could not completely obscure the sharp, bluish glow rising from the warehouse, the only building she could see that had not been destroyed or rearranged like a child's set of blocks. She wished them well. The warehouse grew smaller too quickly, as if each step she made were a dozen. A new way to walk. Tattered running shoes turned into 7-league boots. Ginny lifted her arms, wondering if she could will herself to fly. But nothing happened. She kept walking. The ground changed from cracked cement and asphalt to soft gray dirt, then to something blacker and harder, a kind of ropey crust like old lava, but thin and crunchy. She hoped the fine gray dust that puffed up from beneath the broken crust would not swallow her feet or swallow her. Some of her thoughts, as she performed this odd journey, were taken up with the protests of a rational, practical young woman who told her that leaving the warehouse was worse than suicide, but who also told her that none of this could possibly be real. In the broken, flat, and listless world of Terminus, a thin coat of paint between life and doom, there had to be an answer to the madness, an escape, a door or a hatch through which she could crawl and pull herself into real sunlight, real night, walk under real stars, real moon, real sleep, normal dreams, and a real city, not this broken-down jumble. But then she looked up from her blur of feet, looked around again. She was no longer in the city. The brown and gray air was reddened by the rise of the flaming arc, all that seemed to be left of the sun, wrapped around a cindery disk. This was accompanied by a deep rumbling and trembling beneath her shoes, the black ground itself rebelling against what now passed for day. And off in the distance she saw the ghostly hint of a sweeping beam. Not precisely a searchlight, more like the blade of a huge sword cutting through the sky. I know that. The witness. This made her stop. She found herself actually wringing her hands, a story-time gesture she never would have believed herself capable of, but she took some solace from the repetitive motion and the pressure of her strong, curling fingers. Her frown deepened, wrinkles and seams growing across her forehead and cheeks until her face felt like an old, old woman's. The air seemed to be aging her. Terminus might be pulling her up short, abruptly snipping her world line like a grim, silent Norn.
Anything could be happening. And so she had to keep walking. From the middle of the roof, the shelter door creaked and slammed open. Ellen kicked the door again as it swung back, then stepped out onto the wooden pallets. "We weren't watching her for just a moment," she called, and then stopped, sucked in her breath, and lifted her hand to shield her eyes against the aurora glow. Jack didn't say a word, just broke into a run over the wooden path to the shelter. His shoulders bounced from the walls. Then he swung onto the ladder and scrambled below like a monkey. Daniel followed, more deliberate, trying to figure an advantage, he thought, with the smallest pang. Ellen stared at him as he walked past. She focused on his face. She did not want to see any more of the sky and landscape than she had to. "The girl took off?" Daniel asked. Ellen's face was white with accumulated shock, and now this. She folded her arms tight and nodded. "We were supposed to protect her." "We'll go find her," Daniel said. "This place isn't going to last much longer anyway." Chapter 80. Downtown. The witches could not find any street they recognized. The whole downtown area had been fractured and then tossed into a mishmash chronology. The only structures that seemed familiar were bookstores. Some shuttered for decades, yet once again presenting faded signs to empty streets, but their interiors were deserted, empty of both books and readers. Agazutta, Farah, and Miriam moved on in a tight huddle, exchanging quiet, hollow jokes, the last little encouragements they could muster, but unable to hide their fear at the appalling state of their once beautiful city. "I never imagined it might be like this. I thought I'd die in bed," Miriam said.
"Alone and unloved?"
Agazutta made a wry face. "Maybe this is better."
"Speak for yourself," Miriam said.
"Always have."
"Girls,"
Farah nudged them around a gray, jagged corner.
"This is Fifth Avenue."
"My God, have we walked that far?" Miriam asked.
"I'm not sure what far means now,"
Agazutta said. They stood for a moment, the dusty breeze chilling them like a soft, dead hand.
"That's north, I think,"
Farah decided. She wiped grit from her eyes and intensified her frown.
"What now?"
"I recognize something up the block a ways," Miriam said. "It's the Central Library."
"Haven't we had enough of books?"
Farah said. Miriam said, "I think it's our little green books that have got us this far. Maybe we can climb to an upper floor and get our bearings."
"I say we go east that way,"
Farah said, pointing.
"I think that's still east. The freeway isn't far, if it's still there."
"My house would be north," Agazutta said.
"I don't know if we can make it," Miriam said. "It's getting much too cold."
She pulled up the collar of her sensible gray wool coat, the sort of coat one wore for many seasons in Seattle. Agazutta turned toward a window crusted into the wall beside her, its frame cracked, pitch dark behind the dusty glass. Palm and fingerprints streaked through the dust as if people had walked by with hands out, touching the walls, the window, anything solid to guide themselves through the murk, before they vanished. She stared into the glass and realized that the reflection staring back was of another face entirely, not hers, and not a happy one. With a little cry, she backed away, and the face faded. To the southwest, around Bidewell's warehouse, a pillar of swirling clouds seemed to be gathering, piping out a thin calliope whistle, the voice of a mad mother crooning to her children.
"Let's get off this street," Farah said. "Any place will do, even a library."
They walked through the fragile rubble, crunching like burnt meringue beneath their shoes, in the direction that had once been north, toward the big library. Inside, the library was remarkably intact, deserted,
but only loosely touched by the changes beyond its high, staggered glass and aluminum walls. Quiet filled the lobby and stairwells leading to the upper levels. Empty quiet. Agazutta leaned against a desk and coughed into her handkerchief. "We'll get black lung out there." "Dust of ages," Miriam said, and reached into her cloth bag to pull out her book. She held it up, showed it to her fellow witches. They produced their own volumes, the books that Bidewell had given them years ago when they began working for him. "Books are special," Miriam said. "They mean something beyond any value I ever gave them. Not that I don't love books. I mean, look at this place. It's hardly been touched." Agazutta fumbled with the brass latch on her book, but Farah reached out and stopped her. With a sigh, Agazutta slipped the book back into her bag. Whatever protection books give didn't seem to mean much to the people who worked here. "Maybe they left," Miriam said doubtfully. "I'd hate to think that we're all that special," Farah said, and when the others looked her way, puzzled or irritated, she added with uncharacteristic sheepishness, "I don't want to be the last of anything. Especially the last old woman." "What's old mean here?" Agazetta said. "I want to be in my clinic," Miriam said. "Time's over. Except for us," Farah said grimly. She pointed to the high, broad windows. They were frosting, black crystalline rime creeping up like a cold shadow. Farah had made her way behind the abandoned information desk and held up a thick volume from the Cambridge Ancient History. She opened it and flipped through the pages. A dark, silvery fluid spilled out around her feet and gathered into a shining pool. Miriam bent to examine the spill, touched it with her fingers, lifted them. The tips were covered with dark iridescence, alphabet rainbows, hematite words. "Uh-oh," Agazetta said, and backed away from the nearest flight of stairs. From the elevator doors, a thin, dark liquid gushed through the crack, while another, more copious flow cascaded down the steps. The women retreated. The streams joined on the concrete floor. Behind the desk, Farah shook a last few drops from the book of history, then held it up. In the dim light, its pages were as pristine as untouched snow. Miriam's expression turned from astonishment to resignation, almost to understanding, but then held firm at acceptance. "Keep your things close," she warned. "It's what Bidewell has been saying all along. Without readers, books do unpredictable things." "Waiting for new characters. New stories," Agazetta said. "Us?" Farah asked, her voice as frightened and gentle as a child's. "No, dear," Miriam said. "We've never been very important." But Farah had laid the book on the counter, and like a librarian, was smoothing her palm over the blank pages to press them open. At her touch, letters returned, apparently random, unreadable. Embryonic history waiting to be made. This was what had softened her voice. "Are you sure?" "Oh, dear," Miriam said. Chapter 81. Ginny. Ginny stumbled as she ascended a low ridge of blackened stone, and then, beyond, saw a thick stream of something iridescent sliding toward her, then curve off to the right, flowing uphill, not down. She would go around that curve to avoid crossing the fluid, whatever it was. She hadn't brought much real water, just a plastic quart bottle bumping around in her pack, but she wasn't thirsty, and she didn't feel hungry or tired. Only a few minutes seemed to have passed, and yet she must have walked many miles. A practical part of her mind now asked a key question, and Ginny wondered why she hadn't thought of it earlier. What was guiding her? She reached into her jacket pocket and touched the stone, felt it roll in her fingers.
a new freedom. Yet when she tried to pull it back behind her, even in the narrow confines of her pocket, it resisted. It had a tendency, a preference. It pulled in the same direction she was walking. I am the stone. The stone is me, Ginny sang in a hoarse whisper, and felt a kind of reassurance, a counter to her fear. The flaming arc passed beyond the horizon again. She looked down from the night sky to keep her eyes from aching. Then it occurred to her, and she let out a small cry. She had left the last place on earth that was not already part of the awful dream. I'm walking into Tiadba's chaos. Where's her city? Where's the Kalpa? As she held the stone, words streamed into her head. Very familiar. That voice she had never heard, yet knew so intimately, awakening what she had been made to know all along. You are here. You are in its heart. Find me. Find your sister. Chapter 82. The Green Warehouse. In the small storage room, surrounded by collapsed cardboard boxes and piles of broken-down crates, Glaucus lay back on the narrow cot, thinking over all he had seen and done, all those he had caged and put to an end. Birds sold or tossed to the rats, children delivered by the dozens to the Chalk Princess. In the long run, in the undoubtedly stellar perspective of someone like the mistress, it came to no difference. He did not feel guilt so much as imbalance. He did not seek understanding. Daniel might understand a little of what was happening outside, but Glaucus worried that he was too old, too much a living fossil. His intellect had been whetted to a dedicated edge more than a century ago, and then blunted by hard use. He could manufacture a semblance of cleverness, summon a pattern of behaviors in response to a more or less familiar challenge, but not to this. This was a young person's game. He could only contribute what he had added to the mix so often before, the fog of promise, the taint of lies. When the three had been isolated in Bidewell's back rooms, he had felt something moving through the building like a subtle breeze. Mnemosyne herself, he supposed. For a moment his memory had sharpened, put itself in order. Quite the opposite sensation of being around the devil's whirlwind, the Queen in white. His lips moved. In the lowest, softest voice, he tried to remember his story differently. To speak of a young boy treated well, not showered with riches, but trained to fulfillment and not servitude, his potential shaped by firm, gentle, if not expert hands. Fine propensities nurtured, bad tendencies discouraged. Maturing into a normal life. A homely but honorable woman might have taken him to be her husband. Children might have come that they, would protect and never ever deliver up to her. He could not imagine love, not after all these years, but he could summon a vague picture of mutual respect and understanding. He clenched his teeth, got up from the old cot and put on his jacket. The door opened. Daniel and Jack stood in the gray light. "The girl's gone," Daniel said. Behind them, ice grew over the boxes and crates, up the walls and ceiling. Near the concrete floor, the ice was slowly staining black. "Ah," Glaucus said, head inclined, eyes mere cracks. He rubbed his hands against the cold. He was used to moving in the dark. "We can't find her," Jack said. Glaucus searched the boy's face and found only nervous excitement.
a fog of promise. He would unite these two. They would become like brothers. His last contribution to the game, perversely, the creation of a bond of trust.
"I heard 3 of the women leave," Glaucus said. "Where's the 4th?
"She stayed here for you, Jack. Do you care?"
"She's with Bidewell in the office," Jack said.
"If we are here," Glaucus said, "and we do seem to be here, and moving about and speaking, then I assume Terminus has... I'm at a loss for words, young masters. Has Bidewell navigated us through that impassable barrier?"
Neither Daniel nor Jack answered. Glaucus pushed past them.
"She will come soon," he said. "The Chalk Princess hates bookish sanctuaries."
"Doesn't matter what the Chalk Princess does now," Jack said. "We're where we're supposed to be."
"Ah, did Bidewell tell you that?" Glaucus asked.
"Jack dreams, remember?" Daniel said with a sharpness that made Glaucus uneasy. "He might know more about what's going to happen than we do."
"Then by all means we should go after the girl, and Jack will guide us," Glaucus said.
"They will take their stones with them. All will be gone from the warehouse. Our livid mistress will come to claim Bidewell. His books alone cannot protect him here."
And then, what has always been promised to her servants? That promise had been revealed to him just once, over a century before. He could hardly remember the details, only the lingering aura of a glorious triumph, control, wealth, unimaginable victory over all adversity, a complete absence of guilt. And what would he be then? Perhaps not even Max Glaucus anymore. For the first time in decades, a note of conscience played somewhere in his chest, sharp and painful, despite its tiny size. He peered at Jack, then at Daniel, and felt the muscles in his face turn waxy, freezing his expression into an amateur parody of a smile. "How ugly I am," he thought. "How old and cruel and full of lies."
Chapter 83. The Kalpa.
In the tower, waiting,
the fusillade of intrusions had scorched deep into the Kalpa, high and low, practically destroying the 2 outer bions and leaving the first bion and the broken tower in a highly unstable condition. A third of the defenders had dissolved into fiery clouds. It was apparent that the conclusion of the Typhon's vendetta would not long be delayed. Genton had put his affairs in order, surveyed the damage in the tiers, and determined what could be done for those ancient breeds that still lived, who did not require the ministry of the Bleak Warden, a small remainder cowering in their niches, moaning songs and prayers, watched over by the few Samahs brave enough to walk the hallways. Nothing more could be done. He had left the tiers for the last time, and returned to the broken tower, not at the bidding of the librarian, but for the sake of his own conscience. Even then he was well aware that any course he chose was likely already embedded in the scheme of one or another great eidolon, and he was filled with loathing for them all. Enslavement. How could you enslave a dying cosmos? What could any of these eidolonic schemes mean to a being like himself, no longer capable of the evanescent nootic shimmer, much less of passing signal and sense from epitome to epitome, incapable of even approaching what passed for thought among those powers who still claimed to be human? Waiting to be noticed by the servants of the librarian. Genton looked down from a high window, cracked and smoking, blackened at the edges, rhymed inside and out with crystalline densities that crawled and rearranged, trying to heal the crack on this inward side, while on the outer,
black otherness crept and sought a point through which to pry entry. The Angellans finally appeared and filed into the wide, once empty chamber. Not one this time, but thousands, of many different shapes and sizes, all blue, all cold, settling themselves in concentric curves, with Genton and the high window at their focus. He glanced back at them, unmoved, then returned to his contemplation of what now lay beyond the border of the real. Few in the Bions below would ever witness what he was seeing. Eidolons and menders and shaper alike preferred ignorance to the certainty of this swiftly approaching doom. The chaos had fundamentally changed, no doubt about it. Nothing like what surrounded the Kalpa had ever been seen before. How the ancient emotion of curiosity had declined to a deathly classic superiority, the triumph of blind satisfaction. This must have been what it was like for so many across the 500 living galaxies during the last of the mass wars, awaiting transformation or destruction by the Eidolons. Not so very long after, many of those same Eidolons were now giving way to the chaos. The chaos had even less mercy for Eidolons, so it was said. Genton took grim satisfaction in having this history lesson pressed home so vividly. It stung him deeply that he had once abandoned his primordial mass, given up his Mender heritage for a few thousand years of hopeful integration into the upper herbs. A betrayal of high degree, he thought. The only higher betrayal. He contemplated the still vague outlines of the deep knowledge given to him by the city prince. Not to be trusted, of course. And when that knowledge did emerge, would it transform him into the Kalpa's avenging agent? The Angellans did not move, did not disturb his thoughts. Perhaps the librarian was preparing for his final moments as well. The keeper wondered what had become of the young breed male he had delivered. Analyzed, partitioned, dissected by a crazed Eidolon with an intense and pointless lust for telling detail? Or kept in seclusion, a prize lost among all the other failed and catalogued experiments? What Genton was seeing outside the border of the real, visible through the broken, leaning sentinels that still tried to surround and protect. The chaos had burned through almost all of Earth's old reality, twisting time and fate into blackened cinders, but along the way, choice bits had been perversely encapsulated, preserved, and now trophies were being arranged as if in a bizarre museum. The shattered artifacts of ancient times and ancient cities, terrestrial and otherwise, had been collected, somehow transported, and laid out around the last Bions of the Kalpa, closer than ever before, as if for the horrified awareness of the next victims, soon to be melted and disfigured and distributed in their own turn across the dark lands of the chaos. Who could doubt that the Typhon hated all that lay within this huge broken circle of protection? Who could ever doubt that the Typhon's entire existence had consisted of dismantling and rearranging, but always failing to understand, the secrets of creation? The witness lay sprawled like a gray, ghastly mountain in the midst of this heap of murdered history, its gigantic battered head and slumped features still pushing forward the prominent, slowly rotating eye that swung a gray beam across the heights of the tower. Genton could only acknowledge at his core a vacancy of emotion. To learn the nature of one's lifelong enemy,
the enemy of all the scattered galaxies, all those who had once called themselves human, the enemy that had shaped and distorted his life, and yet had provoked the creation of the creatures he so dearly loved, yet now had to abandon. Vacancy. Only vacancy. Genton looked for the channels that had always wormed through the chaos's reactive scablands, spread around the Kalpa, the trods, along which, it was said, if you watched closely from the city's sheltering heights, you might see silent ones skimming and darting, huge and swift, no doubt seeking breeds, marchers, dispatching or delivering all they caught to those awful repositories, the necropolis, the house of sounds, the house of green sleep, the fortress of fingers, the vale of dead gods, the wounding river, the plain of pits, or any of the other stations of mutation and doom that had been gouged, erected, morphed from the landscape beyond the border of the real, over the times since the tower had been shattered. How do I know these names, these identifications? Genton looked back again at the Angellans and realized he was being played with. Was this the city prince's gift, or were the librarian's servants sharing some of their knowledge? Either way, the keeper was being given a lesson in chaography, what he needed to survive in a land without law. A single Angellan broke from the ranks and drifted forward. It extended a slender, tiny blue hand to caress Genton's cloak. Jewels of singing snow fell before his face. The runners have summed. They are all here. The dreamer is ready. The Angellans parted, and a white epitome escorted the young male breed into Genton's presence. The breed approached the high window and stared out, eyes bright with fear and longing. He knew what Genton knew, saw what he saw. Jebrassy looked up at the keeper, then turned back to the chaos. "You sent her out there. I have to go find her." "Not alone," Genton said. Chapter 84. The Green Warehouse. Another kind of slowness and darkness was approaching. Bidewell peered up at the skylight as he pulled on his gloves and walked between the aisles to his library and the fitful heat of the stove, the last bottle of wine. Ellen was waiting there, his final companion in this cosmos, he presumed, and bearing down upon them both something he could only sense, not explain. Another part of the broken chain, as usual, out of sequence. Or something worse. Perhaps the wall of Alpha come to squeeze them against Omega. If that was the way of it, then they had not failed. There had never been any way to succeed. Dark thoughts indeed. Ellen sat and stared at the dim orange glow within the stove's isinglass window. "Perhaps you should have gone with them," Bidewell said. "The women, I mean." "I thought Ginny would want company," she said. Bidewell made a sound at once dubious and sympathetic and sat across from her. "Are we done? I mean, there's nothing more we can do?" "Not at all," Bidewell said. "Assuming there is still a move to be made in this endgame, we are making such a move now." "Care to explain that to me?" "Of course. The Chalk Princess will come to collect a former servant, now a turncoat. That desire for vengeance might delay her in the pursuit of our young shepherds." Ellen peered at him, beyond fear, almost beyond curiosity. What would it be like to be collected? She looked deep into the isinglass. What is the Queen in White? An awful force.
A multi-dimensional storm of pain and fear, carrying a retrograde wave of hatred.
What is it that hates us so much?
Bidewell shook his head.
Satan?
Ah.
What's that mean?
How often have we asked ourselves that question?
Bidewell said.
Is there an answer?
Worse than Satan is my guess. Worse than anything we've ever imagined. A malign embryo that will never be born, much less achieve any sort of maturity. A failed god.
And this female, is she that failed god?
No. She serves, but I believe her servitude is forced. Sometimes I almost recognize her. I've dreamed and guessed and thought about it for long centuries now. Perhaps when she arrives I'll know what questions to ask.
Something's coming, Ellen said. A new intensity of darkness and cold was closing in, and something else was in the air, something that made her want to weep. A loss, far beyond the loss of a world, the loss of all history.
"Do you have your book?"
Bidewell asked, getting to his feet.
I thought the books were spent.
Not these. They still tell our stories.
What do we do? Read them aloud?
Ellen removed her book from the bag. Something moved through the fallen, frozen crates and boxes, not a cloud, not a figure, swirling around corners that did not exist, turning in directions no eye could follow, radiating a dark spectrum of emotions. Bidewell gestured, a quick jerk of his fingers, and they opened the books, pushed them to their breasts, leaning toward each other, heads and hands touching. A sound came in soft gusts, like a cry out of deep caverns, Rachel weeping throughout eternity for her lost children.
She's blind, Ellen said. She's blinded by grief.
Do not feel sorrow for her, not yet,
Bidewell said.
Everything about her is obverse. Grief is joy, and even her blindness is a kind of seeing.
Is that her?
Ellen asked, as the shadows fell, and the room seemed suspended over an abyss. Bidewell opened his mouth, but could not take a breath. There was no need for an answer. The Queen in White was upon them, and in her way tried to love them as they deserved. Chapter 85. Ginny. Ginny settled into a hollow in the crusted ground and pulled up the hood of her parka, then drew the strings tight, hiding most of her face. That weird sun was in the sky again. When it burned overhead, she could feel her small bubble of protection shrink, could almost feel it wither, just as when the deathly gray beam passed over. No doubt about it, this sky and what lay beneath did not like her. The stone in her pocket had turned cold, but she didn't dare let go. It protected her, of that she was certain, and it didn't matter how it did so. Not yet. Then she had a thought. What if leaving the warehouse had put Bidewell and the others in deeper danger? There wasn't anything she could do about that now. She had made her choice, half hoping someone would follow her, argue with her, and then, reasoning it through, she understood that it would have to be someone carrying his own stone, Jack or Daniel, perhaps both. But would they bring Glaucus too? That seemed bitterly incongruous. A strange team indeed. After a few minutes of rest, at least it felt like a few minutes, she peered over the edge of the hollow and experienced another connection to Tiadba, this time while awake. They were closer. She had known that for some time now, but could not understand what it meant. Closer in what way? Their worlds had merged. She had guessed that much, doubted it, but could find no other explanation, not that it was any sort of explanation. Despite all her foolishness and bad decisions, she had always primly asserted her rationality. and now pondered for the 10,000th time the reasons none of this could possibly happen. Her doubt was like tonguing a jagged, painful tooth. All the rules had been broken. What remained? Magic? Strength of will? Some effect of whatever science or knowledge had created the Sum Runners? Ultimately, she knew there could be no explanation, only survival and completion. Results. In most ways, she had lived her short life, perhaps shorter than she was happy to consider, in clueless ignorance, wrapped in the baby blankets of culture and surrounded by the poor theories of fellow travelers, all of that amounting to another kind of protective atmosphere, off which the smaller, plunging impossibilities bounced or burned away before reaching her. Consensus reality. Another kind of bubble, equally inexplicable. Well, out here, that was gone too. She was alone. She ducked back into the hole. Something huge swung past nearby, a glimpse of sparking shadow, accompanied by a thin, strident howling or weeping, penetrating the bubble and hurting her ears. Ginny slowly gathered enough courage to look out again, and saw that the shallow dip in the land lay beside a kind of road, colorless, neither bright nor dark, like something half-seen by moonlight. The road stretched to a sawtooth horizon.
"Stay away from the trods," she murmured. "Whatever rides them might be strong enough to break your little bubble, or see you, and collect you."
She understood that inner voice. Tiadba again. So close. Despite this warning, Ginny walked alongside the trod, a dozen paces away, such as her paces were, difficult to judge, and descended a grade onto a broad, grayish-tan plain. The mountainous walls to either side were lined with a dim audience of monuments. Strange, seemingly dead and still. Twice she had to hide behind rocks or in dips as huge, flat, elevated shapes glided past on the trod. These made no sound and gave no warning. She did not want to know what they were. Her glimpses from a distance might have shown heads big as buses, twitching, sweeping eyes pointed down, searching. But they did not see her. Ginny realized that she needed to think less and act more. Going mad out here would be less than pointless, like lighting a match inside a supernova. She kept walking. The wrinkled purple-black sky, devoid of stars, did not bother her so long as she did not look up. Strange, that feeling of silent resentment, like a fly flicked from the hind quarters of a sleeping horse. Whether or not she made any real impression, this place tried to repel her and negate every assumption she brought with her. Still, she could not ignore a deep curiosity about the nature of the valley. Wherever she looked, the horizon was always curved. Perhaps light behaved differently here.
"I don't know what that means. Stop thinking."
The plain between the mountains, the monuments or statues, part of her had seen it all before. Tiadba had been here, was here now, or would be here. Maybe they would meet.
"I'm not sure I'd like that,"
she whispered, still walking.
"I'm already stretched thin."
She dropped again as something on the trod skimmed by, like a huge dinner plate or a squashed crab with a human face. After it passed, when she got to her feet, she noticed a curved, shining green blade stuck in the black ground directly in front of her. A small handle on one side made it look like a baker's dough cutter. A weapon, I think. Why was it left here? Who dropped it? She decided against touching the blade, much less picking it up. Could be a trap. Then the hair on her arms pricked. Something was watching her, and she swung around, dizzied as the entire horizon seemed to careen this way and that, and faced her first ancient breed. There wasn't time to look away. A male, she guessed. Not alive. Not dead. And not alone. There were hundreds just like him, crawling or walking over the ridge into the valley, a river of figures, each smaller than her, this one barely up to her shoulder, and festooned with scraps of what might once have been thick clothing, armor, red, orange, green, and blue, now faded, ripped, and hanging like tissue. They were marchers. She was sure of it. Their faces drooped like soft wax. Their eyes, she could not look into their eyes. Failed, lost, changed. Like ants, they flowed into the valley, trying to reach something in the center, a structure hidden by a trick of the light, unless, as she did, frightened, you spun around twice, flinching and leaping between each spin to evade those who trudged past. And after the second rotation, she saw. Like a huge house or castle, it rose from a shallow crater in the center of the valley. Could it actually be that many miles wide, that many miles high? Shining and cold like hoar-frosted green glass. Every bend of her head or twist of her gaze made it almost impossible to simply see the structure again. Still, with effort and focus, its detail grew, and its true immensity became more apparent. It had to be a city. The line of failed marchers were indeed like ants, flowing toward the bowl and the city at the center, where they would slide in and be pinched up by a predator like an ant-lion, while all around the arena the silent sculptures formed a nightmare audience, caught in mid-hope, mid-stride, frozen into something like stone. A history lesson, she thought. She moved along with the marchers. It was time. Time to go down there, into the false city. Chapter 86. The Kalpa. Genton's relief at leaving the broken tower was clear even to his young companion. They said very little on their descent to the upper urbs, and Genton made no attempt to hide the city's dismal realities, such as they were, from Jebrassy's bright, curious eyes. If the librarian could educate them in his selective way, then the keeper could supplement that education from a more grounded perspective, by taking the long way down and showing how dire the city's situation had become. Jebrassy said little as they moved through the highest urbs and levels of the first Bion, carried along and between and around the sinuous tracks and channels that formed a silvery three-dimensional web. The web was cut through with complicated surfaces, studded with spheres and extrusions that moved slowly like great boats on a fluid sea, though many stuck out sideways or hung upside down from the curves. He cringed at what must once have seemed supernatural power and arrogance, now fallen victim to extraordinary failure and disaster. The intrusions had broken through to all levels of the Kalpa. Many of the tracks and channels had been sliced away, whipping around to snap and cut across other tracks, shedding their miles-wide neighborhoods, now tangled, blocked, and studded with embedded, flickering debris. "I don't understand," was all Jebrassy managed, as they descended below the Eidolon urbs and approached the ruins of the creche. "Welcome to all our lost worlds, high and low, young breed," Genton murmured. "I'm more at home down here." They walked through the Shaper's domain, now a shambles, barriers broken, machines collapsed in blackened piles of molten slag, But fortunately, no evidence remained of the lost young themselves. The many-armed shaper had made an attempt at cleaning up after the most devastating intrusions. Clearly, however, there was no longer a creche, and the Umbers would never again deliver young breeds to the tiers to be raised in the old way. They stood silent before the shaper, who gave Jebrassy a brief caress with one long, warm finger. The breed drew back in shock and embarrassment, but he could feel new knowledge filling his insides like a rich and energizing meal. It spread a cool, speedy lubrication throughout his being. He liked that sensation, but he did not enjoy the following awareness of how badly wrong things had gone, nor how ignorant he had been of the foundations of his existence. He felt small, but not diminished. So much to tell Tiadba when they finally met again. Of that eventuality he was absolutely convinced, despite the gloomy presence of the Tall One, which puzzled him. He would almost have rather made the attempt alone. Could a breed and a Tall One, a mender, ever act like equals? Jebrassy felt up to the task, but he wasn't so sure the keeper could actually keep up once they were in the chaos. Genton issued his final instructions to the shaper, using words Jebrassy could not understand, though he suspected they were not so much elevated or inaccessible as simply specialized. "The last generation," Genton said as they departed the creche. "It saddens. But it's long since time this was done with." "Why?" Jebrassy asked. "Weren't the breeds worthy of being made?" Genton looked down with puzzled respect. Perhaps the librarian had been liberal with his information, or at least his allowance of sophistication. Either that, or they had all underestimated the facility of their smaller charges. In much the same way Eidolons dismissed the abilities of menders. The worst part of this start to their journey came when they passed through the tiers. The keeper had given Jebrassy his gift of invisibility. A few breeds had survived. They wandered among the smoky ruins, dismayed at the destruction of their blocks and their meadows, yet still trying to put their lives back in order, but clearly that would no longer be possible. While Jebrassy could hardly have understood the destruction wrought upon the upper levels, this hit him hard. This threw a dark pall over his sense of challenge and adventure. There would be no coming home. That had been clear to him from the beginning, but now, very likely, there would be no home to come back to. "I feel sad," he told Genton as they descended to the flood channels by way of a hidden lift. "How can sadness make you free?" The hike along the black-streaked channels past the outer ends of the 3 aisles, in the final flickering glow of the partially collapsed seal, seemed to take no time at all. But the long walk to the camp, where the marchers had once been trained and equipped, gave Jebrassy too much time to think, and his confidence plunged until they came upon the huts, the tents, the scattered footsteps in the sand and dust. He crouched. Someone had knelt and then sat in the fine sand. He bent to sniff. "She was here," he said. "No doubt," Genton said. "How far?" "We've come 30 miles. We have 40 more to go before we pass between the inner generators, then exit the Kalpa into the Middle Lands. This is the last time we'll actually know how far we are from anything. The last time distance makes any sense." Jebrassy understood. "What will happen if the Kalpa falls? Will travel be meaningless everywhere? What will happen if we can't measure?" "Best not to worry about those problems yet," Genton said. "Just grieve for your dead and enjoy their memories." He knelt beside the young breed, sad and proud at once. Like a father,
he told himself.
After a while he escorted Jebrassy to the Silver Dome and introduced him to the last 3 suits of armor. There was no longer a Potten to train them, but they managed. Jebrassy chose a blue suit and put it on with only a little assistance. He seemed to be a natural. When Genton commented on this, the breed shrugged. "I don't remember it until it happens. Don't really remember it at all, but maybe my body does. Or maybe the librarian is still reading me my story, but skipping ahead." That comment unsettled Genton. Who would be the leader, and who the led? Distances had changed in more ways than one. Genton tried on one of the trainer's outfits. It seemed to adapt well enough to his bulkier frame. He left the gloves unsealed for the time being. "Someone's coming," Jebrassy said, and pointed across the channel. Genton saw a small, pale figure glowing against the black smear that had cut through the sands and marred the channel floor. The figure moved with an awkward, erratic lope. "It's not a breed," Jebrassy said, beginning to feel alarm. "And it's not big enough to be a tall one." Genton extended his vision as far as a mender's ability allowed. The figure was an epitome, part of a great eidolon. They stood their ground and waited. "I know that one," Jebrassy said as it drew near. "I recognize the face." "It showed a face?" Genton asked, astonished. The figure moved swiftly enough despite its odd gait. "I've gone through a dreadful ordeal," the epitome called, and joined them on the sandy floor of the channel. "Made myself primordial. Still not entirely knitted, I think." It held up a small, pale hand and turned it this way and that, inspecting its fingers as if for the first time. "Limitations have their limitations. That's becoming more obvious," it said, then glanced with envy at Genton's flower finger. "Is that actually useful? It looks useful." Genton grimaced at the memory of his own return to primordial mass, then clenched his hand in embarrassment. Flower fingers were seldom referred to openly in polite company. "I'll be annealed in a few hours," the epitome said. "Out there. I'll be able to survive for a time, but I'll need some sort of protection, just like you. How marvelous." How should we address you, Eidolon?" Genton asked, confusion bringing out a perverse courtesy. The old forms were definitely being shattered. No great Eidolon had ever gone primordial to his knowledge. It seemed an affront, both a sacrilege and an imposition on the privileges of the low. "Please, call me Polybiblios," the epitome said. "I shall be a male, by tradition, and so I shall be known as him, and not the more appropriate it. Though real sexuality seems lost to us all, with the possible exception of our young breed here." Now it was Jebrassy's turn to be embarrassed. "In a way, I'm probably the best part of the librarian, or at least I will suffer that delusion until I am proved wrong. May I join you, young marchers? I promise to be humble in my way, and possibly even useful, like that wonderful finger." Genton sealed his gloves and put his hands behind his back. The epitome sat in the sand, and with an expression of delight lifted a handful of the gray grit, then let it fall through soft fingers to the channel floor. Jebrassy had grown strangely fond of the fragment of the librarian that had offered companionship and teaching in the tower, but seeing him solidly incarnate, similar in size and out here, very confusing. "How can you be useful?" he asked. "I brought this," Polybiblios said. He held out a gray box. "Without it, nothing will happen. Nothing important, at any rate. Things will just come to an end. And after so much time, that would be a pity." Chapter 87. the chaos. They might have been marching for years, lifetimes. The marchers were adapting to the chaos bit by awful bit, asserting a new sophistication by breaking the rules. They had become expert at crossing and sometimes even following trods. Trods, it seemed, had a kind of predictability when there were no travelers about, for there were other and even stranger users than the gliding, silent ones. The trods were hard and slick like glass. When travelers approached, and long before the marchers could be seen, the trods would go all gummy and start sucking at their boots. There was usually more than enough time to scramble to one side or the other and hide in the broken rubble. The entire chaos was like a garbage heap. Wherever they went out here, stuff had been tossed about, disrupted, discarded, and most often left in a crumbling, blackened state, its vitality sucked away. There were lots of places a breed could hide. None of them had been lost since Perf, but that only meant they were lucky. They had seen more than enough evidence of the destroyed, the transformed. During their short periods of rest, if the chaos was not too badly mangled, and some of the old rules still applied, and if the armor advised them it was safe, they would remove their helmets and breathe what was left of the ancient atmosphere of Earth. It was not pleasant, but it was different enough to relieve the dragging boredom of the ever-changing, the unpredictable, and often enough, the indescribable. Their journeys had taken them around some of the largest monuments to the Typhon's dementia. The marchers created their own names for what they saw: the Awful Bumbles, Great Burning Pile, Last Chance Ditch, Glider Dumps. That last had been a kind of miles-wide cemetery of worn-out, discarded silent ones, their eyes glazed and probably blind, but still alive. No finality, no mercy, no sense. How many times the marchers had been pursued by things they could not see, beyond count. Their armor, and the Kalpa's beacon, still pulsing and singing, guided them through ditches and around chasms filled with sluggish, churning liquid. Things seemed to swim or drown deep in that oily ooze. They walked on the flat margins of lakes of blue fire, casting long shadows against brownish cliffs like puppets backlit on a screen. The enervation that had come over them was not so much physical as mental. They were made of old, ordinary matter. Such matter, configured into a breed, could not absorb too much strangeness without throwing it out of memory, or stopping to rest, but there was no chance to stop, and so much of what they saw, they promptly forgot. Another mercy. Chapter 88. Glaucus grabbed Jack and Daniel and pulled them back into the red-rimmed shadows. "Stalkers," he said. Large, sinuous shapes slid over the cobbles and through the streets. Jack squinted to see, first making out what seemed to be several beetles, dragging long, bloated worms. Blinking, he saw something else. Snakes wagging spade-like heads, their eyes black and deep, crawling on a cluster of appendages and trailing long, bloated bodies. The bodies looped and coiled until these monsters passed out of sight around an eroded corner, yet still. After-images danced in his eyes, light being what it was out here. Daniel hugged the wall, fingers rubbed raw against the brick and mortar. "What are those?" Glaucus shook his head. "I've never seen their like." "Ugly," Jack said. "We didn't escape after all, Jack," Daniel said. "The bad places have caught up with us." They were about to move on again when, from another direction,
Over the shattered walls, they saw 7 large, man-like creatures in procession, heads bowed, dressed in robes that fell behind them in pools of blood-colored fabric. But the shapes that bumped and protruded against the fabric could not have been legs, not 2 legs at any rate. Their faces were dark, smooth, with long red vertical slits for eyes and slick, ropey hair writhing on their shoulders. Glaucus gave his companions a curious, almost fey look, as a hungry man might look at a banquet he is sure is poisoned, or as someone about to hang will regard his approaching executioners.
"They'll search the ruins of the old cities wherever they can," he said. "These places may still be unfriendly to them, not completely digested."
Daniel covered a disgusted cough. Jack waited for the streets to clear, then jabbed his hands into his jacket pockets and walked ahead on the cracked, twisted roadbed. They followed. "Where do they come from?" he asked Glaucus.
"I'm as ignorant as you. The mistress employs the moth, and I presume the moth employs ghosts and such I've never seen, not even in a gape. If they're the same things that gathered up the shepherds, the children brought to our mistress, they never revealed themselves, never came out into the open."
Daniel asked, "Would they recognize you? Take orders from you?" Glaucus laughed into his fist and shook his head, a very amused no.
"I am low, very low. If they hunt everything that survives and moves about. I presume they are searching and clearing before our mistress goes out for another tour."
Chapter 89. The Chaos. Thrusting up hundreds of feet from a cleft that stretched from horizon to horizon, the building was bigger by far than anything the breeds would have thought of as a dwelling, a house. A crystalline heap of shapes and angles, crusted over with what might have been broken pieces of other buildings, and those parts decorated with the petrified remnants of people and animals. The awful whole glowed with a pallid, putrid light that played tricks even through their faceplates, bending and warping, making their companions seem farther away, or looming close, huge and menacing, and then lulled them into a desire for senselessness, isolation, to run off and be alone, find a trod, just sit and wait. The seductive green emanation seemed to penetrate even their armor's strongest protections. As they moved in 2 close groups along the edge of the cleft, avoiding a particularly broad and spongy trod, Mocked and Shule could not help but stare at the ugly, angular pile, as if trying to make sense of its madness.
"Are those people all over it?"
Shule asked, squinting, his eyes reflecting the twisted, cluttered image.
"They might be carvings,"
Mocked offered without conviction.
"Too big to be people of any kind we know."
"Well, what are they, then?"
Shule asked sharply, as if angry at the armor's quiet. Potten's voice echoed in all their helmets.
"This is the House of Green Sleep. If you must know, they are the shells of victims gathered from long dead galaxies, swept up on waves of shrinking space and time, then carried heedless and hated to this last place, to be displayed without pattern or thought."
Mocked grumbled.
"You had to ask."
"Oh," Shule said. "Well, now I know."
Nico glanced back from some distance ahead, walking point with Herza and Frinna. "No more stupid questions," he said. "Ignorance is bliss," Frinna agreed. They found a small, dry pit, deep enough to hide them from both the trod and the sickly light of the house, and paused long enough to rest and set up the portable generator. They pulled aside their helmets and huddled close as Tiadba took a book from her leg pouch. "Read,"
Herza insisted. The sisters were the least critical of the marchers, most enthusiastic about the odd, wandering bits of story Tiadba found or deciphered.
"Yes, read," Mocht said. "Take our minds off that thing out there."
"I'd prefer softer stories," Kren said. He'd developed an aversion for these difficult tales and all their odd words.
"This is what I can find," Tiadba said.
"Just read anything,"
Nico said, and closed his eyes, lying back on the dark earth within the protection of the generator. Tiadba opened the book. We chose our vessel, the Intensity, from the last great fleets parked in huge yards all through the 12 cities. She was reputedly the fastest of transports, faster even than the cosmos-spanning portals of the Middle Trilenium, but in poor repair. She had not flown for 100,000 years. During the reduction, all these ships had ferried refugees to Earth and her sister planets, as well as to the orbiting web planes. Spiral ribbons and shells set twisting and spinning around the renewed sun. They had carried back to Earth survivors of the chaos's desolation, a pitiful fraction of our cosmos's former glory. Dealings in my youth with a diversity of mentorship clans and the more rooted portal clans had taught me the ways of all transport, some outmoded and even then becoming impossible as the chaos altered the fine anatomy of the cosmos, the swifting ways by which travelers flew. I found my crew among young rebels, deviant shapers and menders. In contests, I tested and winnowed from the thousands who volunteered, and chose my 25, about to become philosopher-adventurers all. All past science had to be adapted, or abandoned, to get around the typhonic perversions. Nearly all hyperdetics and means of communication and transport were blocked. Superluminosity, transfate, reassembly, dark mass portals, the technologies of almost 100 trillion years, no longer carried us across the cosmos. Only one reliable engine of spatial motion remained, bosonic threadfold, itself rumored to be Shen in origin. We converted the Intensity to threadfold. By itself, the method puts tremendous strain on any crew, for you do not arrive what you started out being, whatever your matter. Fates curl back, traits and lives mix. For a time the crew becomes the ship, and then the journey, and later it is difficult to rebuild what once you were. We would become intimate in ways none could foresee. We accepted this. It was better, to our way of thinking, a unanimity among the perversely disagreeable, than becoming neurotic. And so we departed the ports of Earth. Familiar to all is our passage through the realm of the spectrals, who first learned to recharge, train, and breed galaxies. Displayed along the inward closing membrane of the chaos, the last of the spectrals had been enslaved by the Typhon, studied, if that is the correct word, and then vitrified, trapped in a slow, constricted bosonic glaze across millions of light-years, while their boundaries were dissolved. An awful end for one-time masters, to whom the Trilenium owes its very existence. Less familiar, because less clearly explainable, even by those of us who were there, were our encounters with the Enigmacrons, where fifth-dimensional fates lie spread out like thin bones beneath the rotting flesh of space-time. The Intensity found itself caught in a swirling storm of dead futures.
tiny whirlpools of despair and repetition, and 4 of our crew lived horrible lives in scant hours before our eyes, aged in misery, mercifully died, and could not be revived by any recourse to ship memory. Some of their names remain forgotten, their fates erased even back to the earth. The Shen, it seems, had accepted their destiny with maddening calm. As we were welcomed to the 60 green suns, and as we were shriven of our chaotic taints, cured and reborn in ways that both agonized and refreshed in the old, simple, cold stone rooms of the final school, we met with Polybiblios, a simple figure, plainly made, unusually small for a deva. Among the Shen he had become known as curiosity embodied. The Shen exemplified in all their ways and histories the exalting humility of correcting error, and followed in all their days the smoothly prickled course of knowing one's blind stupidity. Polybiblios had been among them for 1,000,000 years, had watched them react, or not react, to the harrowing of the chaos. When presented with our case, he consulted his Shen teachers, and without ceremony they prepared to cast him out. After a brief, enigmatic explanation, "You will create more error and more confusion," they told him. "We cannot allow you to remain on the necklace worlds, beneath the green suns. All should end soon, but because of you it will not. Cosmos will follow upon cosmos, challenge upon challenge, out of any thinkable sequence, but forever and ever nonetheless. For you will misuse what we have taught you, and so it must be. For we are again in error. Perfection is death. For us that is good, but you reject our purity." Even so, they allowed Polybiblios to keep what he had sought for so long, their last and greatest discovery, the secrets of budding minicosms from the quantum foam, finite but incomprehensibly vast seed sets of new universes. "I can leave now," Polybiblios said, and briefly bowed his head and laughed in Shen-like acknowledgment of his joyful grief. Our return took us through regions briefly unveiled by the chaos's cruel recession, the Typhon proudly pulling back its cloak, leaving nakedly visible and scattered over the withered geodesics those systems and civilizations that had not retreated eons before. Billions of contorted suns, the great human fields of the trilenium, lay across the darkness like embers of burning lace. Signals from these regions came to the intensity, difficult to translate, but when Polybiblios, against our experienced recommendation, analyzed them, we saw once more how deep and perverse the Typhon's ruin could be. To the poor monstrosities surviving in these corrupted regions, the roots and laws of former nature still seemed consistent. They still believed a future lay before them, and reasoned that we were the monsters to be hunted and destroyed. Perhaps we were. We doubted everything. Our threadfold engines faltered. The chaos gnawed at the last technique we could use to spend less than eternity on our return to Earth. Polybiblios applied all his Shen learning, and we proceeded, in a dreaming bubble, squeezed out of the necrotic flesh of the cosmos, defying predatory shreds that whipped out, breeding insanity and mutation even within our isolation, and forcing us to kill 9 more of our crew. The twisting corridor of our passage, the last geodetic of the old cosmos, constricted tight, we gave up whatever hope remained. I entered my own darkness, defeated,
maimed in my soul. But Polybiblios, with his quiet, steady way, saved us. His unceasing ministrations to the intensity pulled us through. We awakened cruising through clean space, alive, saner than we had been for long years, surrounded by our ship's humming regularities. We neared Earth's sun. Our rescued Deva, who had rescued us in return, celebrated the passing of his masters and teachers, the Shen. We stood with him and listened to his words, though they meant little to us at the time, and even seemed to contradict what we had learned before. They will not give in to the Typhon, he explained. Nor will they commit suicide. They will reverse their genesis and return themselves to the libraries from which they were patterned, never to be retrieved by any intelligence in this or any subsequent cosmos, for they have made a pact with the handmaiden of creation, who reconciles all. Perhaps he referred to himself more than the Shen. Poor Shen. After this, Polybiblios retreated into contemplation as we entered the last open gate to our legacy system, returning to the ports of ancient Earth, and mourned our dead, those we could remember. Tiadba closed the book and thrust it back into the bag. "That's Sangmer talking again, isn't it?" Frenna asked. "He doesn't mention the female, the one on the silvery beach."
"Maybe she's part of the secret," Mocked said. "Maybe she's that handmaiden."
"No, she became his wife," Herza said. Shul pulled his ear and rolled over.
"How many times did he write this story?" Nico asked.
Chapter 90. "The defenders won't last much longer," Polybiblios said, as the three marched through the pitchy, uneven middle zone. The snaggled line of remaining obelisks diminished into darkness on either side, spinning fitfully. The nearest leaned and groaned and sparked under the long night. The epitome's armor made half-hearted attempts to fit, but had been fashioned for a breed and did not seem in the mood to adapt. Polybiblios walked at first with a jerking, puffing gait, until in frustration the suit seemed to take control and march him, and finally he squatted beside a heave of dark reddish stone and looked at his companions through the fogged faceplate with a reasonable simulation of perplexity. "I designed these. I should know how to use them."
"What else don't you know?"
Genton asked, in no mood to pause, or to be generous to a former Eidolon. "Oh, much, no doubt," Polybiblios murmured, then concentrated on pushing at the suit's joints, poking, tugging, muttering some more, and finally requesting their help. "Push this here, and this segment. Pull it out. There." From both sides, Jebrassy and Genton grabbed at his arms and legs, then pushed and tugged until the suit glowed green at the joints and sighed around the epitome's slight form, fitting as well as it was going to. "At least now I can walk," Polybiblios said, standing and shaking out his arms and legs. "Well, let's move away from here. This place is dangerous." "How much longer?" Jebrassy asked. "Until we're in the chaos, or until the Kalpa dies its inevitable and horrid death."
"That," Jebrassy said, swallowing.
"It should have happened already," Polybiblios said. "The Typhon has failed at building a foundation of rules. It exists only as a foul shadow, a catalogue of thefts from the old cosmos. If it absorbs the last bit of our world, it might simply pop, cease to exist. Everything will go to nullity. If we fail, well, there is no word for what nullity does or does not do." They walked more quickly now,
across what seemed like many miles to Jebrassy, following Polybiblios as he cut through the tight-packed clutter of the condensed and amplified necropolis. Jebrassy struggled to see where his feet were going. The ground seemed to curve up to meet each bootfall. Soon they were within sight of a great polyform dome of crazed and warped architecture. To Jebrassy it resembled many bridges set on end, spun about, then dropped, smashed, and finally, as an afterthought, hung with long, mossy ribbons. "Does Nataraja look like that?" he asked.
Unknown. This particular structure has been here since before the tower was broken. Carried from some far galaxy, I seem to recall. There are many such scattered here, there.
He stabbed about with a finger.
Meant perhaps to draw curious marchers. The Typhon...
Polybiblios looked down at his trembling hands.
This body reacts with revulsion. How interesting. I had thought myself beyond such feelings.
Polybiblios guided them along another dark, crusted path winding around the ruins.
Of course, without the generators, the Eidolons will cease their existence within the Kalpa, or outside, for that matter. But the ancient breed and most of the menders might still survive.
Genton understood the implication of that. "What about other marchers?" he asked.
"Not to be known,"
Polybiblios said, shaking his head. This gave Jebrassy a twinge. He had heard that phrase before. They crossed many more apparent miles. Genton inquired as to whether the epitome knew where they were.
"On the outer boundaries of the necropolis,"
Polybiblios said.
"Everything is tighter, shrunken, drawn in. We're moving faster than we should. And soon—"
Polybiblios closed in, peering at the breed.
"What will we soon come to?"
"You're like a teacher," Jebrassy said. "Always testing." "The houses," Genton answered for him. 10 of them, at last count, cutting across the strongest path of the beacon."
"And beyond them?"
"The Vale of Dead Gods. Beyond that, all is conjecture."
"Just because I am with you, do not think you can let down your guard," Polybiblios said. "Great men and women have been lost out here, with more ancient conviction and experience. So many marchers, but others as well, menders, pilgrims. Many have been sacrificed while we waited."
"You sent things back," Jebrassy said. "Now they're returning."
"Emerging might be a better word, like something rising from the depths of an ocean."
"I don't know what an ocean is. What an ocean is. What an ocean is. What an ocean is." Jebrassy lowered his head as if in pain. "Upside-down rocks, ice, and mountains in the sky. That's where the dreamers are going. Is that an ocean?"
"No,"
Polybiblios murmured, but he did not sound completely convinced.
"Worlds falling together. All a desperate gamble. And how many times did we fall into that splendid quag of despair only Eidolons can feel?"
Jebrassy clenched his teeth and pushed ahead. Chapter 91. Denboard and Mocked tested the trod with their boots. "It's firm," Denboard said, returning to Tiadba. Herza and Frinna stepped out on the surface together. "We can cross here." "The beacon gets weaker that way," Kren said. "It's strongest on this course. That's the path we should be taking. We should follow the trod."
"It's a long, wide one," Shul said. "It won't stay firm, and there's a peculiar bump ahead. We can see over it, or should, the way the light works here, but there's only darkness."
"What he calls a bump looks like a... What's the word?" Kren asked. Tiadba had been reading other stories from her books. Some described features of land and water that the breeds had never experienced.
"A mountain," Tiadba said. "Lots of them. A mountain range."
Well, whatever. That's where we're supposed to go.
What's out there at the end of the trod? Tiadba asked the armor. Potten's voice responded.
Once there was something called the Vale of Dead Gods. It was a broad-floored rift with 10 houses, including the House of Green Sleep, held in a kind of counter-twist bowl at its center. Many marchers were lured there and enslaved in a chronic noose. The tower changed the arc of the beacon to avoid the veil, but the last update said there was only shadow, a lack of detail.
How long ago came that update?
Nico asked shrewdly. Kalpa time, 100,000 years, the armor said. But out here, in a counter-twist, how we approach changes everything. Away from the guidance of the beacon, circling in from another direction, there may still be the veil. The House of Green Sleep is, or was, a strong lure. If the veil and the house have changed, then there may yet be other traps, or a clear path.
Typhon's lies?
Nico asked, squatting beside the trod and poking at it again with a tripod leg. The surface seemed hard as glass.
Perhaps, Potten's voice said. The trod passes close to the veil. If the beacon guides us along the route of the trod, it might still be safe.
They all looked to Tiadba. Her weariness had grown. She sensed a cycling sadness in the back of her thoughts, as if she were leading the marchers into a trap even worse than the echoes, worse than the twitching glider dumps and churning graveyard bogs they had already seen. But the beacon was strong. There was nothing else they could do. They had no other guidance.
We could stay on one side or the other, Kren said. But it's getting rough and there are lots of cracks. Take us much longer.
They all dreaded the possibility that the Kalpa would fall and the beacon would be silenced, or worse, deceive them, though Potten assured them that was not possible. "We'll use the trod," Tiadba said. "Kren, stay as far back as you can and still see the rest of us. Herza and Frenna go ahead an equal distance. Any sign of softness." They spread out and moved toward the bump in the land ahead. They walked on for what seemed a very long time, before they were forced to abandon the trod. They then hid in crevices that radiated from the roadway and watched the passage of Silent Ones by the dozens, wave upon wave of gliding monstrosities, moving with even greater speed over the broad, milky surface. More time, long, slow, boring time passed, before the surface again became glassy and they resumed. The witness's beam curved and whipped through the sky. Something was happening again, far out in the chaos. Thick scuts of darkness shot up and then fell back, like ghostly, smoky heads popping out of the ground. After another long spell of travel and another smoky eruption, Kren saw a change in the sky to their left, well off the vector of the beacon's greatest intensity. None of the others could duplicate his sighting, hard as they tried.
My eyes must be going,
Kren said, downhearted.
You and me both,
Shul said.
What did it look like?
Nico asked, boring in with an angry tone. Enough, Tiadba said. We'll force him to make up stuff.
I wouldn't do that,
Kren said, indignant. We'll stop here for a while. It's out there again, Herza said, and Frenna pointed. They had both seen a blue glow in the dip between two heaves of brownish, crackled ground. The armor now spoke.
It may be another Potten, or this far out, someone else from the Kalpa, older.
They thought this over skeptically.
A deception?
Nico asked. No answer. Anything could be a deception, except for the beacon. Nothing was certain.
I'll sortie, Mocked said. I'm tired of this monotony. A little climbing and jumping is just the thing.
Chapter 92.
Does he look different to you?
Glaucus asked Daniel.
Jack forged ahead through the ruptured and redrawn streets, walls, buildings. His concern was obvious. There was no way to tell what could happen out here, nor how things had changed since Ginny passed, or whether they were even following her trail. "He's standing straighter," Daniel said.
"He's looking older," Glaucus said, "and bolder. He takes risks leaving us here. What does a stone tell you?"
"Still tugging," Daniel said. The urban rearrangement around them muttered and groaned like deep ice settling over a rocky slope. "If the girl feels the tug, and if it's the same tug—"
"It is,"
Glaucus assured him.
"Have you seen the like before?"
He waved at the dismal scene, apt to change unpredictably, like a show of lantern slides planned by an idiot. "Once," Daniel said. "Jack might have seen it too."
"Fleeing our mistress?" Glaucus asked.
"Something like that."
"She's back there. Near the old warehouse, I can feel her."
"Will she use you to find us?"
"If you ask, am I notching branches and overturning rocks, no. But the mistress is ever and always aware of the disposition of her servants. At least, she was on Earth. Here, maybe our oddness blends in."
"This is Earth," Daniel said. "Bits of it. Look. You're old enough. Maybe you recognize these buildings."
"Asian, I'd say."
Glaucus blew his nose, inspected the rag, more streaks of slick black, and shook his head.
"I never journeyed to the east. We left your city miles back."
"Bidewell said it was all getting cinched in."
"Did he? I missed that."
"It's all burned or corroded. Broken time seems to act like fire, or acid." Silence between them as they worked around a mound of bricks and stones. With a dour twinkle, the stones became shards of concrete and steel, part of a newer wall, but still a jumbled ruin.
"Like a battlefield,"
Glaucus said.
"I walked the trenches around Ypres almost 100 years ago, looking for a particular gent, a fine, strapping fellow, and a poet. He dreamed, so I was led to believe, of a place he called the Last Redoubt. He'd written a book before shipping out, detailing his dreams. But the war had already blown him to bits. Lean years for hunters during wartime."
On both sides, streets and buildings ascended steep inclines, as if a city map had been draped over another, rougher country. Some of the structures looked more intact than any they had encountered before, despite leaning at awful angles. Glaucus saw Jack ahead. He was passing under a precarious arch formed of steel and glass. Daniel shook his head, and his eyes darted. "How far does this go on?"
"Don't know," Glaucus said. "Just tagging along."
"You've done more than that," Daniel said. "You scared Ginny. You might as well have pushed her out here."
"That concerns you?" Glaucus asked.
"I don't know why you're with us. Jack knows what you did."
"Does he?"
Glaucus looked up as they reached the arch, then felt his shoulders draw down and his thick neck stiffen at the thought of thousands of tons choosing to fall at just this moment.
"No shame," he said. "Shifters may have more charm, more romance than chancers, but what we do is all the same in the end. We grab at happenstance and care little about stealing luck from those around us."
"I never claimed to be righteous," Daniel said.
"Well, then,"
Glaucus grumbled, "just stop trying to make me happy to be here."
"Apologies. Old habits."
For Jack, listening to the voices behind him, the dread sense of approaching conclusions made the shadowy ruins fade to insignificance. He had seen this before, or something like it, less dead. Only now that it was all broken, could he piece together a picture of what his cosmos, his small part of the cosmos, had been like, and how he had managed to skip through it, with fewer consequences than most, and fewer advancements, fewer of the milestones of common life, his inability to feel strong affection. That puzzled him. In the dreams there had been an almost surreal, childlike passion, but for Ginny, only a liking, and nothing more he could pull to the surface. He was less a man in all this than the figure in his dreams. Jack never dropped anything, because he never held anything for very long. Ellen, who settled for a few hours with him, had been content with his ghost of affection, but before her, his mother, a pale outline on a pillow under the bright spot of a hospital lamp. His father, even less defined, big, tried to be funny, tried to love him. How could those who controlled their destinies settle for so little? Ginny was like him in that regard. Fate-shifters did not seem capable of great things. They wandered, but left attachments, love, even memory behind. How could he find fault with Daniel or Glaucus? They were all alike, selfish in the utmost. Both those who held the stones and who sought the stones were diminished, shriveled to points of darting consciousness without breadth or depth. Not even the favor of Mnemosyne had lifted Jack's gloom. He stalked on through the guttering relics of human history, blackened middens revealed one after another like images sketched in ghostly embers. Where was he going? Where could he go? After Ginny, a dream sister, who was chasing what? And along the way they would meet with... Daniel called him back. "Slow down. We're leaving the city stuff behind." All three gathered, and their protection merged with a hollow smooch. Jack looked around and pressed his temples with 2 fingers. "Do you remember anything like this?" Daniel asked. "Do you?" Jack asked, still pressing. "My fate was chewed to pieces, so I jumped closer to your lines. You probably came up against the corruption before it actually closed in, all different. This is all that's left now. Fallen bits, colliding chunks." "Memories of history?" "Oh, they used to be real enough." Daniel's lips worked, as if he were trying to stifle another voice. "Sorry. I've got a frightened, curious landlord to deal with." Jack stared at him, not so much shocked as disgusted. "Putting it politely, you're a hermit crab." "Putting it crudely, I'm a tapeworm, a leech," Daniel shot back. Glaucus watched both through red-rimmed eyes. "But I'm not useless, and I'm not so cruel. What did you leave behind for Bidewell and your woman friend?" Jack shook his head. "I thought about giving them a stone of their own," Daniel said. "I have, too. Something to protect them when the Chalk Princess comes." Glaucus's eyes grew wide.
"That's impossible," he said. "No shepherd has ever carried 2.
"No shepherd has ever been as monstrous as me," Daniel said. He swiveled his head to watch thin blue arcs loop between gray rocks and scattered ruins. Always in pairs, a kind of cosmic handshake. "In the end, I knew Bidewell would turn down the offer. 3 is the minimum. 4 is safety." Jack turned away. He had no idea what this information meant.
"This is like where we go in our dreams," he said. "Where Jebrassy goes after he leaves the city."
"Who's Jebrassy?"
"I think we're going to find out soon enough. We're supposed to meet."
past and future self? How's that going to work? Jack shook his head. I'm not going to meet anyone, Daniel said. More or less of a puzzle? Can't say.
We're living in text time, Jack said. Something Bardwell talked about before we arrived, presumably? Glaucus grumbled. Maybe, Jack said. Can't you feel it? We're just shells filled with explosive. When we land, we're done with. This text is finished. Close the book.
And open another, Daniel said.
Chapter 93. Ginny walked with the waves of haunted marchers into the valley, observing them with pity and wonder. They hardly seemed solid, much less alive, their armor in strips, feet worn and bloody, the blood long dried, like walking corpses, yet they spoke to each other in high, sapped, tinny tones of triumph and enthusiasm, though harsh with fatigue. To them she might have been a wisp, a vapor. Yet one or two stopped to watch her pass, their pale eyes weak and blinking. She could barely make out their words, but some of Tiadba returned to her, and she began to recognize the breed speech of her dreams. What little she could understand told her they were happy, that they thought they were arriving at the conclusion of a long-destined journey, and for a while, surrounded by their shambling, rushing forms, she wondered if they were right. Perhaps the dark green edifice rising from the bowl in the middle of the valley was where they all needed to be. The journey had been hard, the marchers were simply worn down. But in the dreams, Tiadba had never heard of thousands joining in a march. How could they all arrive on the edge of the valley at once, all together? One of the marchers, a female breed, not Tiadba, Ginny would have known the connection, tried to watch her more closely. She had a broad face, large eyes, and a blunt simian nose bearing a scut of fine fur, now crusted and patchy.
Something's there. Is it a monster? Another asked. I'm not sure, the female answered. The armor's silent. The armor's dead. We're dead.
Hush with that. It's as big as the tall one, if it's really there.
It's a monster. Stay clear.
The female tried to reach out and touch this apparition.
Are you a monster?
She asked. Ginny did not trust herself to answer. What would her voice sound like to such as these? As if she could be any more real than everything else between the statue-lined mountains. And why couldn't she see and comprehend those statues? Gigantic, twisted, motionless, might as well be dead. That much she could be sure of. A substantial number of marchers, dozens, had slowed and matched their pace with the one that seemed able to keep her in view.
Is it still there?
Several asked.
You!
The female shouted, rushing in again to touch her, but the bruised, broken hand was gently repelled by Ginny's bubble. Something bright arced out of Ginny and formed a ring of pale blue between them, then winked out. Entanglement. They shared a little matter. They were made of some of the same stuff, but not much of it. Ginny looked away, blinking back tears, and concentrated on the broken, stony path. There was nothing she could do, and they frightened her. She did not want to end up like them, but she knew Tiadba would suffer a worse fate.
You!
The female muttered to those around her, and they suddenly stopped and formed a ring, blocking Ginny. She could not pass. She tried and was pushed back. She could not leap or close her eyes and move ahead or do any of the things that might have seemed possible earlier. They had confined her within their circle.
What is it? I can barely see it.
It's a tall one.
Another Potten?
No. Don't break the circle. Keep it here until we know what it is.
We should move on.
Doesn't anyone remember? The female cried. We keep trying to get across the valley and into the city. We keep being sent back and starting over.
That's not what I remember. We're almost there. It's beautiful and bright and close. Look, we've crossed the chaos. We're going to make it.
Ginny hugged herself and studied the wan, peeling faces. Some of the figures were little more than wisps floating above the jagged, crusted surface. Who was more or less real here? And what did it matter? She finally tried her voice. I understand you. I know what you're saying. Those words startled them, drove them back, and widened the circle. Even now she could not be sure what language she used. She looked up to the green structure, the city. It seemed closer and much larger, but something about its outline, its margins— it might have been a high mountain viewed through a living, smoky haze, deliberately closing and then revealing, endlessly teasing, jealous, disappointed, angry, tormenting.
It speaks. I hear it.
Several figures murmured, and they all closed in, reaching out to touch the bubble. Several more elliptical arcs of blue pulsed between them, wreathed their hands and arms, pulled away in slips and curls, and vanished. The marchers withdrew, paler and less defined, as if the interaction had weakened their very existence.
"What are you?"
the female asked.
"Where are you from?"
Her weary, filmed eyes glanced one way, then another. She could not see Ginny, couldn't see anything clearly.
"Tell us we're on the right path. Tell us we know where we're going."
Before Ginny could answer, a wave of grainy darkness surged outward from the base of the city. The marchers flinched, hunched their shoulders, then dropped and tried to hug the rugged ground, as if this had happened many times before, so familiar, like a delivery of fresh fire to the damned. The waves spread and lifted all, seemed to haul up the very earth. Ginny closed her eyes and rode within her bubble through the wave. It shook, spun the sky, then moved on. Fell back onto a dark, syrupy foam. The foam soaked down into the black surface, hissing. After a sickening wait, the ground seemed stable again. Ginny got to her feet and looked around. The marchers were gone. On the threshold of what they seemed to think was their salvation, within sight of the place they had been created and trained to reach, they were snatched, shoved back, tricked. The valley was a place of endless temptation and disappointment.
For them, a trap. The wrong city, Ginny said,
shading her eyes against the rising arc of fire. But the green edifice was where she needed to be. The stone tugged her in that direction, this deceptive jumble of walls and shapes, watched over by legions of frozen giants. If Tiadba was not already within, then perhaps she soon would be. And what can I do to help? This can't be real. My nightmare has sucked me in. Ginny's hand had never left the surface of the Sunrunner, and the stone's strong pull had never lessened or wavered until now. It tugged her sideways, on a different course than the marchers, into the valley, perhaps to circle around and approach the bowl from a different angle. She did not dare look behind her. The marchers would be lining up on the crest of the rise, memories spun back in a barbed circle. They would look down into the valley, filled with relief, sure of their victory, then run forward once more in a ghostly, decrepit horde. There was nothing she could do for them. Not here, and not yet. If she was too afraid to move, the same female might repeat their scene and dialogue all over again. Ginny walked on, alone,
drawing closer to the stone, drawing closer to the stone, drawing closer to the stone, drawing closer to the giants that looked down from the peaks of the surrounding mountains, locked in perpetual silence. All was watching, but never seeing. Chapter 94. An awful suspicion grew within Tiadba. They had come so far, lost only one of their company, Perf, near the beginning of their journey, and yet she felt no closer to Nataraja, and could not escape a terrible sense that disaster was looming. Worse, she was coming to distrust the beacon, the musical note that pulsed out of the Kalpa and sang in their helmets when they were on the true path, and faded when they deviated from that path. Some shade of knowledge pestered the back of her weary thoughts, a phantom of foreboding. The marchers rested now in the protection of the portable generator on the top of another inverse ridge, a hill from one side, a valley from the other, light sweeping in devious curves from whatever direction they chose to look, mirages everywhere, only slightly corrected and straightened by the faceplates of their armor. From the inverted valley side, they looked out over a wide, lightly traveled trod that led straight into an enormous sandy plain ringed by high, jagged mountains. A few travelers, swift and low to the ground, a variety of the silent ones, swooped along the trod and vanished behind outcrops. None could be seen to travel all the way out onto the plain. On all sides, nestled among the mountains like carelessly dropped toys, great frozen things towered, facing inward toward a greenish architectural mass, if such could be said to have faces. The Patan voice suggested this might be the Vale of Dead Gods, occasionally seen from the broken tower. No Patan had ever explored this far. The mountains surrounded the House of Green Sleep, though that had likely changed, compressed into an illusion or disguise wrapped around the ancient rebel city of Nataraja. They might be near their destination after all, if Nataraja was still worth finding. Once, while they rested, or dragged their feet more truthfully, Kren said he saw motion on the far side of the vale at an unknown distance, like a horde of insects swarming over the rim of the vale, perhaps more echoing marchers, lost and pitiful. And when Tiadba stared in that direction, trying to see through the tricks and deceptions of the light, she caught a brief glimpse of something pinpoint, brilliant blue, almost hurting the eyes, even through the filter of her faceplate. Some time later, Kren saw it again, exactly the same, and mocked, Nico and Denboard all agreed it must be more echoes, captured and distorted marchers, repeating their frustration by the tens of thousands. It was a sobering prospect that even now, having come this far, breeds just like themselves had somehow become imprisoned in an illusion of triumph. Or so Nico speculated. They might even think they've succeeded. Over and over again. A twisty prison. Herza and Frinna listened without comment. They had said little for some time now, many cycles of the flaming arc. Yet even those cycles were slowing. No way to calculate how long they were gone, how much distance they'd covered, not even Patan's voice knew. "We've walked halfway to nowhere," Nico said, slumping in a split of black rock, holding his gloved hands to the sides of his helmet. There had been no chance to breathe outside air for many cycles. "What are those things in those mountains?" Shul asked. "Nightmares," Denboard said. "Perf was lucky. He wouldn't have liked any of this." Tiadba sat between Denboard and Nico, who had a thoughtful expression, as near as she could tell through the dusty golden glow of the faceplate. The armor was not offering much more in the way of explanation. "I think I understand," Nico said cautiously. "It's like a shelf of prizes.
trophies from a little war, only much bigger." "How's that?" Kren asked. "Who's collecting?" Mocked asked, simultaneously. "We've seen a lot since we left the Tiers," Nico said. "We've met tall ones, and things out in the chaos that might or might not be breeds. We know that people don't always look like us, not now and certainly not long ago, so the world outside the Tiers was once bigger than we can imagine. If we just stretch out and think about all the people, so many peoples, all different, all strange, but somehow us. Like in the stories in Tiadba's books, if the stories are real." "They seem real," Kren said. "They contradict each other," Shul said. "True," Nico said. "But imagine, for once, do more than a breed can do and think outside. Think of all the time and all the people. How different they must have been. And think of the Typhon burning and shrinking everything, playing and destroying at the same time, filled with hatred." "Or filled with nothing," Kren said. Nico nodded. "The emptiest of empties. Think of all the times past, and all the stories we haven't heard, and all the people who lived those stories and didn't look anything like us, big and small, giants bigger than the tall ones, smaller than anyone we know, and stranger than anything in the Kalpa, wakes and sleeps beyond count between them, but still us." He let out a sad, soughing breath. "Maybe some of them were like gods, but all were defeated. Their stories were stripped away, mangled, burned, but their images, and maybe even their bodies, might have been collected and carried here, put out on the mountains as prizes, or maybe just to scare us. But if we think of it this way," he concluded, "they're not dead gods, they're just people. They're us." "We might be stuck out there right beside them," Kren said. "More trophies." "We'd be with family," Nico said. Tiadba felt her chest fill and her breath catch. "They're still scary," Herza said softly. "If they get up and scoot around, they might not remember we're kin," Frinna added. "Do we have to get close?" Tiadba sat up and tuned her faceplate to define something she saw gathering over the veil, a cloud that blurred the arc of fire, a mist that dropped from the ruckled sky. "Do you all see that?" she asked. They gathered in the harsh high rocks, and their helmets took multiple points of view and worked to discern a pattern, an image above the greenish mass at the center of the veil. "It's like an upside-down mountain, just hanging there," Kren said. "A mountain made of ice," Denbord said. "A turvy," the Potten voice said. "This can be dangerous." "What's a turvy?" Tiadba asked. "No one in the Kalpa knows much about them. They jumble positions in the chaos. Turvies are dangerous because all the forces in the chaos will concentrate around them. New trods will form, the Typhon's servants will gather, and prisoners will awaken to a new level of slavery. It will bring rapid change and great unknowns." "More monsters?" Frinna asked, drawing close to Herza, and then dragging Denbord toward both of them. He did not struggle. Mocked had turned to walk a few paces away from the group, looking behind at the land they had crossed. "Everything's shrinking again," he called. "I can see the Kalpa. The witness, there it is, too." Tiadba turned and felt herself go dizzy. Light was bending in screw-like loops, and it was certainly possible, even likely, that the chaos had begun another great deflating, like a toy balloon. If they had all waited, would they have had to walk so far to get where they were now? Frinna screamed. "We're on a trod!"
The rocks smoothed and became sticky, trapping their boots with shocking speed. They seemed to plummet with the flat, pale surface to the level of the floor of the vale. All around the vale, gaps were opening in the mountains, and trods were flowing down toward the greenish mass in the center. Kren lifted their one remaining clave, but before it could activate, a whip shot out and grabbed it away. No escape. Already shadows loomed over them, half-blind eyes sweeping, and twisted, bruised faces spread flat beneath high, arched bodies, and surrounding them the slender limbs that glided, pulling and pricking at the surface of the trod. Tiadba watched, paralyzed, as the others were grabbed and raised one by one in flickering, half-seen talons, then held, clutched, and squirming in the air. The strangest and largest silent one of all, 3 joined faces, sharing 4 whited, frosted eyes with black pinprick pupils, moved up to bend over her and leer. An arm with a hand like a thorn bush snatched her. From the center of the vale, the frosted, uncertain green edifice, and the icy mountain now hanging over it, came an awful, squealing trill, like millions of things lost beyond hope of rescue, all forced to demonstrate their joy, their happiness, forced to sing. From the mountains all around, the huge frozen shapes quickened, in a way that did not involve life, beyond a breed's understanding, reluctantly juddering down from the mountains, gathering as if by decree to watch and perhaps participate in the turvy. One by one, as Tiadba watched, her companions were stripped of their armor, and then came her turn. First, the silent one with 3 faces and 4 eyes exposed her arms and legs, all the while the eyes vibrating and shivering, and then thorn claws pulled at her helmet, which split and gave way just as the potent voice spoke its final message. "This is not the destination. The beacon—" Tiadba felt no pain, yet a kind of vacuum sucked all hope from her mind, then searched, cut, pushed aside, and found what it was looking for. Your sister. Not a voice, not a presence, the emptiest of empties, the quietness of a thing that did not have a voice, but used thousands of other voices to express its message. You shall not be joined. Your stories shall not be told. Her companions were not dead. They were very little changed, in fact, still struggled, despite the loss of their armor, dangling and squirming, moving their lips without being heard. The silent ones swifted these tiny burdens along the new trod toward the center of the vale. Tiadba spun slowly, saw in flashes of spiraling light the giants gather, saw the central greenish mass resolve, take on rough edges and serrated shapes beneath the hovering whiteness. An ancient, shimmering illusion now profaned and mocked, its translucent jade towers and domes spreading throughout the vale, and she knew it, recognized it for what it had once been and was no longer. I've been journeying here since the beginning. The marchers were carried into lost and haunted Nataraja, the false city. Chapter 95. This was a dream. Ginny was sure of it, a dream someone else was having. And it was lovely. She was 2 people in one form, standing under a cloudy sky with patches of brilliant blue and rolling hills stretched like great swabs of a brush to a definite and pleasant horizon. She was, in fact, in Thule, the great island just 100 miles north of Ireland, rich with history, the place she had imagined while being visited by Mnemosyne,
the place she had been patiently denied. It was not quite fully formed, of course. She had to stare hard to make things assume a visual tactual truth. She could look at the foliage near her feet, a rough kind of bush, heather or gorse, or something with purple flowers, and with an effort the flowers would suddenly pop and become real. Her lips said in vague tones, "This is wonderful. I've never seen anything like it." Behind those lips, Ginny asked, "Who's dreaming whom? Maybe it's you. You must know about sky and hills and bushes. I don't. What I know, you know, but I don't remember your name. We don't have names for now. I'm in a terrible place, but sometimes I can sleep. So we're together again. Come for me. Find me before it's too late." Ginny shook her head and pushed up from a crouch. She felt refreshed, maybe even encouraged. Until now she'd expected only sadness and grief and pain at the end of her peculiar stroll. She rubbed her cold hands and reached out to test the limit of the bubble. Thus far, and no farther. More real than the dream, and much less pleasant. She stood before a great opening in the mountains, guarded by two giant figures she did not want to examine too closely. Made for other places, she guessed, and made of other matter, substances that did special things under special circumstances. Whatever the hell that means. She turned on her heels twice, like a slow top, as she had when faced with the gape, and felt the dark, gritty landscape pirouette. Now she stood before another cleft in the high, jagged rocks, guarded by another pair of frozen figures, just as strange, but different. Spinning twice again, she stood before a third opening, and a third distinct set of guardians that didn't seem able to do much in the way of guarding, like colorful ceramic figures decorating a door. But this time, let's fire the decorator. Trophies, all of them. Preserved and mounted after something had enjoyed an awful hunt through the galaxies collecting specimens. Ginny shivered. Spinning twice again, a total of 6 spins, brought her back to the first gap. She recognized the first set of figures, though she still did not want to examine them up close and personal. Personal might mean something very different here. Without doing anything more difficult than spinning on her toes, she was making the entire valley revolve like a lazy Susan platter in a Chinese restaurant. Imagine that. Such power. There were 3 entrances to the Vale of Dead Gods. She could imagine them evenly spaced around the bowl formed by the mountains, points on a weird kind of super triangle. Typhon space. Or the kind of space a dying universe falls into. Which entrance should she take? Each, she knew, would lead her on a unique and separate spiral course into the false city, where her dream sister waited. Other people could enter through other gaps and follow other spiral courses, but they would never meet, never see each other, separated by Typhon time as well as Typhon space. That thought bothered her. All along, since she had left the green warehouse, she had hoped that Jack and maybe Daniel would come to save her from her persistent foolishness. Always deliberately choosing the worst path leading to disaster, Jack seemed the opposite, shifting toward a pleasant sort of survival, if not genuine fortune. Daniel she couldn't figure. Not a whole number. Irrational. He has an irrational set of decimals. Ah, what's that mean when it's lying down? But they would no doubt enter the false city through other gaps,
and that meant they'd never find her. Ginny squinted at the Guardians, forcing herself to see them for what they were, a matched pair, each with a circlet of 10 or more eyes, wrapped around otherwise human faces, lips and cheeks skewed in some strange emotion, the heads set without a neck above powerful, many-limbed bodies, each limb configured to do something that she could not begin to understand. She gave up her inspection. No sense adding confusion to madness. She decided that she would call this set of Guardians the Welcome Wagon Committee to Hellgate 1. She spun around again and named the second pair WWC to Hellgate 2. The experience could be repeated. Very scientific. Bidewell would be proud of her. Spinning again, she found the WWC to Hellgate 3. Shouldn't just do this all day, however long a day is. Make your choice, Ginny. Even if it's the wrong one. That was her inner voice, nobody else's. The other had fallen silent. She was alone. Alone, Ginny knew she could always be relied upon to take the wrong path, except when she decided to go to the Green Warehouse, and even then, she tried to undo her good decision by venturing out. But now it wasn't just her choosing. The Sum Runners drew each other together. So where were the others? Were they out searching for her in the mash-up, their stones tugging them along like eager terriers out for a run? Chapter 96. The longer Jebrassy marched with Genton and Polybiblios, the more he realized what it was like to live around a great eidolon, even a fragment of one. Polybiblios seemed to radiate knowledge. Some new and significant collection of facts or visions flowed into Jebrassy's awareness every hour, filling him with history and science until his old self felt misplaced and overlooked. Genton knew the epitome's influence as well, and spoke his concern.
"You're leaking,"
he told Polybiblios as they paused, helmets off, to rest and assess a new disposition in the chaos around them. The epitome squatted beside them. His movements had grown more certain and less awkward, far from the support of the broken tower, and all the librarian's servants and selves. He was acquiring his own kind of agility, a grace that reminded Genton of an Angellan, no surprise. "I apologize. I will try to be less generous."
"I don't mind much," Jebrassy said quietly, staring at the changing ripples of stone. "I just need some time to catch up. I have to think about things and make them my own."
"Of course," Polybiblios said. "Long ago, philosophers would have played a game of questions with their students, or their servants. Each question, so the philosophers claimed, would coax out prior knowledge, natural instincts born into them. What you feel may not be just my leaking. It may be your own quality, emerging, right on schedule."
Genton looked aside and shook his head. "You've taken us away from the path of the beacon. Why?"
"We will find the beacon again," Polybiblios said. "It was perverted long ago, you know, shortly after my daughter vanished, and Sangmer disappeared in search of her."
Jebrassy's face crinkled in dismay. "Why?"
His innermost voice still told him the beacon must be inviolate, the only thing that could guide them to Nataraja, their ultimate goal, their reason for being made in the first place.
"That's impossible! Who would do that?"
Polybiblios met their obvious anger with resigned sadness, an easy enough expression in an offshoot of one so old. He did not give them an answer right away. "I hardly remember my own child," he said. "As much as she was my child. So many had a part in her making."
"We know the story,"
Jebrassy said. "There are so many versions of the story," Polybiblios continued.
The truth may lie frozen and buried in the rubble that shores up the foundations of the Kalpa. So many versions to compare with the fragments of memory that I've managed to retrieve.
Jebrassy lowered his voice and his head encircled the epitome, his anger burrowing deep. Polybiblios followed the breed with calm, yet not precisely fearless eyes.
My people are out here, dying or worse, for no reason, the breed growled, because an Eidolon has forgotten and others have been careless.
Not at all, Polybiblios said. Between Eidolons all things have a purpose, sometimes more than one. My greater self knew the lineaments of change the chaos would undergo over time, its gradual reduction. The beacon now points us to where we need to be. It is finally correct. Sit here.
He patted the ground with his gloved hand. Jebrassy looked between the epitome and Genton, his fury undiminished, but controlled. Did this mean all the previous marchers had never had a chance? That they had been sacrificed to distract, provide cover, and prepare for a future time when only a select few would succeed? With a supreme effort, Jebrassy sat and stared down at the black dust and sharp ancient stones. The path we are taking fits the best version I've pulled from all the stories, Polybiblios said. Draw from your emerging qualities. Think of Ishanixad making this same journey. Think of her long sacrifice, that things will come right again.
You had us search for the stories, then take them with us. You wanted us to find the real story by testing them all, because you had lost the truth. You were careless.
I don't deny carelessness, Polybiblios said, but putting the past, even could it have been perfectly recorded and stored for tens of trillions of years, packing all that into a microcosm would have taken far more time and energy than creating and searching a Babel, practically speaking. And had we made that choice, preserving one history or an ambiguous few would not be enough to quicken a new cosmos. Not enough to seduce and distract Mnemosyne and awaken the sleeper.
Sleeper? Genton sat across from the epitome and the breed. That's an ancient idea. The sleeper is supposed to have died at the end of the first creation.
The father of muses, Polybiblios said. Brahma, some called him very long ago. Not dead, but bored, and so sleeping.
That sounds like nonsense, Jebrassy said, fighting his own growing comprehension. He did not want to know anything that would blunt his anger. Tiadba was out there. They might never find her. But Polybiblios was still overflowing, and this time they were brushed by the emotion of a great Eidolon. Ishanixad. Jebrassy and Genton looked at each other and felt a kind of sadness they had never known before. Not the sadness a breed or a mender could ever feel, but loss and betrayal that could only spread and age and mellow and sharpen all at once among thousands of millions of epitomes and angelons through the heights and inner recesses of the broken tower across 500,000 years.
The city princes, they reset the beacon. They betrayed you,
Genton said.
They betrayed my daughter,
Polybiblios said, looking away from them as if he could not bear any kind of mirror.
We may have all betrayed her. What she must feel, after all this time, hiding out there, waiting, or worse, captured.
If you know all the stories, then you know all the endings, Jebrassy said. Which one is true?
There are far more endings to a story than there are beginnings, Polybiblios said. The best stories start in the middle, then return to the beginning, then come to a conclusion that nobody can foresee. Sometimes, when you return to the middle, the story will change again, change again, change again, change again. At least they did when I was young.
His voice seemed to hypnotize them. They saw a whirling lattice of fates surrounding a tiny and indistinct shape, barely remembered after so many ages.
"The city princes,"
the keeper said, making it a kind of curse. "They agreed to send Ishanaxad on a secret journey, without your knowing," Jebrassy said. "But why?" Genton placed his hands together as if in prayer.
"Ishanaxad offered herself up to save the librarian. She carried away the key to the most complete Babel the librarian had created in the broken tower."
"That much seems true,"
Polybiblios said.
"Whatever our disagreements, the Astyanax and all the other city princes knew
that a complete Babel, with all its parts brought together, would dissolve what remained of the old cosmos,"
Genton said, and then saw that this knowledge did not come from Polybiblios. This was part of the image the Astyanax had placed inside his mind.
"The Muses, what little was left of them, would revive to examine the greatest wealth of stories, all possible stories and all possible nonsense."
"Both nonsense and story necessary for any creation, though, as always, there is a vastly greater proportion of nonsense,"
the epitome said, and got to his feet.
"My daughter sacrificed herself, when others wished only to see my project come to an end, incomplete."
Genton said, "The great Eidolons wanted to live whatever sort of life was left to them trapped in the Kalpa, repeating their amusements, lost in decadent boredom, but also extraordinary comfort. They wanted this to go on forever." He stood, fists in the air. "You wanted to jump-start creation. That would have been the end of us all." Polybiblios looked between them, guileless as a child, an exceedingly old child.
"That was my expectation."
"The Eidolons allowed Ishanaxad to cross the chaos," Jebrassy murmured. "But they knew Nataraja was already dead."
"The city princes made a deal with the Typhon,"
Polybiblios concluded.
"We were all betrayed. But that does not mean we failed. Far from it."
The air in this part of the chaos was growing stuffy and unpleasant. Together, as if in silent agreement that there must be a pause in this conversation, they sealed up their helmets and prepared to move on. Jebrassy asked, after they had resumed walking, "What is the Typhon that it can make bargains?"
"Not to be known, young breed,"
Polybiblios said.
"But the Kalpa should have fallen long ago. It has not."
"You knew this, yet you allowed me to send out marchers."
Genton was greenish-black with anger. He could no longer express himself in words. Polybiblios looked around the changing landscape.
"My daughter carried crucial parts of my creations, took them to Nataraja, away from the reality generators. There was never any choice. But before she left, she asked both of us, Astyanax and librarian, to join together and remake the oldest form of human being we could conceive of in primordial matter. She asked that we assign their upkeep and education to the menders of me alone. She asked that some runners be made and entrained, the most sublime of Shen technologies, more subtle even than the reality generators or this armor. And, of me alone, She asked that I place my fragmented Babels within the Sumrunners as a contingent plan, sending them back to course forward from the beginning of time, whispering to each other, and connecting all who touched them. Ishanixad was mother to the ancient breeds, and she is mother to all who dream.
It is the greatest story of all, Genton admitted. She left her city, she left Sangmer, everything and everyone she loved, and she thought she served, even as she betrayed.
What about Sangmer? Jebrassy asked. How could he possibly understand? Did he ever find her? What happened to him?
We live that story, young breed. We echo its flesh and bones, that we may tempt it out of hiding. And then, when it is finished, we move on, or come to our own abrupt conclusion.
Chapter 97. Ginny felt something go out of her as she passed under the frozen gaze of the inner ring of giants. Her bubble of protection seemed to thin, and breathing became difficult. The stone no longer tugged in a specific direction, but instead pulled her one way, then back, then another, its insistence growing weaker, until finally she stood as still as one of the statues, within sight of the defile where she had entered the valley. There was only one conclusion she could draw from the stone's reluctance to offer guidance. Either she had moved too far, or traveled too fast, entering a place where one stone by itself could not protect her. Why lead her on at all, then? She wiped her eyes, and noticed particles of soot floating above and around her, made more obvious by contrast against a rapidly coalescing mountain of ice that hung upside down over the valley. Needles and flows of sapphire blue grew from the floor in complete silence while she watched, her head cocked and neck growing stiff. They formed a ring of columns around the valley's perimeter, as if to cage the false city, the central jade structure. Mist draped the mountain rims, thickening into clouds like clouds back home. If home was anywhere now. If she had ever grown up, ever lived, if any of her memories could be said to have been real. Out here, the ice pinnacle and pillars possessed an eerie beauty, more terrestrial than chaotic, like the bottom of an iceberg, maybe, or the Alps inverted. Strange that something impossible would look more convincing surrounded by things only very unlikely. Her exhaustion became dark and profound, and she lay down on the uneven softness of the bubble, but her eyes would not close. She could not sleep, had not slept since leaving Bidewell's warehouse. But if she could sleep, and if she could dream, then she knew that her visitor, her other, was already inside the ghostly green city, and that Tiadba had also come to the wrong place. Both had been misled. Both had been betrayed. Ginny thought of the awful, stocky old brute and his insinuations. She had not even spoken with Jack or Bidewell before leaving, or Daniel. What would either of them have told her? They might have told her to wait. And so, that was what she was going to do, now that she had no choice. She would lie here just a bit above the valley floor, surrounded by mountains and paralyzed giants, with an upside-down mountain of ice waiting to fall at any instant, and she would wait. She would stay here forever, if necessary, growing more and more tired, until she simply floated off, like a bit of weightless ash. The moment of rest stretched on. She tried to roll over, felt the bubble closing in until she could no longer move. She lay on her back, watching the ice mountain block out the rim of fire. The fire had turned dusky orange. The darkness within faded to grayish purple. The wrinkled sky beyond the ice mountain was slowly obscured by blue mists, clouds edged with glorious gold. The sky itself was shrinking. It was frightening and beautiful. All she had seen so far was frightening and ugly.
"Something new is coming," she murmured with numbed lips, by which she meant something old.
Chapter 98. The three, Jebrassy, Genton, and the epitome of the librarian, saw the paleness over the center of the vale. They had walked many miles, approaching at times the innermost of the so-called dead gods that watched each other across the uneven plain. Their faces, if they could be called faces, seemed locked in a quiet, reflective arrogance, shaped by trillions of years of self-determined change, intelligence in control of all evolution, a variety of visages and shapes, both handsome and incomprehensible, monstrous and beautiful at once, like so many sea creatures spread out on an immense eternal reef.
"Will they ever live again?"
Genton asked. Polybiblios seemed about to answer.
"No more time for lessons in leakings," Jebrassy said. "Move on."
The epitome listened with patient humor.
"Time is indeed shorter.
But time for others will not flow over this vale with the same speed, nor cover the same instants. This is a turvy. Every pass, every gate sends its entrance onto a different track to the center."
"I thought there were only 2 fates left," Genton said.
"Fates, yes. But in a turvy, those paths can be swirled until they seem to lie parallel. You can jump from one to another, but they are the same, part of a spiral. In many regions of the chaos, the rules of the very tiny have been writ large. You have to spin twice just to face the same direction. Here it is even more complicated. We can see behind us. There seems to be a way back, a retreat, but if we reverse course and try to leave, we will fail."
"We could jump to the other track and get to the center faster, couldn't we?" Jebrassy asked.
"No,"
the epitome said.
"We are where we need to be."
Ahead, the gathering cloud had hardened into an upside-down mountain of ice, its edges like scalloped blades.
"The tracks will merge soon enough," the epitome said. "The cosmos is in its final moments. The revolt of the very small is about to begin, and I don't mean you, young breed. The pressure on the Typhon is growing. Out here, the former master does not know how to change."
"What pressure?" Genton asked.
"This is all that remains. The chaos has shrunk to 2 circles. One circle surrounds this vale. The other surrounds what is left of the Kalpa. There may still be a path between them, sprinkled with bits and pieces of the past, I don't know. Maybe that's closed too. Outside lies nothing. That is the Typhon's legacy. For all its power, it can leave no mark, only void. It tried to be a god, and it failed. There is nowhere left for it to go, no escape."
"All the stories left unfinished?"
Jebrassy asked, unsure, then disgusted.
"No. If we succeed, what comes after, not even the whole of myself could understand. We will be as children before wonders. There is a greater force, who thus far has paid little heed to most of our 1,000,000,000 centuries."
"Huh. The sleeper?" Jebrassy was tired of being ignorant until taught. He wanted to teach himself, learn on his own,
learn what had happened to Tiadba. He was almost afraid to know. "The Turvy will be the Typhon's last chance," the epitome said. "It will need to capture us and prevent the some runners from being joined, watch for trods, gliders, scouts, ascendants, silent ones. If they have nowhere else to go, they'll come hunting here."
They moved on toward the bowl and the green center of the vale. Ahead, blue, ahead, blue, ahead, blue, ahead, blue pillars of ice grew to meet the upside-down mountain's gleaming edges.
"Something's coming," Jebrassy said. "Not trods, not monsters, something else. I can feel it." "So can I," the epitome said. "So can they all." They could hear a thin, shrieking bellow now, pulsing in from all around, an awful nastiness, like strangling, screaming, and shouts of warning commingled. The giants lining the mountains were struggling to speak. Some seemed to struggle to move, shivering and stiffly casting off soot and rubble from around their bases. "They've seen this before," Polybiblio said. "It's this vision that filled their blood and marrow and turned them fossil. It's what the Witness has tried to warn us about for half an eternity. The Typhon has nowhere left to hide. It is coming here with all its servants, all those it has captured and tormented. Here we will find my daughter."
Chapter 99. The seeing had not gotten any easier. There was an optical perversity that no manner of twisting and squinting could set right, even within their protective call, which Jack hoped he would never need to explain. He felt maligned by the views that somehow crept into his eyes. Any living place showed both decay and growth, like the jumble of dead and living trees in a forest, or even a city burned, booted, crushed by war. Here there was only shoddiness, a despondent dullness of wit, will, and enthusiasm, in short, a lazing failure to keep and maintain. This place showed only decay. Not much comfort to be had from resting his eyes. Jack was aware that Glaucus had been trying once again to hook his affection and trust, to consign these little fish to one or another basket, his, or failing that, Daniel's. Daniel was a fake, of course. Without actually slinking, he slunk, and without saying anything, he lied. Even the truth from his lips was deceptive, because they were not his lips. Glaucus was little better, honest in shape, but that shape worse than lies. Still, they all had to stay close. Their bodies rejected what lay beyond the bubble. One could fall back just 6 or 7 paces, no one dared more, before all suffered exhaustion, closeness of breath, headaches, sneezing, blood from nose, ears, fingertips. They were filthy with soot and streaks of wiped blood. The bubble did allow something like smell, phantom scents, madness and burning, sour and sick. Nobody was supposed to be here. Here did not tolerate intruders. Now they could see almost nothing. A kind of spot of dim glow for some distance, restless darkness on all sides, a tumbled blankness, gray invalidity, the wholesale lack of anything and everything, only slightly less disturbing than the more defined things they had already seen. Sometimes the tumbles and wrinkles assumed the crooked aspects of a landscape, then just as easily gave it all up, a bad piece of work, and resumed void. Something seemed to surround the void and briefly spin, like being caught inside a wheel or a gyroscope. But then it vanished. It might never have been. The design on the box. Jack had almost given up hope for Ginny. They hadn't found her or her trail. The surface beneath their shoes mostly felt like old but solid rock, but their some-runners had pulled them along with precisely the same tug as Ginny's, or so he assumed, since Daniel's 2 stones behaved just like Jack's. The dead, empty cities were now behind them. Incomprehensible hulks floated ashore from far severed times, beached, and then subjected to perverse inspection, angry dissection, and finally, Jack tried to imagine and reconstruct it, a restless, angry rejection. Whole cities cast aside like broken cadavers, marked and scattered with hatred and confusion. All that wreckage worked over by a starless, pitchy, unhappy thing, totally powerful, yet completely clueless within and without. His fancies grew. Glaucus's rough voice knocked him out of his fugue.
"While you two slept, I kept watch. We've come around some things like hills or mountains."
"How could we sleep?" Daniel objected. "We were walking."
"You sleep, walking or not."
Jack wrinkled his nose. "Nightmares without sleep," he suggested. "Lies without reason," Daniel countered, and looked left at Glaucus. Their shoes made an unpleasant sound falling on the bubble, and pressing it to the uneven black rock, a squeaking trunch, trunch.
"Gentlemen,"
Glaucus said, as if urging civility. Then he halted and stared ahead, and his eyes grew wide.
"Couldn't be."
Jack and Daniel moved 2 paces, by reflex, before stopping. "Couldn't be what?" Jack asked.
"I am a sensible fellow,"
Glaucus insisted, sleeving sweat from his cheeks. Now it was Jack's turn to see movement ahead, small, dark shapes, low and sleek, with long curls rising and twitching. Not unfamiliar, certainly not frightening in and of themselves, and yet here.
"Cats,"
Jack said. Daniel turned.
"Amazingly capable cats,"
Glaucus said.
"Excellent and powerful shifters, and some are chancers, gods and masters of those who diminish and gnaw."
The shapes had faded. Glaucus took a deep breath.
"Now, as to those hills and mountains," he said, "they've been described to me. They enclose an unhappy place."
He made as if to dig a furrow in the air with his spaded palm.
"I've been told this is where the moth delivers shepherds and their stones, a long, shallow gouge, like a valley ringed with high peaks, surrounded by unspeakable things taken prisoner in far places, and in the centre of it all a shallow bowl with 3 fate-braided entrances, confounding to chancers and shifters alike. This is where the Chalk Princess rules."
Chapter 100. The False City. Tiadba had been wrapped in a cocoon of dust and fiber, like sweepings neglected in a corner. Her eyes stung and pricked, but she did not dare lift her fingers to wipe them. Hands and skin were both crusted with sharp grit. Often enough, over hours like beads strung on endless necklaces, she had felt the grit crawl on her skin as if alive. Could not imagine what it might be. Living, consuming decay. Did not much care. Here, beyond exhaustion, trapped, one bead of the necklace cold, the next neither cold nor warm, drained and burned to a crisp, yet still capable of pain, not caring whether there was pain, only now and then could she rouse memory of her companions, her fellow marchers, and when she did, the grit jabbed all the more sharply. Memories and regrets had become tiny shards, sharp and glassy, caked on her skin and jabbing into her eyes. Tiadba had seen her marchers carried along the glowing fluid trod through a hole like spreading lips rimmed with sores, into a great, dingy hollowness, had seen bloated, slavering things, long and malevolent, hurry from far walls to dangle from squirming legs and stab with scimitar jaws, jaws that smoked and sparked, grabbing, piercing, and burning, then scurrying back into the hollowness. Tiadba curled. If she curled tight enough, perhaps she would simply fold into herself and vanish. Anything could happen here. She opened her eyes long enough to lift her hand, crusted over by dried blood. Bits of glove, shreds of dead armor that no longer protected or spoke, tried to glimmer on her fingers, but memory and betrayal pushed the shreds apart, finished the task of peeling them away, leaving her totally naked. All were naked. She could not tell how long it had been before she was lifted, and her eyes were brushed clear. She blinked at the immensity of gloom and shadow and dust. She stood, or had been propped stiffly, on what might have been the side of a hill, under a great canopy. The limits of the canopy seemed to waver, to rise and fall, uncertain not just in color or brightness, but also in distance and dimension. Still, something was arriving. Something coming near promised to give what she was seeing proportion and perspective. Something or someone.
Hello, Creshborn.
Drops of cool, soothing liquid fell into her eyes and then froze them in place, to stare unblinking at a triangle of unformed whiteness. A cool, crystalline voice of immense beauty and sadness whirled up and lay on the porches of her ears, then introduced itself word by word, languid, stroking. The words filled her ears and caused a dull, stretching pain.
I compelled shapers and menders to make you. Do you know me?
The shape within the triangular cloud coalesced. Above the middle arrived a face, well-shaped, eyes large and deep, beautiful and sad and commanding. An emotion rose, swelling within Tiadba, deep recognition, built into her at birth, ordained for all her kind ages before. She suddenly wanted to feel glad. This was reunion, what should have been a time of joy.
I know you, she said, and I know you. I am proud, young breed. You are rich with dream. You have brought time forward as you were designed to do. But now your connection with what has gone before is a curse. There is only turmoil and torment to come. But in this, our last moment of peace, I am allowed to ask one question of all who are brought here. That is my torture, an instant of anticipation and hope.
Tiadba tried to see more clearly the dazzling white face, like softly mobile stone, malleable outlines, surrounded by other pieces whirling up and falling back again on chill, dust-laden wafts. The face drew close. Tiadba tried to pull back, shrink away.
Do you know what has become of Sangmer, called the Pilgrim? The voice, so close to Tiadba's face, carried no hint of breath or moving air, but a strange sweetness surrounded her all the same in that sensual desolation. Tiadba felt a stinging shock. She thought of lying beside Jebrassy on the bed, making love and trying to riddle the ancient stories, of moments in the chaos, reading from the ever-changing books to soothe and inform the marchers, but there had never been a conclusion to those stories, and the words were often obscure. However, before this cold, frightening beauty, Tiadba could not help but offer hope. I might have seen him. Maybe I wouldn't know, she said, lips numbing even as she spoke. Tell me what he looks like. I don't remember. Sadness and zeroing cold fogged between them. No time remains. No time at all. Words like falling and dying insects. You have brought me nothing. I am sorry. Tiadba searched for a word, found it in the memory of her other. I'm so sorry. Mother? I am sorry as well, Crashborn. You cannot know my sorrow. It would be a mercy if we both could die.
Chapter 101. We're never going to find her, Daniel said. We're crazy to even be out here.
Where would you have us go, young master?
Glaucus asked. Everything's different, Jack said. It'll keep getting more different. Maybe it will get better. The gap between the monstrous statues, the gap that opened into the bowl, where stood the most unlikely city of all, had closed behind them as if it had never been.
3 choices,
Glaucus said.
This is the best.
You said the Chalk Princess is just around the corner, right? Daniel said. Why doesn't she swoop down and take us? Glaucus stopped. His breath pumped and hissed like a steam engine losing its push.
She's here,
he said. What do you think will happen? Daniel asked.
She'll release me,
Glaucus said.
No reward, no punishment. Just put me to an end. I deserve no more and no less.
He resumed walking like a long-suffering beast. Daniel could hardly breathe. A feeling of heaviness and compression like bricks on his chest. He tried to understand what was going on in terms of physics, but only made a bad job of it. Vacuum energy heading back up towards 0, he muttered. Higgs field collapsing. Too small. What? Jack asked. Nothing. We're lost. It did look as if they were out of options. The land had never made sense. Now it was little more than a succession of silhouettes, trains and trails of pointless shadow. They had long since passed out of the neighborhoods of compressed and crunched history, through mad playgrounds of whatever passed for time outside their bubble, and now they were simply nowhere. Fortunately, that nowhere was becoming smaller. Daniel faced them. The stones still tug. There's still direction. Jack shook his head and took the lead. They still had up and down, forward but not back, a kind of sideways, the limited movement a blessing in territory otherwise devoid of any particular quality. There was no going back and starting over. Something would not allow it. Whole numbers, Daniel said. Jack walked into deeper shadow. For a moment Glaucus and Daniel almost lost sight of him, just 2 or 3 steps ahead. "Jack!" Daniel called. They caught up. Glaucus chuffed and staggered. "You're a whole number," Daniel said. "An integer." "Whatever," Jack said. His fingers tightened on the stone. Your call number, Daniel said. However long it is, it's an integer. It's not irrational, and it's not infinite.
We always ask for their numbers,
Glaucus affirmed, looking between them.
Not that we know what we're asking for. Too long to speak aloud, all folded into trick paper. First 75 digits crucial, however.
I've been thinking about it, Daniel said. I don't belong in any library. Books make me uncomfortable. I don't have a call number. Never did have a folded piece of paper, or if I do, it's not an integer. It's irrational. I don't have a story. That's why you didn't hunt me.
Interesting,
Glaucus said. I've had a long time to think it through, Daniel said. I don't belong. Someone or something sent me back, stuck me there, but I just don't fit.
Jack disappeared into the murk. Again something spun all around them, the vanes of a gyroscope, and faded.
"Slow down," Daniel called.
Chapter 102. It took Jebrassy a while to realize that he could no longer see or hear the others. He paused and waited. Drifts of sharp grit slid over the rippled black rock. The ripples had grown deeper. They were now channels in a curved maze that stretched to either side as far as he could see. Ahead, the edges of the ripples had risen up, curled over, and joined, creating a low wall of tunnel entrances, and beyond that another higher rank, and still more beyond them. He sat on the rim of a channel and waited some more, but neither Genton nor Polybiblio seemed anywhere near. Maybe they had gotten in front of him and already entered the holes. He could not wait. This might be another kind of trap. An eternity of indecision. Tiadba was still waiting. He made up his mind to try one of the closest entrances. Only when he was some distance in, stooped, did he think that now he was committed. The tunnel might be blocked ahead, and if he turned around, it would be blocked behind. It caused a moment of terror. He ran and pushed deeper into the tunnel, wanting to get it over with, to learn for sure that he was trapped, finally and irrevocably. But nothing in the chaos ever repeated itself, or was ever what he anticipated. The tunnel continued, growing a little in girth, and finally debouched into a larger space. How much larger he couldn't tell, even after his eyes had cleared of sweat. Jebrassy stood at the edge of an interior volume so large he could not see the other side. The only way he could know there was a roof was that the flaming arc was not visible, nor the ice mountain, nor the seethe of the shrinking sky. Tentative, he stepped away from the wall of tunnel exits. Dimly, larger objects took on detail, then smaller. He seemed to be surrounded by immense piles of things he could not identify, huge spheres strung on massive cables, smooth but dusty round lumps rising from the ground between the spheres, more spheres perhaps half buried, and jagged parts of things that were almost certainly manufactured, but looked as if they had been treated badly, dropped, shattered, and then piled up, discarded. He approached one of the suspended spheres, many hundreds of feet in diameter, and floating no more than a breed's height above the floor, and reached out with his gloved fingers, only to be pushed back. The longer he looked, the more he saw on the sphere's surface, until he realized he was looking at a place, a planet, highly developed, covered with cities, roads, things he could not identify, outside even his dream experiences. He turned slowly, wondering how these spheres and heaps had come to be brought here. Everywhere the lost and discarded. He was beginning to think the chaos was actually a giant litter bin. Determined to keep a line of retreat in sight, if you could still see things and kept them in periodic view, they didn't go away as often, he ventured farther into the rubble,
Polybiblios was waiting for him, sitting on a low wall that divided several larger and taller piles.
"Good to see you,"
the epitome said.
"I was beginning to think I had lost my companions."
"Where's the keeper?" Jebrassy asked.
"Somewhere back there. It's humiliating. How much of a puzzle this is. A wasteland of failed efforts. Consider all these worlds stored here like shrunken heads in a dusty box. But I might have found something, or someone, more interesting."
He gestured for Jebrassy to follow. With some misgivings, he did so. Was it possible, having lost sight of the epitome, that a duplicate might have been conjured up completely different?
"I've spent a pretty long while exploring this space," the epitome said, "making maps and then adjusting them for changes. Not as many changes here as outside, interestingly. Something seemed to want to keep track of whatever is piled up here, including this."
They came to a glassy wall. Embedded within the wall, near the surface, was a figure roughly shaped like Jebrassy, but larger, more robust. He wore no armor and a very different style of clothing than that found in the tiers. Farther along, other figures, some much the same, others very different, also lay embedded, caught in moments of shock or anger or surprise. Jebrassy walked from one to the next, then put his gloved hand up against the smooth surface.
"A fate mire, I believe,"
Polybiblios said. "What's that?"
"Not so easy to conceive of, but perhaps you've had enough preparation and training. Tell me what your instincts say."
"They're all like my visitor," Jebrassy said, thinking so hard and feeling so many strange emotions that his head hurt. "But there's too many of them."
"Definitely ancient forms,"
Polybiblios said. Leo said.
"If we had been able to access these when we were designing the breeds, we might have done better. Though they do differ in significant respects."
Jebrassy saw no signs of life in the embedded figures. "They're from the past?"
"Many pasts, more likely. How they got here? That's harder to conceive. I wonder if my full Eidolon self could solve the riddle. At any rate, that one there. Get closer. Hold up your hand. Make as if to touch it through the transparency."
Jebrassy stepped up to the body closest to the shining surface and rubbed his glove against the smoothness. Thin, bright ribbons of blue light, hundreds, then thousands of them, curled between the outstretched fingers and his own, penetrating his glove. He could feel a tickle, a slight shock moving up his arm.
"Dreamers, all of them,"
Polybiblios said.
"The same matter in large part, from many times in many different branches of fate, eager to be rejoined."
"We're made of the same stuff?"
"I'd say so. Entangled atoms are reacquainting, exchanging particles of entrainment, which leave photonic traces, faster than the fastest velocity possible in the chaos, or anywhere else now."
"Then none of the visitors have survived. We've failed."
"Where is that keeper? He might be able to help us judge the extent of this collection."
"There are so many. I don't think I've dreamed about all of them."
"Part of my plan was that shepherds and some runners would evolve together. But remember, there used to be many world lines, many pathways leading to the Kalpa. Not to put too fine a point on it, but your visitor has failed to make a connection with you many times before now, just as marchers have been snared and trapped out in the chaos. Now the pathways are limited to 2. There may be just one opportunity left.
Does that mean you've come out here thousands of times before and failed? Jebrassy asked.
Excellent question. Would it even be possible to remember?
The epitome considered this problem with apparent relish, then smoothed his face and said,
Most unlikely. This is my first and only path.
Jebrassy again spread his hand close to the fingers of the embedded other. The ribbons of blue continued to pass.
It doesn't hurt, he said. It's almost pleasant.
Polybiblios pulled him away.
That's enough. We don't want to entrain you with the lost. We need to find the one that is still free, still alive. Or arrive at a place where he can find you. I doubt very much he would be here.
Chapter 103. Ginny walked and then crawled through the tunnels, feeling the stone in her pocket nudge with a gentleness that seemed almost to speak of understanding and sympathy, or perhaps a touch of apprehension. She was in no mood to be strong-armed. She knew she was close, but she was beginning to feel a deep anger, not at the prospect of failure, but at having achieved some measure of success, having made it this far on her own, yet without actually making a decision. She had never chosen any of this. It had all been forced upon her. Stronger persons and circumstances had always directed her, misdirected her, all her remembered life. Others were no doubt trying to find her and save her. From herself, from bad decisions, but they had never actually been her decisions. Maybe that was because she could not be trusted. She always turned the wrong way, always stumbled into a path of disaster. Yet she had come this far, ahead of all the others. The tunnel had branched so many ways, and she had always gone to the left. Gauche, sinister, awkward, but the best way out of this sort of maze. And how could she know that? She'd always been awkward, had always turned left. Now she crawled out of the tunnel and squatted in the gloom of a cavernous space, listening. Silence. Neither disapproval nor applause. Completely alone, in a place no one could call home.
I'm worn out, she said. I don't want to be a guided missile anymore.
She felt the stone through the cloth of her pants, then took it out and looked it over in the dim light. Its tug had faded almost to nothing. It turned and rotated freely in her fingers. The knobs and ridges were smooth and cool under the roughened flesh of her fingertips. The red wolf's eye gleam had also dulled.
If you give up on me, I'll be stuck here, won't I?
She asked. She stood and felt the bubble draw in so close it might have been a layer of paint over her skin. The game was running down. There might have been some sort of excess of unexpected energy, Bidewell might understand. But now the entire universe, even the dead and dismantled parts ruled over by the Typhon, was closing its books, leaving the final accounts in disarray, because it was all going to be zeroed out anyway. She moved slowly on numb feet toward a gleam in the distance. Ignored the weird stuff piled all around. Not enough energy to pay attention, to show curiosity. Alone. Good. She would make her final wrong turn without anyone clucking their disapproval. Out of the maze, straight into a long wall of smoky glass stretched out of sight on both sides. Within the wall, she saw dozens, hundreds. She looked both ways, thousands of contorted, floating, still figures. All young women. Too much, she whispered, but pressed her bubble in closer.
trying to see. Blue lines whipped from her cheeks, chin, and fingers, and touched the nearest body, locked in the smoky, translucent hardness. Familiar. Eyes blank, hopeless, set in a slack face with an expression neither of pain nor despair, but of neutrality. A lot like herself, seen in an awful mirror. "Is this my other?" she whispered. "Is this Tiadba? She's trapped somewhere, and this one's trapped too." But the figure looked nothing like Tiadba, as Ginny remembered the dreams. No, it was a version of herself. And the body was holding something in its hand, or rather suspended within loose fingers, not quite touching or being touched, the grasp having been loosened in despair or surrender just before the embedding, this floating, timeless preservation. "You turned the wrong way, you got tired, you gave up," she said to her alternate self, beginning to feel a kind of attraction, a familiarity and warmth not just with the figure but with its fate. So comfortable, never thinking or moving or feeling again, no more stupid decisions. A gentle conclusion. Not what she would have expected out here in the chaos, on the outskirts of the false city. Not so much cruel as just neutral. Blank. The blue ribbons of light streamed from her fingers and face, caresses of energy. They tingled. She could get used to that tingling. It was friendly. She was close to the family of all her alternate selves, all the ones who had failed and then had been forgiven. She had found her way here to reacquaint. Somehow, there was a style about this that separated itself from the blundering cruelty of the rest of the chaos, a kind of pity. She recognized the sadness, the gentleness combined with the power and strangeness. This was what she had felt when confronted by the whirling storm in the woods, the great, desperate, swirling triangle of seeking. This was where the Chalk Princess took her captives, or where they came of their own accord, to join with their lost selves in continuous, never-ending self-pity and empty satisfaction. The ribbons grew brighter, the wall seemed to soften. The figure directly before her, inches away in the smoky substance, seemed to recede, and Ginny's last bit of unhappiness was painted over with a cool, complacent acceptance of all she had ever been, all her failures, her losses. This was her story. Her life finally had a conclusion, however unsatisfying. Perversely, the farther into the glass the other girl receded, the clearer her features and circumstances became, as if the ribbons of blue light were completing her, filling her out. Ginny could easily make out the nature of the object in the other girl's hand. It was another stone, its gleam extinguished. A dead sun-runner, its course through all of time aborted, its shepherd snared. The ribbons became blinding in their intensity. With them, something essential was being transferred, carried away, grounded against the frozen girl inside the smoky glass, useless, finished. Ginny drew back her hand, not quickly, not with revulsion or fear. She simply pulled with all her remaining strength. All these girls, young women, were just like her, but they'd had the luxury of multitudes. They could all fail, and it would not be finished. More might come and join them, not her. Not this Ginny. "I'm the last one, aren't I?" she muttered to this gentle and accepting tomb of hope. If she were another type of shepherd, with another type of story,
She might have entered the city through another opening into the bowl, crawled through the tunnel labyrinth in another instinctively natural fashion, making other types of unlikely and wrong turns, and found another smoky glass wall, infinitely deep, trapping another multitude of lost alternates. There might be a wall of Jacks out there, a wall of Daniels. Perhaps not Daniel. Ginny now stood several paces back from the glass, the force of blue leaking from her skin, piercing the bubble and sucked into the suspension, faded. The ribbons curled back in livid disappointment. "No wrong turn this time," she said. "I've got friends who need me. I'm alone, but not for long." She spun around again, then turned the other gauche, not adroit, not her style, and made her way through the rest of the incomprehensible, accumulated garbage ransacked from a dying cosmos. She knew she was making the wrong decision yet again, toward more misery and challenge, but for all the right reasons. Chapter 104. Jebrassy walked with a slow step beside Polybiblios, his strength like a guttering fire. He felt less than half the breed he had been before he and Tiadba were separated. Genton rejoined them beyond the fate mire, on top of a high wall angled up against other walls that seemed to form an immense octagon. Below the walls, sharply curved perspectives, relieved only by faraway glimmers of blue light, as if other beings made of primordial matter were being tested and compared. Captured marchers. Tiadba! "What's wrong?" Genton asked. "A premature encounter," Polybiblios said. They paused to allow Jebrassy to recoup some of his strength. The armor seemed barely up to the task. "I've reconnoitered," Genton said as they looked out over the cells beyond and, presumably, a multitude of enclosed fate mires. "There's still some semblance to the Nataraja of old. The Deva quarters are almost unchanged, though deserted." Jebrassy lifted his head. "The mass wars," he said. Polybiblios reached out to touch his shoulder. "Not our concern. History's lost and buried. Your kind, Devas, were forced to become Eidolons," Jebrassy said. "Many fled to Nataraja. Why didn't you?" "You're still leaking," Genton accused the epitome. "He needs to rest." "I can't help it," Polybiblios said. "My parts have been bathed in knowledge for 1 billion years." "When did it ever work right?" Jebrassy asked. "When did anyone ever respect the heritage and birthright of others?" "Often enough. For very long periods," Genton said, glancing at the epitome as if competing over who knew the most history. "But then, in all our memories, collapse, reversion, strife," Polybiblios said, unaware of any competition. "The cosmos has become tainted. History has been distorted by the corruption of the Typhon. In the depths of the brightness, some might have called it original sin. But it was not original. It creeps back from the end of time. We refused to let the universe die gracefully. We allowed the Typhon to latch onto a weakened and overextended chronology. Brahma still sleeps. Not even an Eidolon will ever know the shape and disposition of the original creation. We gain some insight when we contemplate the joy of matter, now almost lost." Genton was baffled. He had never heard of the joy of matter. "We should move on," Polybiblios insisted. "Our moment is brief." "Jebrassy needs to rest to get back his strength," Genton reminded the epitome, though his motives for saying so were not selfless. Clearly here were deep and ancient curiosities that deserved to be answered, and he was willing to give up his envy or resentment to learn.
"Not here," Polybiblios said. "If this Turvy, or whatever it is, truly does still have some of the old lineaments of Nataraja, there will be a better place. A preserve the Typhon cannot touch. And there we may have time for some explanations."
"Not bad from the beginning?" Jebrassy asked, as Genton lifted him to his feet. "Bad from the end?"
"What is lost, young breed," Polybiblios said. "Let us work with what little remains. The metric is greatly reduced. We've already traveled faster than any of our marchers. We can use that to our advantage."
Like most of the last great cities of old Earth, Nataraja had become a monument of efficiency. Not spread out over thousands of miles, but concentrated in a high, interlinked erection of spheres, intersecting and carried by flowing, sheeted curves, neighborhoods and urbs for those of different constructions and persuasions, the entirety enclosed by many different shields to defend against the threats of ages long past. With the passing of those threats, and the coming of new ones, the shields had been transformed, incorporated into the city's matrix, just as cities in the early brightness had grown and enclosed their old siege walls. Between his education in the tower and the epitome's continuing outflow, Jebrassy found renewed strength in the realization that his curiosity was being met. He was learning much of what he had always wanted to learn, secrets withheld from his lower kind, simply to be where so many breeds had been created to go, in the fabulous city of Tiadba's storybooks, however dark and awful parts of it were, seemed, for a moment at least, splendid beyond measure. If Tiadba were still with them, then together they could complete the stories, solve the mysteries. The librarian's epitome was telling them that things had not always been so bad, and that meant there might be dreamers who would come to them, who could spin such beautiful tales, if those lost pasts could be patched together, refreshed. All a wonderment of wishful thinking, of course. But his body felt the renewal. Hope for Tiadba, but beyond that, hope for all breeds. He struggled to understand. Hope for every type of human being or living thing that had ever been. What we live now, what has been lived for more than half an eternity, perhaps all of eternity, is not the only way. With the combined skills and knowledge of Genton and Polybiblios, they climbed up from the hive of Fate Myers and stood overlooking the center of the great bowl. Under layer upon layer of collapsed shields and roof, the rubble studded with ruins, but also with crudely remade arenas, boulevards, even neighborhoods where, using the tricks of chaos light and the concentrated cooperation of their helmets, they could make out the Typhon's most centralized and concentrated horde of captives. Not just marchers. Those the Typhon seemed content for the most part to leave out in the chaos, reenacting their failures, but representatives of all the great civilizations and reaches of human endeavor across the 500 living galaxies. A deathly museum. "I have friends down there," Polybiblios said. "I see the Typhon gathered some of the Shen, and across the lake and sea cores, up against the old gravidity forests."
"Stop! You're making my head hurt," Genton protested.
"Enough, then. It seems that the Typhon is gathering all its trophies into one location, hoarding them. Let's visit. In their sad condition, I doubt they'll even notice us.
Chapter 105. Despite the risks, Jack forged ahead of the others. The collapsed walls and buttresses and huge, shattered spheres of the interior of Nataraja offered a warren of passageways. The others would have to keep up. But he was not sure he wanted them to. He needed to find Ginny, felt responsible, and something more. He missed her. There had never been a girl he felt at ease with. Those moments in the warehouse had been special. Something he could not have... A center. Glaucus could still see Daniel, but not Jack. The consequences of separating seemed less here than out in the wastes beyond this double Dutch jumble. He was thinking a great deal now about the old bird-catcher, the slow quelling of their catch in the dawn light as the lurching cart rumbled back through the lanes to London, the clangor of the heavy iron stars in their baskets at each jounce, the smell of bird shite, a sour, urgent note over the green gassiness of fresh dung and the wet, rank coal smoke pooling in the cool air. Guilt meant nothing to the hungry and the desperate, no more than to a wolf biting down on the neck of a lamb. A merciful shake, snap of the spine, food. Business-like arrangement. Now he was concerned with larger things. Even as a child, Glaucus had been dimly aware that nothing was what it seemed. The pretty scrim of seeming was freshly painted each hour for those with money and position, a facade for the privileged, a mask over the cruelty beneath. To the poor, the hungry, the rule of privilege was an acid spew between rotten teeth, hardly worth a hoot in a legless fuddle. War, and you go to die in a ditch. Lift a loaf to feed your sibs, and the rozzers poke you in the ribs, and you squat all a shiver in stir, each breath a stab. Death and pain and privilege, out of one's control. Keep your eyes on the gutter before the rats bite. I know this place. Here is where privilege ends. My luck, the doom of the birds. He stopped to catch his breath. A wonder any of them could breathe. Magic in the group. Daniel didn't call it that, but so it was to him. And yet he would have sold Magic Jack into a cage, and then the gape would have taken him here, along with the girl and so many others, and all hope would have gone. Catch the birds, bite the neck and bleed the lamb. Never my chick. Never my lamb. Businesslike. But this? Even back in the lanes, bobbing on the tail of the cart, even then young Max could draw fortune, steer the cart to the quietest, least hunted fields beneath the biggest, darkest flocks. Even then he could fume out a cloudy seeming of happy birds and berries and bugs, piles of seeds surrounded by safety. An illusion of plenty with no hawks, no hunters. Something pushed on his shoulders, and he hunched, waiting for a blow. Breathing became more difficult. He might strangle. He couldn't see Daniel or Jack now. But one was never alone. Glaucus looked up, wincing at what he knew he would see. Instead, a brown muddle presented itself, like a sky filled with coils of coal smoke, curls and spirals and curves, and slow, desperate flashes like drugged lightning. The smoke chunked down like hazy stones caught in the plunge of a landslide, trying to catch and pin the lines and curls. All in utter silence. Through it all flew wide, dusty wings and a wriggling wisp of a man who wasn't there. Glaucus fell to his knees, as he always did in the presence of bad power. the moth. As well, a thin man with a club foot, dressed in sooty black, stepped from the murk and held out his arms.
"Last call," Whitlow said cheerily. "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, Max. She has been harsh, blaming us, but you're in her glory and grace. Brought in the pretty birds all by yourself, and one extra. My prize. The bad shepherd."
Glaucus swallowed his fear.
"About them, no apologies, and no going back, Mr. Glaucus. Time to receive your reward."
The clouded, whirling rocks spun away from an open center.
"Come with us," Whitlow said. "The moth leads the way, as always."
Chapter 106.
Which of you dreams of the past? Who carries the book?
The marchers tried to hide Tiadba, and one by one were firmly shunted aside. Kren and Phryna clung with the most conviction. Then they, too, were whisked away. Paleness and sadness descended upon her alone once more. She was surrounded again by the procession of female forms that just eluded clarity. The sadness settled. The females, like jewels carved from different stages of the motion of a real being, folded together, combined, became one woman, her face illuminated from within like a lantern. Skin white as ice, eyes silver and gray and green, her body lost in something that wrapped her like a map of golden rivers and green fields, limbs long, graceful, fingers tipped with gripping flowers, and between these flowers letters, symbols, numbers, written in flame, always changing, casting glows on Tiadba's face, writing with warm but not consuming fire. The woman still seemed familiar, though they had never met. Tiadba had already called her mother. Mothers were a kind of parental, females who come before you and directly pass along their stories, which have recombined to make your own. Great chains of past experience, mistakes made in terror and joy, loss and triumph, all conveyed to the next experiments in the line of time. Children. Writing on and within the female other partners, in some cases males, in others teams of male and female, sometimes just other females, sometimes sexual designations outside Tiadba's experience, shapers, adjuvescents, conscribers, genisons, created many delicate flavors of offspring. Once, even entire cities had submitted their stories to quicken a female, then gathered to celebrate the birth of a single child, raised up and cherished, then doubled, tripled, and sent out to other cities as magnificent gifts. A city like the Kalpa, woman, mother. Ashurs and Devas, different varieties of human, all had their own ways of becoming partners and mothers, more than could easily be counted. In all the possible ways found over 100 trillion years, stories combined and were sent forth to be read by others, to shape new stories. Compared to Tiadba, the woman was tall, taller than anyone she had ever met in the tiers, much taller even than Patan, and her shape was lovely, though challenging. But Tiadba was not frightened. Only I am allowed to remember. It is my punishment for trying to destroy the Typhon. Once I was so much more. This, then, was what remained of Ishanaxad, born of all stories,
A dreaming vastness flowed out of her into Tiadba, more than any book could carry, and yet still made of words. Child, you are my last. My father made it so. The circling bands that pass around and through. The end is here. Our lives echo, and I am lost. Once, Nataraja had been beautiful, more graceful in its antiquities than any of Earth's other cities, rich and lovely with its acceptance of the human past. Nataraja sat out the mass wars until the very end, welcoming all, trying to stay neutral, until the city princes of the remaining cities, and most of all the Kalpa, forced her to choose sides. The chaos was swallowing galaxies, worlds, and stars, and still humans fought humans. Nataraja, seeing the folly, had cut loose of the last alliances, accepting all who fled the Noatics and the Eidolons, until the Kalpa drew in and concentrated its defenses, leaving the other 6 cities stranded. 5 cities fell. Nataraja, as if saved for last, faced the advancing front of the chaos alone. Ishanixad had been sent there just before the city was overcome. Those had been dreadful days, when all seemed lost. Yet the citizens went about their lives, devas, menders, shapers, ashurs, and even a few noatics of conscience. The librarian's daughter had watched Nataraja and its people do what they could to defy the Typhon, that unknown quality, powerful, simple, perverse, which had transformed the rest of the cosmos. They had set up their own barricades and shields, had surrounded the city with all of its ancient texts, hastily engraved on stone, written in light and stored in the metric that underlay all energy and matter, scribed unto molecules and atoms and all other known varieties of matter, projected into the skies against the advancing membrane of misrule. All that remained of the libraries of 100 trillion years of history. Not enough. Memories changed. That was the first symptom of the Typhon's triumph. The ashurs and the few noatics disappeared almost immediately. Records and texts throughout the city faded. People began to misremember their lives, then to lose them. Distortion of the fate lines, forgetting, then falling away into gritty black dust. A final kind of mercy for a blessed few. Until the last instance of freedom, Nataraja's philosophers tried to comprehend the new order, but there was nothing to comprehend, only a boil of ceaseless disorder, change without purpose. Human senses seemed to cause the Typhon both puzzlement and pain. The Typhon probed the remaining minds, the memory stores, the souls of all living things, posing questions that in themselves tilted some into madness. To see was pain. To remember was a new kind of forgetting. To the Typhon this was simple curiosity. Even after trillions of years of effort, it had not found its recipe for cosmos. This made it redouble its efforts and quicken its failures. The chaos was a piecework, poorly conceived and poorly assembled, failing everywhere except along its vast membrane of change, the many-dimensional front along which the old cosmos was being gnawed and absorbed. Ishanixad alone, as her father had anticipated from the beginning from his time among the Shen, was spared to remember all. Chapter 107. Ginny thought it might have been a gigantic flower. Much taller than her,
It rose from a cracked, rolling pavement in the shadow of the dangling, treacherous remains of the heart of this city, hanging like gigantic, moldy Christmas trees left behind by a receding flood, tossed into an awful heap, somehow still wearing their ornaments. But these ornaments seemed wider than entire towns on Earth, and no lights, of course. The power had long since gone out for these ruins. The flower, or was it a mushroom, asserted a ghastly kind of independence below the architectural deadfall. As she walked around it, she noticed that it was made of elongated arms, legs, bodies, with an occasional head poking out. The anatomies within the stalk shivered, and the heads opened their eyes, not to see. The eyes were blank, blind, but to express discomfort. These were not marchers, not like Tiadba. They were more like Ginny, contemporary to her. And there were many more flower mushrooms she saw, sprouting up beneath the hanging ruins. Something had gone about gathering the people, the survivors who had been so unfortunate as to find themselves delivered along with a cross-section of end time. That's why all the old parts of the city had seemed deserted when she left the warehouse. There had already been a sweeping, a mopping up. And something, perhaps the servants that moved along the trods, had brought a few or all of them here, where they had been arranged to form awful warnings. Scarecrows. This gave Ginny both a frightening chill and an odd sensation of encouragement. You didn't set up scarecrows unless you were afraid something could come and take what you had. She glanced at the towering base of the mushroom, looking for faces she might recognize, anybody she'd known, friends, the witches, Miriam Sangloss, Conan Bidewell. She recognized nobody. But there were so many. Maybe the ones she'd come in contact with had been reserved for a particularly painful punishment. "I hate you," Ginny said, eyes narrowed, growling her contempt at whatever might be listening. "I am not afraid, and I hate you." She leaped aside with a small shriek as a velvet softness rubbed against her ankle. When she had gathered enough courage to come out of her crouch and actually look, she saw a small shadow, watched it approach her again in a low, cautious slink. The shadow resolved into bright and dark splotches against the uniform murk. It made a soft, grumbling sound. Ginny felt her eyes fill, and tears spill down her cheeks, slipping salt into the corners of her mouth. She reached down and scooped up the blotchy shadow, rubbed its furry head against her cheek, and began to cry. It was Minimus, 6 toes on each front paw, and small, ecstatically flexing thumbs. The cat rumbled and climbed and rumbled some more and settled into her arms. "How?" she managed between childlike sobs. These sounds might or might not have ever left the bubble, might or might not have reached far enough to be heard by the human mushroom flowers, but it seemed for a moment as if the whole awful foundation of the false city shivered. Something new had arrived. There would be change. Minimus squirmed and strained his head forward, looking down and around and issuing another urgent meow. She was surrounded by cats, hundreds of them, thousands. Ginny was not afraid. "What have you been hunting?" she asked in a wheedling tone, still oddly certain of the relationship between human and cat. "What have you been eating?" Minimus regarded her with a slow, wise blink, then made a considerable effort, lips contorted, and spoke in a soft, hissing whisper. "We're Sminthians, remember? We're gods of mice and things that gnaw." The cats milled in a gray eddy of fur. Of all the impossible things she had seen and experienced, this broke the mirror. This totally popped the cork. Ginny narrowed her eyes, blinked hard, and pinched her finger until it hurt. Reality had just finished its long dying. Chapter 108. Tiadba drifted in and out of the ancient story. She closed her eyes and again imagined words printed in their books. This took her back again to her last solace, remembered moments with Jebrassy, the letter-bugs, the shake-cloths, their rolling and combining. The female was not allowed to forget the time when she had fallen in love. She could not leave behind the hope of memory itself. On one of the far necklace worlds of the Shen, Ishanaxad was found by Sangmer. They spoke on the shores of the silvery Vector Sea. I am not truly anyone's daughter. Many have given me what form I have. I call Polybiblios father because he has been most patient with me, and in his way has loved me. Where did they find you? I have been gathered from all the inhabited worlds for longer than anyone can recall, some say since the end of the brightness. Bits and pieces, a gleam here, a quality there, a suspicion or speck. All treasured, transported, traded by many, and then collected by the Shen, who amassed so much that I would have bulked larger even than my necklace worlds, or the 60 green suns around which they whirl. Sangmer found this unlikely, and said so. Look at me. Do I appear likely? Am I like any other you have seen? No, he admitted, but I am young. How did you become so much smaller? The Shen are very old and exceptionally curious. They worked for a long time to distill me. What was most essential they kept. But then they tired of the puzzle. When Polybiblios arrived, he resumed the task, and made me as you see me now. He believes he understands what I truly am. I do not judge his beliefs. What does he? What does he? What does he? What think you are, or were? A muse, Ishanaxad said. Like an inspiration? Muses were once very important to the cosmos. They labored for 100 billion years, cleaning up after Brahma, who could not stop creating, could not stop the outpour of his kind of love. The muses allowed memory and the flowering of all the little observers, so beloved of Brahma, who was careless, but vast and full of passion. And then creation stopped. The trilenium followed, nothing new, just clever rearrangements of the old. Some say Brahma slept, and while he sleeps, there is no need for any muse. We condensed out like snow or rain, a flurry of jewels spread over the dark light years. An old name, Brahma. Old is not an adequate word. I don't know whether I served and failed, or was rejected as no longer essential, but I seem to remember scattering everywhere people still lived. After that, until I was brought here, I remember nothing. And now you're almost human. Why do you stay and speak with me? Am I attractive? None of the Shen seems to find me attractive. When she spoke, her breath was like a refreshing wind, cool and moist. Yet when her eyes fell upon him, he was warmed, kept dry and secure. Sangmer studied her some more, and considered for a while on the shore of the great silvery Vector Sea.
You seem to like helping, taking care of people, he said.
That is admirable. You enjoy being nurtured?
Well, that isn't all you promise. When you touch me, I feel a fire at my center. You want me to grow and find my true story, my purpose. You seem to want to be there when I see new things. You want to share and enjoy my discoveries.
I discover what anyone discovers, Ishanaxad said. That's a truth. But if I become human, what you see now is not all that is left of me. I am two.
What other is there?
She is always with me, not separate. Polybiblios might have warned you.
He did not.
The Shen did not mention this?
They mentioned nothing about you. My crew has had a difficult journey. Perhaps they did not want to alarm us.
Well, some of the Shen find me most alarming. They would be happy to see my puzzle resolved, or to send me away. I not only inspire, I correct.
What's so wrong with that?
Some things cannot be corrected. Those things I make disappear, as if they had never been.
Sangmer watched her closely, what he could see of her, and thought he spied a shadowy other self within the beautiful and changing margins. Then you should make the chaos disappear.
Oh, my destructive side is no more effective than my inspirational side, so long as Brahma sleeps. So I have been told, and so I believe.
Sangmer frowned. Well, whatever you are, you're the most extraordinary, almost human female I've ever encountered. And I've known some wonderfully different females, and many that were not female at all, like the Ashurs.
Ishanaxad seemed to condense more as he spoke. Tell me about them, she said. You thought they were beautiful. I'd like to learn how they pleased you.
This hurt. A shriek of eternal despair filled the vast, dark hall and was lost without echo in the smother of wreckage.
Where is he? Why does he not come?
Chapter 109. Jack looked over his shoulder. For some time now he had been trying to stay ahead of Glaucus and Daniel and simply follow the tug of his stone. Whether he trusted them or not, he did not, of course, simply didn't matter. He wanted to test himself and see what he could accomplish on his own. The endless miles of wreckage had its own silence, a quality deeper than simple lack of sound. Here, for a moment alone, he tried to think and remember where he'd been, what he'd seen and heard, and fit it all together without distraction or interruption. Somehow that made seeing and thinking easier as well. A low, tuneless whistle found its way between his lips. He held the stone out before him, trying to interpret its subtle tugging, and gradually, over a time of no time, he was guided beneath a huge vertical sheet that stretched up into high shadow, a warped, bumpy sheet that might have been the size of Manhattan, turned on its nose, and hung from a hook, covered with huge broken ornaments, each with its own distinct cast, a grayish-silver sheen. What would it mean if he believed that he was actually walking through, or beneath, the suspended ruins of a future city? That people had once lived here, and that what had invaded and sucked the life out of Seattle had also sucked away their lives, squeezing it all together, making them equal? Jack had never been much for philosophy, but this was a poser. He could walk, whistle, see, wonder, but there wasn't really anything, including time, that made sense in the old way. There was his personal time. He was still making memories. And wasn't that how one defined time anyway? He kept walking, kept whistling, but decided that thinking was almost useless. Humility was easy when mystery threatened to crush you at every turn. "I am that I am," he muttered. "I think, therefore I am. I remember, therefore I am. I've chosen my own name, therefore I am. I'm hungry, therefore I am. I worry about my friends, therefore I am. I'd like to see what's about to happen, therefore I am. I want to go on and finish my story, make more memories, never enough memories. Therefore I am. I am alone, and things haven't just winked out. Therefore I am. I want to set it all right again, therefore." Far away he heard a terrible sound. Not exactly human. A banshee wail of despair and pain that seemed to drizzle down from above. "Ginny," he said, and licked his lips to keep them from cracking. Something touched his ankles, whiskers or feelers. Thinking of giant earwigs, he jerked and looked down, almost dropping the sunrunner. A cat rubbed his leg, arched its back, looked up, and opened its mouth as if to make a sound. But the cat, too, was silent. He thought he recognized it. Him, one of the cats in Bidewell's warehouse, and for once did not wonder for an instant what he was doing here. There could be nothing more improbable than Jack's own presence. He knelt and stroked the soft head, palmed the closed eyes, and pushed back the velvety ears, and immediately felt a surge of comfort, normality, self-assurance. Cats could do that, despite their apparent aloofness, or because of it. Simply by their acceptance, one acquired solid value. "Well, maybe I don't hold everything together all by my lonesome," Jack said. "Maybe you have something to contribute, too." The cat purred agreement, then lightly nipped his finger and ran off a few yards, stopped, sat on its haunches, waited. Jack consulted the sunrunner, holding it over his head. The cat ran off. Cat and stone agreed. Both were leading him in the same direction. Chapter 110. Nataraja was disturbing Daniel's deepest pools. How did he remember that name? Bidewell had never brought it up. Glaucus had never mentioned it, neither had Jack or Ginny. But he could see it all, with a strange clarity, as if he had witnessed its end with better eyes, connected to a deeper and more subtle brain. For Daniel, the disposition of the false city was strangely familiar, overlaid by the pattern, if it could be called that, of its awful defeat. He clambered up an immense curtain wall, leaning at about 30 degrees to the rest of the rubble. Thousands of acres shot through with cracks, rippling tears, wide chasms and faults. Spheres and stretched, twisted ovoids, bent cylinders and curving sweeps still clung to the sheet, interconnected by thousands of silver walkways or transportation rails, some still supporting what might have been mobile constructs. When it was alive, when it all worked together, Nataraja must have been a marvel. Of course it had been a marvel. He could see it. The picture was sharp. After all, coming to Nataraja had made a tremendous impression. As he climbed, he, and a bit of Fred, still curious, tried to imagine the awesome power of something that could discard the rules of reality, and what that would do to a human construct, relying as it did on engineering, gravity, the basic balances of matter and energy. He did not have to imagine much. The results seemed to pop into his head, more vivid than any recent memory. The city had died like an animal set upon by much larger beasts, smashed down, torn open, shooting out gouts of itself, and then collapsing, squished out around its edges as if stomped by huge boots.
A hole big enough to push a small mountain through now let in a shaft of gray light from outside. The shaft moved with a will of its own, touching on great heaps of wreckage, merging with other stray shafts, cutting through thin screens of glow, falling through huge rents in the crushed outer skin. The angle and intensity of these cheerless lambencies were never the same. His own mind, what was left of it, had been scrupulously separated into thick fluid layers, hot and cold, and now, from depths almost frozen with age, upwelling contents seemed ready to help him reconstruct what he could never have actually experienced. I don't dream of this city or any other. Still, recollections of a multitude of historical cities came forward, linked by what circumstance he did not yet know, lost to siege or plague, burned to the ground, reduced to rubble, the rubble raked over and sown with salt. Moving from fate to fate, and even from life to life and body to body, he might have actually experienced those things. Who could deny that possibility? But not the end of this place, not the doom of Nataraja. That made no sense at all. But he knew. He felt. In its own way, Nataraja had been the greatest city of its age, greater even than the Kalpa, wherever and whatever that was. "Tell me who I am!" Daniel shouted as he climbed the fallen curtain. "I don't dream. I never have. When I sleep, there's just blackness." The chaos had washed across the surface of the earth in a wave of many dimensions, surrounding the last enclaves of humanity from above, below, and to all sides, cutting off their lines of fate as well as access in space and time. That was how the chaos transformed, took control, and reduced its conquests to a misery of confusion and lies. It burned through most of the threads of causality. And then, as if exhausted, or uncertain what to do with its new domains, it withdrew, concentrating its efforts on the probing wave front, that membrane which intruded and cut across and around the chords, and which Daniel had experienced so often. What the chaos had left behind was the bulk of a city charred not by flames, reduced not by physical destruction, but crisped by lost history and eaten through by paradox. Those who lived here had suffered most. The structures that once supported them in security and comfort had struggled to rebuild, or at least to maintain some part of an upright pile, yet were punished over and over again, dying, rotting, resurrecting in awful new ways, and finally the city had given up. The legacy of everything the chaos touched. Daniel climbed to the massive edge of the curtain wall. The pain and exhaustion this body felt did not matter. The upper portion of the curtain, several miles of it, had bent over and broken off, and now lay sprawled across and through other structures, the bottom lost in shadow all the way to the foundations. Where his hands and feet touched, a few faint blue sparks sizzled from skin, bones, and muscle. Atoms, particles, matter astonished, recognizing itself and attempting to correct a perverse bilocation. But this was not the great recognition his new/old memories, his new instructions told him to expect. He had come very far, over a very long period of time. A greater moment of reunion was out there in the ruins. Daniel sat on the edge, ignoring the small blue lances and sparks, and took his 2 stones from their boxes. As always, they would not fit together. One looking older than the other, if that was possible. Similar in shape, but destined for other combinations. One of the stones tugged strongly to the left and then down. Simultaneously, he heard a savage, nasty sound, like a beast in pain, echo from all around, and then, perversely, swoop up with a Doppler howl to echo again. The ruins seemed to enjoy this. They played with that sound, tossed it back and forth. Hanging structures shuddered and sifted corrosion down the slope of the curtain wall, and then made an attempt to move, as if in response to that unknown command. They managed to shift a few dozen yards along their silvery connecting rails, and then ground to a halt, dropping chunks the size of the old houses in Wallingford. He suspected this was not the first time Nataraja had echoed with that pain. Daniel replaced the dormant stone and put the box back into his pocket. The other he kept in his hand, where it grew warm and then hot. He hung his head. Everything hurt. The wail. Not a beast. A woman. The stone tugged again. For now it was the only part of him that showed decision and direction. He had killed and pushed aside so many to come this far. A meeting was coming. A meeting that would resolve nothing. Never would. Never had. Chapter 111. The tangle of old Nataraja quivered above them, and the dreaded, all-too-familiar sound of collisions, mountains falling, caverns collapsing, dust swirling and sifting, announced another compression. Glaucus felt his body cramp inward, as if he were being pinched between a huge finger and thumb. Whitlow continued to lurch ahead, feeling his way through the city's deadfall like a cockroach through a festering forest, with the occasional guiding touch of the moth, a presence of gray authority, but no real substance or location. Glaucus finally followed him again, breath stacked upon breath, eyes stinging at the way light and shadow torqued through the high, snarled skeleton of the corpse city. Whitlow stopped and touched finger to chin, scratching stubble. He examined Glaucus critically, as if blaming him. "Smaller still," he said. "Less of everything. Distances change and directions. Do you feel it?" "Yes," Glaucus said, hunching his shoulders, as he imagined miners might in a cave-in, their candles fading, air turning to poison. "Not done yet," Whitlow added, shaking his head. "Might squeeze us to the size of a pea. What then?" It was obvious to Glaucus that all they had to do, Whitlow and the moth, was lose him in this tangle, and none of his skills would save him. That might be their intent, yet he had no choice but to follow. "I bear no resentment for being left behind," Whitlow said, watching his face with darting eyes. "New circumstances, new codes, not to say new honor. Indeed, not to say that. I might have left you behind had it been the other way." "The mistress brought you here before?" Glaucus asked. "Such a question," Whitlow said. "She might have done so, and I might have forgotten. You might as easily forget that we are here now." "I recognize some things," Glaucus said quietly. "Narrow escapes. Seeing what lay beyond." "When I was younger, I imagined this was a sort of afterlife, didn't you?" "Never thought on it much," Glaucus said, and that was mostly true. "I had some feeble excuse that our prey might find a satisfactory existence here, render their own extended service no worse than what we endure, or what the moth endures, perhaps.
Mistakes also deposit themselves, hunters clumsy enough to fall into a gape. Many such over the ages. No going back when that happens. You've lost partners. Would you like to reacquaint with a few?
No, thank you, all the same,
Glaucus murmured. We may pass them on our way to the crux. We are the only survivors. Of all the thousands, tens of thousands, I imagine.
Whitlow looked around. There had not been a touch, a guiding blink of grey authority for some time. He whistled low and steady, as if summoning an invisible dog.
Where is that creature?
Does she reside in the crux?
Glaucus asked. Whitlow slowly turned, larger booted foot thumping, looked up, and lifted his hands, fingers feeling through the dark spaces as if he might grab a line and haul them up into daylight. Not hers. Moth found it. Bigger game. Now smaller and weaker, everything coming to its minimum. The small will loom large, Mr. Glaucus. Our last chance.
I do not know what you mean, Mr. Whitlow,
Glaucus said wearily.
Bad riddles, always.
You wouldn't say that, had not all this brought me low. You would listen and smile obsequious, and I would know there was an understanding. But the chain of command broken, chain of authority knotted and clanking. The moth...
I don't feel him,
Glaucus said, drawing closer to Whitlow.
Where is he gone?
Whitlow regarded him with momentary apprehension, and then a mask of wry humor. Tell me about your friend, the bad shepherd, before you decide to take your revenge, Mr. Glaucus.
You found him. I followed you.
Glaucus drew back at another round of creaking and settling. Whitlow held up his fingers, separated by the distance of a pea, and shook them in Glaucus's face, grinning his threat. It was rumored ages ago that some shepherds, tormented by the hunt, might acquire certain understandings, certain efficiencies. Threatened, they might leave their personal silken cords and attach to others. Become those others for a while, a desperate ploy. This would disrupt the track of their dreams, and so they would forget. Yet they would still carry some runners, still be guided by them. Glaucus felt the breezy touch of a huge, soft hand on his back, accompanied by a scent of dry, sweetly irritating powder. The moth had returned. Whitlow resumed his off-kilter step. Better. Shouldn't wander off like that. What we have found is puzzling, he said to Glaucus. Curtains have been pulled aside. Powers have shifted. We suspect the Chalk Princess is no longer actively engaged. We have need of another opinion. Glaucus dropped his head. She may not know as much yet. More has been reduced than walking distance, Whitlow said, and pulled Glaucus close, then whispered in his ear. This does not bode well for the moth, of course. He winked, and held his finger to his lips. The moth moved them again, a wrenching passage, swift but no more brutal than was strictly essential. Glaucus felt the change as a burning, as if his skin were crisping away. That subsided, and then he felt as if he were merely being tattooed all over his body. The pricking sting of predatory fates was something with which he had no previous experience. One normally lived one's fate. These lived him. Their examination was swift, impersonal, basic. Glaucus had never before been so close to the basement layers of his being, and he found it both terrible and exhilarating.
He had also never been so close to an explanation for his life, his existence, and to a last moment of hope. The hope that perhaps there might still be room for correction. An impersonal offering of grace, a remote and pure shriving. The pricking passed. Now he was his own powdery thing, still standing, but falling apart, and being put back together each split second. The moth protected them as best he could. "Welcome to the center of the universe," he heard Whitlow say or think. Their eyes, they no longer seemed to have bodies, saw in some manner a deep black pool in which two large needles churned a thick liquid. The needles met beneath the surface of the pool and spun like the shaft of a gear in a jeweled movement. "The crux has no center and no radius," Whitlow said. "Brace for a nasty residue. A powerful thing once focused its heart of frustration and misery here. It ate our world and spat it out in nasty chunks. You'll feel it." "The Typhon?" Glaucus asked. Whitlow shrugged. "These steel threads are the last two fates. In one, the Typhon fails, and we all pass into nothingness. In the other, there is a kind of success. Who can say which would be better? Now, tell us where we are, draw up the proper thread, and tell us what remains for us to do. That is your talent, is it not?" Glaucus could not shut his eyes, could not find any private place in which to make his decision. But that did not matter. 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 He had decided long ago. 50 years and more had passed since he had decided. Somehow, in this abstract heart with no center, and without the moth's help, he chose the best fate, the last remaining good fate, and drew it down like a fortunate hand of cards, the one lucky flip of a coin. And, always deferent to his employers, he made sure both the moth and Whitlow approved. Far away, an awful sound echoes again throughout the false city, and the dead gods begin to move. Chapter 112. The false city is quivering, snapping, shrinking. Jebrassy does not know why he is still walking, still seeing. He looks down on Polybiblios, who has inexplicably collapsed, and then kneels beside him. Some steps away, Genton has also fallen. Both are wavering in substance and outline.
"The Kalpa is reaching its end," Polybiblios says. "The city prince's bargain means nothing. I cannot last much longer than my stored fates within the city. All my fate lines will die with the Kalpa. Finish it well, young breed. You have all you need, but for this."
The epitome reaches out to give him the thing he has carried since their journey began. Jebrassy holds the small gray box. The epitome of the librarian winks at him through the armor's faceplate, then lies back on the black surface. Jebrassy then moves to Genton and lies down beside the keeper to hold him as best he can, while the tall one, the former taskmaster and protector, stares up into the ice-crusted darkness. His eyes sink.
"I chose to become neurotic,"
the keeper confesses.
"When I was young. My only betrayal. I reconverted when I became keeper, but my fate lines were cut and remade and tied up with the Kalpa. I won't be going any farther."
Genton touches the breed's hand, feeling Jebrassy's solidity, then moves his fingers to his own nose and makes that strange, explosive sound that signifies humor.
"Let me see what he gave you."
Jebrassy holds out the box.
Open it for me. Show me.
Jebrassy touches the top and turns it one way, then another. Shaking it, he knows instinctively how to open it. The lid pulls away, and within there is a new, bright twist of gray metal, cradling a small reddish stone. The stone gleams within, like a star growing on the tween-light seal.
4 is the minimum,
Genton says, and his sunken eyes turn away.
Some say 3, but it is 4. Enough. They have had enough time and power. At the very end, the city prince wins all.
Dying eyes now focused on the young breed, with his last strength, the keeper pulls the stone up and away from Jebrassy's suddenly frantic grabbing hands and smashes it against the littered floor. It does not break, but makes a strange squeal and tries to pull away from the mender's armor. As if remembering something obscure, a last bit of instruction, Genton nods, then with his other hand reaches for the lid of the box and examines the design engraved there.
Why play Eidolon games, young breed?
Holding both away from Jebrassy, he lurches to his feet and clasps them to his breast, then closes his eyes. There is nothing Jebrassy can do. He turns between the keeper and Polybiblios like a child caught in a tormenting game played by cruel adults. The incarnate fragment of the librarian seems at first to share Jebrassy's horror, then holds up one hand, as if waving goodbye, or dismissing all further effort. Polybiblios crumbles to gray dust within the armor. The armor falls inward, shrinks to a wrinkled pebble. No more words, no more information. Trillions of years of memories gone. The keeper turns white eyes upward and then passes, becomes dust. His armor likewise shrinks, and pieces roll on the ground, sparking, sizzling around the box and the stone. All crumble. Jebrassy tries to gather the remains in his gloved hands, but at this touch, the destruction begun by Genton's passing is complete. Nothing but fine sand sifts through his fingers. All pointless. Jebrassy gets to his feet. He is learning for the first time what it means to be utterly and completely alone. The false city, like his heart, is filled with a terrible screaming. He knows that voice, recognizes it from his dreams, from his origins. Someone throws a rock. The rock continues on its arc to a destination. So long as it flies, a life goes on. A fate remains in play, but now the purpose is gone. And there is only the fate. Why play Eidolon games, young breed? One last glance at the piles of sand. Something new has formed there. A larger polyhedral shape, with 7 sides and 4 holes, made of the same substance as the gray box. His fingers twitch. He touches it. The armor does not interact. It is inert. Jebrassy picks it up and carries it with him, as a peed carries nesting material even after its clutch of eggs has been stolen and eaten. He walks the last remaining distance under the deadfall, through a storm of whispering shadows. The central shape of his most hidden dreams is gathering. He can feel its motion, a great revolving, spinning thing, like the design on the lid of the box, the symbol of the sleeper. This geometric fortress will hold back the end for one last moment, until Brahma decides whether or not to awaken. Jebrassy passes through just as a great rotating band swooshes behind him. There is no going back, of course. He has stepped onto a lake of translucent blue-green. the same color as the pieces of the muse collected by the Shen and gathered into human-like form by Polybiblios. The final part of his journey begins, toward the screaming. Chapter 113. Jack has reached the center of the city. It looks like a center. Everything spins out around it, though the scene is cockeyed and difficult to define, and so he turns, looks back over his shoulder, then bends over and stares between his legs through the last iridescent film of bubble. The stone is hot in his hands, quivering with its own excitement, but everything else, very cold. The center is a circular, emerald-green lake surrounded by revolving and whirling circular bands, the ever-moving, ever-slicing and parsing bars of a special prison. He is inside them. Somehow he has passed through the cut and slice. The bands are flat, of no thickness, and smooth, reflecting light with a brazen, defiant sheen. A cross formed of two straight ribbons meets above the lake. From one angle, the revolving bands move behind the cross, from another angle they surround it, and from a third angle they whirl in front. This is very like the symbol carved into the puzzle box. So he is where he should be, finally. And the others? All he really wants now is to find Ginny. If she's here, he's certain she's very afraid. That seems to define Ginny. Courage through fear. Jack, just a little afraid, but not like Ginny. Even this little fear comes close to paralyzing him. Time to see things better. He turns around again, refreshing the polarity of his perception, and this creates a kind of clarity. Curls of pale gray dart down and around, forming particle chamber tracks through the distance above the frozen green lake, like greenish snow, all the snow in the world summing to a peculiar blizzard here at the end of time. The lake might be made of ice, greenish, glassy ice, and at the center of the lake, the crux, or heart. A blurry black point. Too far off, too small to see any details from where he stands, just a foggy, dimensionless darkness. Nearby, another hollow opens up, carved out of the ice. Within the hollow he sees a lovely actinic glow, a billion arcs of brilliant blue. Vague shapes move there, small enough to be human, all but one, a nacreous cone, with a brilliant luminosity at its apex. A face. Even from here he sees it is the face of a woman, or at least some sort of magnificent female. Looking through the blue light at that shape, Jack shivers. He knows where this is, and what that is, or was. The icy surface of the lake is scored all around, as if giant skaters have carved deep pathways, gouges that would rise over his head if he went down there and fell into one. The tortured tracks of the Queen in white. And so he is going. The Sum Runner is hot and pulls him along. If he doesn't hold on tight and go with it, it seems likely to just skitter down by itself, leaving him behind, and he will freeze, like all those giants he now sees gathered just outside the whirl of the bands, the ribbon sections of so many spheres, an armillary. That's what they're called. He saw something like it in a museum once. The armillary paradox is the symbol of the Sum Runners, broad, interlaced fates rising forward and slipping back. Now about those giants. Were they there before? He sees them on the opposite side of the whirling bands, gathered like extraordinary chess pieces, waiting in timeless judgment. They are horrifyingly beautiful. He is inadequate to the task of assessing their grandeur, their former power. Seeing them carries by itself a kind of knowledge, access to what had once been a tremendous future history. Once they were judges, he guesses, builders and movers of galaxies, and then they became prisoners, held in thrall to witness the fumbling, inane destruction of everything they had ever lived and loved. Now they are gathered to await another judgment, another conclusion. The mighty and glorious await the arrival of the tiny and insignificant. He has an audience. He holds on to the Sumrunner despite all of its enthusiasm. Jack never drops anything. As he steps onto the slippery surface, white and black shapes move around his feet, precede him onto the green ice, a river of silent, vengeful fur. Chapter 114. Whitlow is triumphant as they approach the Queen in White in her abode. Above, the magnificent confusion of the armillary makes a humming backdrop. The crux lies within the black point around which pivots this stately gyre. Whitlow exults. They were just there, at the center. They are powerful and privileged. They will be rewarded magnificently for their success. All that was promised will finally be attained. The moth is above, around, everywhere, guiding them with a silken, dusty enthusiasm. Ahead, Glaucus can make out, through a lattice of ever-changing shadows, one of the shepherds, the girl Virginia, walking carefully across the ice. She is attended by a few cats. He and Whitlow will soon be upon her. Glaucus steels himself.
"A brilliant conclusion," Whitlow tells him. "We need to present just one shepherd, one Sumrunner to the Typhon itself, the master of the Chalk Princess, to gain our passage. Oh, such a prize at such a time!"
Glaucus moves cautiously. All around, the grooves and cuts yawn in expectation of the clumsy, of the clumsy, of the clumsy, of the clumsy. He is wondering how they can remove the girl and deliver her before the cats do what the cats must do. The moth brushes past, alerts them. Other visitors are crossing the circular green lake. Even at this distance, Glaucus recognizes his own prey, Jack. The boy is following a much larger contingent of felines, like a fuzzy gray blanket. Cats, ever the friends of books and stories, ever ready to attend to the reading of stories by sitting in a lap and purring. The death of all stories would not make them happy. The moth touches his shoulder again. A third is now on the lake. It is Daniel, the bad shepherd. There are no cats with Daniel. He moves alone.
"Consider the depths of time,"
Whitlow natters on reverently.
"Beyond our understanding. And yet here we are, among the few, the last. It makes me proud. All of our pains justified. All of our poor deeds."
Glaucus nods absently, focused on the crux, the center, still working to draw down the last, best strand of fate. Beyond the spinning cage, hauntingly familiar from all the puzzle boxes they have captured and tossed with their shepherds into the gape, an awful audience. Giants out of his worst nightmares. That a nightmare like himself should experience nightmares seems only just. The worst nightmare of all, being thrown off the back of the bird-catcher's cart, rolling across the cobbles in a tangle of feathers, and then hearing the scrabble of rat claws out of the mud and sewage-caked gutters. Chapter 115. Across the lake of green ice, from 3 directions the travelers move toward the center of the armillary fortress. Jebrassy in his armor steps out carefully on the slick surface. The Kalpa has 2 final voices, the voice of his armor and his own. "There are watchers," the armor tells him, something he already knows. The giants from the Vale of Dead Gods. They remind him of point-minders in the little wars, presiding over the endgames but forbidden by certain rules to intervene, possibly because they actually are dead. That doesn't seem to stop anything else in the chaos, but he is just as glad they come no closer. There are silent ones closing in, the armor warns him. They may be held back by the armillary. Some runners have gathered. The spinning fortress is their birthing shell. Jebrassy is not at all sure what he can do about any of that. He is intent on the shimmering dome sketched by the arcs of blue light. That is where Tiadba must be, he is sure of it. There are no intact suits of armor in this vicinity, but there are breeds, and others. Jebrassy is aware of those others moving in like him on the center. "Who are they?" he asks. "Pilgrims." "Like me?" "Very like you." "My visitor?" "Unknown." He nods and pauses to think that over. He would have said in any other place, at any other point in his young life, that there were ghosts out there. But now reality travels along a sliding scale. These pilgrims may be less real than himself, but more real than the silent ones or the dead gods. One came to him in dreams. And is this any more real than a dream? Yet he suspects there are still rules of a sort. Not just anything will happen. Fewer things might be possible here than out in the chaos. Teamwork. Do your part. The voice of his other brings him some relief. They are near. "Where's Tiadba?" he asks. "Unknown," the armor says. "Is she alive?" "Unknown." "Everything's closing in." "Yes." "Am I doing the right thing?" "There is no going back." "Will I just crumble away like the Keeper?" "Unknown." Jebrassy shakes his head. They've all come so very far, he can't begin to understand how far. Yet he does not feel small. For once he feels quite large, bigger even than the dead gods, and certainly more powerful than any Eidolon. He tries to imagine the Kalpa, but all that is gone. He tries to imagine what Nataraja was once like, now reduced to the deadfall and at the last crushed against the spinning and whirling that wraps and protects a hard, slippery, very cold lake. Not for the first time he tries to imagine what the entire cosmos was once like. "It's going to end in a few moments, isn't it?" "Unknown." "Anything else you care to tell me?" "Yes." The armor's voice becomes a gentle rush in his ears, like sifting sand. He does not want to be completely alone out here. The lake and the whirl change perspective whichever way he turns, so he looks straight ahead at the blue light. He still clutches the small piece of sculpture given to him by Polybiblios. Barely audible, the armor's voice says, "You have arrived. Finish the journey naked." "Won't I die?" No response. The sandy rush fades to silence. He squats on the ice, takes a deep breath behind the faceplate, and begins to remove his armor, first the helmet, then the torso, and finally the sleeves and leggings. It comes off easily, like peeling an overripe torque. As he strips down, a creature unlike anything in the Kalpa walks up to him. It is barely as long as his arm, and has 4 legs, and is covered with black and white stuff that looks as soft as the fur on Tiadba's nose. "I've dreamed about you," he says. "Your name is—" His lips and tongue struggle. "Cat." The creature slowly walks around him, inspecting, and then runs off. Not what it was looking for, apparently. Jebrassy stands up, wearing only the clothes he had with him when he left the Kalpa. The ice is cold under his feet. Everything is exceptionally cold. Worse, he feels his weight diminish. This makes him queasy. He hopes everything won't just drift up and float away. But he doesn't know why it shouldn't. Obviously, the last of the old rules, imitated, remade, and finally ignored and abused, are passing. Chapter 116. Jack can barely hold the stone, it's become so hot, but he won't let it go. It can burn his fingers to char for all he cares. Ginny will be holding hers, he knows. And what about Daniel? Blue veins rise in the green ice, begin to cut and churn. There are two paths. There have been only two paths for some time now, at least since he rode the bicycle on autopilot and saw the earwig in the warehouse district. But he doesn't know which path this is. He's working on autopilot again, seeing with other eyes, staring down at different feet, naked, and watching a cat walk away with its tail held high. "Cat," he says, his lips numb. Chapter 117. Tiadba feels almost nothing. She can no longer see her companions. They lie at the edge of her vision, black crumples of flesh and abandoned underclothes, not alive, not dead, not even asleep. Best if they were dead. The female presence spreads like an enveloping cloak, but there are now two presences. She can feel them both. One is cold and frightening, crying out in the darkness, seeking her lost children only to destroy them, surrounded by this swirling prison that is more felt than seen. And the other? Ancient, filled with potential. The prison will keep one and set the other free. Animals brush by, sniff her naked feet, rub against her arms, then move on. They are hunting something small and weak. "Kath," she says, then tries the word again. "Cats." Chapter 118. Ginny is paying so much attention to the other layer of vision and experience, lost Tiadba, that she does not feel the touch on her shoulder until it is too late. Chapter 119. Whitlow comes upon the child, kneeling on the ice as if to catch her breath. She does not turn, does not hear, apparently does not see. Delight, perverse and damp, gleams on his pale, wrinkled face. He stumps the last few paces. The moth is everywhere, a gray mist radiating its own triumph. "For our livid mistress," Whitlow says matter-of-factly as he lifts the girl high with one hand. "A final delivery. Our greatest triumph." Glaucus agrees. With all of his strength, he holds out his fists and plays this game as no game has ever been played, pulling a single steel thread down even through the whirling of the spheres, and with the greatest of grunts, the grunt of birth and death and voiding, the grunt of victory and defeat and infinite pain, this squat gnome, hunter of birds, gambler's friend, hunter of children, inverts Whitlow. Not just his heart, but his insides, liver and lights, blood and ounds. Through the messy cloud, heedless of the thin wail of the dissipating moth, Whitlow was always his ground and root. Glaucus reaches out to grasp the girl before she simply flies away. He has pulled down as much of this chosen cord of fate as he can, penance and game, set, and match. This is the greatest thing he has ever done, and almost his last. Almost. The fate he has grasped and pulled forward is not a good one, not for him. He knew that from the moment he saw it near the crux. He sets the girl upon the ice, oblivious, still seeing with other eyes. "You're welcome," he mutters to no one, then crosses himself, an old habit, and kneels beside her. As the avengers approach, Glaucus uses his thick, ugly hand to gently push her aside. The wave of cats breaks over him. He is their first prey. Only right, he thinks. One terror of birds to another. Glaucus curls like a hopeless child, and with all his remaining will, tries not to add to the screaming. His blood spurts under the ice. The gray tide moves on before he is finished, but the darkness closes in as his pain is chilled and pinched into a single, drawn-out throb. Something else is about to die. The cats have found other, more important prey. Chapter 120. The Typhon knows neither time nor space. It exists without thought, in a condensed shapelessness, smaller than the smallest imaginable point. In most ways it can be described, much as we might describe the Muses or Brahma, only by negatives, not this, not that. But let us simplify things and use human words, ascribing such motives, activities, and emotions as are familiar to humans, much easier to convey, however incorrect. When the Typhon first became aware of our aging cosmos, it sensed vacancy and opportunity. The old cosmos had few defenses. Its observers were many, but scattered across an immense and thin geometry, worn by long and decadent eons. Like a great tree that falls in a forest, lives on for a while, then slowly leaks away its sap and its will, the cosmos's heartwood was beginning to crumble. The Typhon was young, as timeless things go, and untried. Even the smallest, most formless aspirant to rule must prove its quality. This was its chance to take root like a seed falling onto a nursery log. It would rise above the dying realm and grow to full nobility, to godhead. It did not expect resistance. This was its flaw. It did not know how to use and incorporate confrontation and defiance, necessary skills for any god. The push-back of creation, the freedom of unbridled will, engenders love. Not for the Typhon. Whenever it encountered things that saw differently, it ended them with great fear and loathing, and then with something like amusement. It enjoyed hating, and there was nothing to stop it, for many trillions of years. It had found its quality. But now, in all possible dimensions, conclusions are arriving. Consequences are falling into place. It is no longer a young god, or an infinitesimal point, everywhere and nowhere at once. It has acquired a kind of limitation, an unwanted substantiality condensing out of the nothing, the monoblock beneath all possible creations, rising out of the smallest virtual foam of the tiniest imaginable volume of vacuum. The Typhon acquires dimension and shape. It becomes bloated and sprawled. In its awful, pointless passion for deconstruction and destruction, it finally loses whatever focus it might once have applied to its whims or tasks at hand. The overextended cosmos, the old crumbling nurse log, has deteriorated to such a degree that it has turned into a trap. The blades of Brahma's armillary spin. It is now a very bad place for a bloated, undisciplined god. All the Typhon can do is flail within the whirling prison, using up the last of its strength to cause more suffering and frustrate any possibility of good outcome. It has stretched its contamination backward across time, perverting creation, causing endless cycles of directionless pain. It is now pressing our cosmos toward a nasty end, dissolving space and time back to the beginning, eating away and corrupting almost everything we could ever possibly know. We might speculate about what would have happened to the Typhon in more fortunate circumstances. Perhaps we should extend pity. Those of us who have felt its corrosive touch, every one of us. The bad that traveled from the future, not from the past. Final sin. But we are inadequate to such speculations. We are inadequate to feel pity for a failed God. And so, let's not feel pity. The Typhon, formerly without thought or viscera, without conscience or sympathy, realizes that its puffy carcass can now feel. What it feels is a kind of apprehension, even fear. It is no longer more powerful than those it once crushed. It has become a small, brownish-gray thing, lying in the center of the last of the universe like a metaphysical abortion. Pitiful, but for its history. And soon there will be no history, no trace of its works, its conclusions. What it had done its very utmost to stop, to prevent, is advancing. Even the tools it forged across eternity are turning against it. It can feel the last two threads swirling and twining and trying to cancel, competing and summing against all the Typhon's efforts. One of those threads is finally dissolved. The Typhon experiences another unfamiliar emotion, a dire, dreadful sense of hope. Only one thread will survive, and that in itself is not a healthy condition for any cosmos. The Typhon may pass into true nothingness, but it will at least have the satisfaction of taking every last observer with it, blinding forever those outrageous eyes. No more memories, no more stories, no more. Chapter 121. Jack sees Ginny, half swimming through the snow and fog and the rising chunks of ice toward the blue gleam, with supreme effort propelling along this last chord of fate, all the other possibilities being pinched and cut to pieces by the armillary shell. He catches up with her. The stone helps a little. "Hey," he says. "Hey." She glances at him. "Watch out for the cats. They look pretty mad." "Yeah. Didn't think I'd make it." "Thought you'd forget about me," she says. "Never." She reaches out. He reaches out. Their hands meet, and then they hug and feel their combined warmth, and something joins them together far sexier than anything either has experienced, and gives them strength. The Sum Runners clink against each other, squeezing their fingers between them, and then separate with a reddish flare. "We need at least 3, she says. "I remember that much." "If the third one isn't here, we lose everything, right?" "I guess so." "Who's that?" Ginny asks, pointing at another shape in the fog. Chapter 122. Jebrassy has come to the edge of the brilliant blueness, naked and shivering, his feet and lower legs frozen into stumps. 2 tall people, he assumes they are people, mostly enclosed in fog and snow, approach. One reaches down to lift him up by his armpits. They are tall, but not tall ones, not like Genton. He stares through the greenish storm into a familiar face, and then another. He sees himself through the other, and allows the other to see him, but actually it's very hard to see anything at all. Constant streams of blue light shoot between them, obscuring outlines, but igniting an even greater sense of renewed will, perhaps even energy. They're speaking, but their words are difficult to understand, so he offers up all he has, like a child gifting a toy to new friends, old acquaintances, the sculpted polyhedron with 4 holes. The piece almost explodes with blue arcs. The two bring up their own twists of rock, dim red eyes buried in the gnarls, brighter now against the blue. These must be. The some runners jerk inward, lock on, and fit into the sculpted piece, which completes and fills their own puzzle twists. They have traveled across billions of years, then tumbled through a dying universe to find their way back. But 2 holes remain unfilled. Daniel walks past the gory, crystallized remains of Glaucus and Whitlow, and does not know what happened here, or whether it is still happening. He is interested now in what the cats have set upon just a short distance away. He follows a trail of bloody paw prints, steaming on the green, glassy ice. The armillary is cinching in, the bands tightening and whirling faster. A kind of snowy fog covers his feet, his knees, and then his shoulders. The ice is crazing, rising up in chunks. He pushes through, fingers warmed by the some runners. The cats are at the center. That much he thinks must be true, and for a brief instant, with a fanning of his hands, he looks down to find them hissing and scratching and biting. The cats are killing a small, squirming thing in a pit. The process is slow. The thing keeps shaping itself anew, but it can't escape. Sizzling, steaming pieces of chewed-over theophany skitter across the ice, drawing etched curls of virtual particle trails. The light is failing. Daniel could hardly see. Inside, Fred is wondering how anything can exist at all. They are inside a diminishing spore of space-time, reality pushing its final push against nothingness, that which cannot be seen, thought of, spoken of, not this, not that, not anything. "We're here because we will it, and always have," Daniel says, and that's that. The unpleasant shrill vibration in his head abruptly stops. The brown, twisted thing has been destroyed, shredded. If the spore shrinks to nothing, then the death of the Typhon, Daniel is sure that's what is down there in the tiny blur of a pit covered with hissing cats, will mean nothing. It will not be recorded. It will not be reconciled. The Typhon may randomly return, unexpected, illogical, but just as real as before. Cats push away, many with missing paws and limbs, distorted heads, burned fur, empty eyes. This deed has cost them dearly. Daniel steps back as well. All this is very familiar, though not always with cats. The stone is tugging him away from the pit, the cats, the remains of the failed would-be god. Seconds tick with each swipe and whoosh of the shrinking armillary. He reaches into his pocket. He always does this. He always passes along what he is given, to save everything that must be saved, and that ends his chances of uniting with the being he loves more than the entire world, the one he has traveled all this way to be with. Who or what? That was always our question, no? What could we ever be to each other? I crossed the chaos. The rebel city was dying,
surrounded by the Typhon, betrayed by the city prince. Despite everything, I joined her. And I did what I had to do. We agreed. I had to go back to the beginning with a piece of the Babel, the final piece, and at the librarian's insistence, a second, a backup against further betrayal, in case another piece was lost. And so I flew back with the last some runners, and found by brute force a path into the earliest intelligences of the young cosmos. The only shepherd who never dreams. The bad shepherd.
Jack is there beside him, hand on his shoulder.
"Do you know what this is?" Jack asks. "I sure as hell don't."
"It's a mess, that's what it is," Daniel says. "Take these," and gives him the 2 stones. "I'm done, this time around." Chapter 123. Tiadba is in the warm embrace of someone she has never known, never met, and yet about whom she knows a great deal. How she was found in pieces around the dying cosmos and brought by the Shen to a single place, where a brilliant thinker assembled her into a sentient form, which somehow chose to be female. She has met the pilgrim sent to retrieve her would-be father, and has spoken with him, and made a key decision to become flesh and journey back to Earth, and there the fear and bitterness have gone, but the grief remains. The young breed squirms in this embrace, uncomfortable, restless. Someone she knows is approaching. She only half sees what lies around her. Other eyes see from another position, and then Tiadba's skin erupts with piercing shafts of brilliant blue. The entire volume around her becomes a sphere of glorious, blinding blue. Her visitor is very near. Her visitor sees Jebrassy. Chapter 124. The armillary accelerates inward at an astonishing rate, but within instants of the end, of infinite compression, squeezing down to 0 and then echoing to less than 0 and vibrating that way until all is pulverized, the metric has suddenly expanded. Something huge is stirring. The armillary is now miles wide, now miles wide, now miles wide, now miles wide, spinning much more slowly. The lake of crushed, turbulent ice rises and cascades out in melting waves to fill this new volume. The Chalk Princess has gone, passed away forever with the Typhon. The armillary is no longer a prison. It is the shell of an egg. Within, as if a breath is being held, there is waiting. Another presence, missing or held down for ages, returns in stunned bewilderment to find herself surrounded by some of the very breeds she ordained to be made long ago. They have found her, as they were designed to do. They have snared and brought others with them, kindred shapes of primordial matter, as they were designed to do. There is reunion. Her father's goal is almost attained. One thing remains. She holds the tiny female breed in her naked lap like a mother and child. The breed writhes in a halo of brilliant blue, some of which leaps out in long arcs to pierce the fog, the mist. "Have you seen the pilgrim?" Ishanaxad again asks the breed, who barely hears. Chapter 125. Daniel has never seen anything so beautiful. He has fought and clawed through countless adversities and fates, and countless bodies, to return to this beginning point. He carries the small rounded piece of green stuff that Mnemosyne left for him in Bidewell's empty room, an impossible time and distance behind him now. Back then, the muse gave him a catalytic remembrance, a trigger of transformation, as if in the future they would meet and know each other again. What shall he do? The glowing female pushes through the fog, and his knees go weak. All are here. Who are you? The face is so lovely, the shape compelling and impossible, alien and comforting at once, so many shapes, so many limbs, so much power. Something very old, long suppressed, a condensation no more or less mysterious than the time-worn piece in his left hand, rises up in him. Daniel tries to speak. I am Sangmer. You? Then, where have you gone, pilgrim? Husband? And what have you brought with you? Daniel holds up his right hand, empty. You have delivered them? He nods. Then it is done. A quorum of shepherds has arrived. That time-tumbled ovoid in his other hand is like a hardened and constricted piece of the lake that churns and quakes beneath them. Like the pieces that the Shen gathered from all the galaxies they visited after the brightness and the end of creation. A lost piece of Mnemosyne. It will quicken Ishanixad and return her to what she must become. He can withhold it, deny it, and claim the woman he sought across the chaos, or he can present it and lose her forever. Chapter 126. Ishanixad looks down upon his sad, ancient body, surrounded and filled by so much pain, travel-worn, cruel, determined to finish his task and return whatever the cost. What have we done? She asks him. What we always do. What we promised to do. Rebirth. He holds out his left hand. Ishanixad unfolds his fingers and takes the fragment. It is not glass, of course. It is a piece of the mother of all thought, of those who see and think, including Daniel and Sangmer. It is reconciling, which allows memory and shapes the creation of the sleeper when he chooses not to sleep. If I take this, I will become what I was. What will we be to each other then? The body of Daniel is pitiful with fear. Already the lake is rising through the base of the glowing triangle, through her blur of feet and glowing legs. Every few rounds, out of all infinity, we will meet, he tells her. For me, that has to be enough. The armillary expands again. They cannot see its boundaries. Chapter 127. Ginny and Jack feel the nightmares pass away. They know that no one will forget them, unless it should be so. They see Jebrassy and Tiadba nearby, and together they make 4 points within the storm as ancient matter reacquaints, according to old rules that come into play only within the sleeper's spinning fortress, and just for this moment. Tiadba and Jebrassy have joined in so many ways, Ginny and Jack are confused and envious. Jack and Ginny collect Daniel's 2 Sumrunners. Daniel is not with them. They do not know where he is. Should we? Jack asks, and holds up the stones and the polyhedron. Bidewell would say we should, Ginny says. So much pain and effort. Jack juggles the remaining pieces, smiling at Ginny. He is thinking of the last words of the Keeper. I'm not asking, Bidewell. I'm asking you. Don't be arrogant, she says. That's what I am, Jack says. I do not find it charming. The old gods watch. They'll forgive us. Won't they? I'm not so sure. Jack continues to juggle. His smile is infinitely sweet and distracting. You choose, he says. On tract. This is the unexpected moment. Gods will never be predicted or judged. Their motivations will never be known. Ishanixad enjoys a brief respite before her own tasks resume. Sangmer is there. When they part, it will start again, her labor and his solitary quest. The sleeper will take over soon. Until then, the children will play, all of them, and their plays crude and primal and sweet, the stuff of which dreams will always be made. Out on a formerly gray domain, Ginny is taking advantage of this interludium, the malleable between-world, and has shaped a vision of Thule. The snowy crags and sun-pinked clouds, the green and yellow and purple fields, the immense patches of bird-haunted heather, the shore-scattered string of ancient castles between which the children can flee and find refuge. Her own place, their own adventure. Jack is content to let her lead. Jebrassy and Tiadba find this open land enchanting, with its wide blue sky. They particularly love the lingering times between night and day, dusk and dawn. There are no stars, of course, but the sun is bright and full and warm, when clouds don't gather and rain isn't falling. The rain is unexpected and delightful. They have built a small hut in a hidden valley, and have learned how to gather berries and make a fire. Jebrassy, of course, is learning to hunt, after a fashion. There is usually bread on the hearth, should he return empty-handed, which is often, since there are so few animals, and those not very convincing. Tiadba is growing rounder. They wonder, what happens when a child is born between creations? Throughout Thule, the detail grows. There is a town with its own library and a bookstore, already filled with books and a few cats, some with burned toes and singed ears. In the bookstore, 5 green books appear. On the spine of each is the number, or is it a year, 1298. One day Ginny opens the first of the 5 books to read, and notices that the tiniest spider is crawling across the page. She is about to brush it away, but realizes it is the first spider she has seen here. It is not part of the text, and it is not paying any attention to the words beneath its little legs. The spider between the lines. In the library, on a windowsill, sits a small round piece of wave-tossed beach glass, the color of pale jade, refracting the changing light of each new dawn. Then it is gone. Memory is returning. Some say even now, Jack travels with Ginny on all the roads anyone can imagine. Some say you will find them on every street corner, accompanied by 2 or more cats, asking those who watch what they should do next. How should the puzzle pieces fall? All stories forever, shaping all fates until the end of time. Or is one story, one life filled with love, sufficient to rekindle time and make paradise? Waiting for the sleeper to finally awake. To this very day Jack juggles. He never drops anything.
Others say, "In the beginning is the Word." Linwood, Washington, September 28, 2007.
This has been a presentation of BBC Audiobooks America. City at the End of Time. Text copyright 2008 by Greg Bear. All rights reserved. Production copyright 2008 by BBC Audiobooks America. All rights reserved.